Well, you have to think about it.
I mean, I'd want to be, all right, I was going to sound super gay, so I'm going to stop.
No, as long as you prefaced it with no homo, you were okay.
Okay. Okay, now I'm curious what we're going to say.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Deer Grow.
Heck yeah, man. Dude, we put a lot of food in the ground every year, seemingly more and more, and we have a ton of fun with it during the off season. There's some struggles that come with it too, though, right? Obviously, the back of my truck is evidence, right now. It's a couple weeks after I jackknifed, a 4,800-pound material spreader, as I was coming down, and it was too much weight for my truck there. But, all those struggles aside, Deer Grow really has been a staple for our food plotting process for several years now. Yes, we like to put lime and fertilizer on the plots, if we can, but there are some that it's just we're not able to get to them, or it's not feasible for us to get out of state with that stuff. And so Deer Grow is kind of the quick and easy, but still super effective option for us to be able to get the most out of those food plots that we can every year.
Yeah, and we're guilty of overanalyzing things just like everyone else, but that's the best part about Deer Grow is that it's going to create healthier soils, which in turn makes better food plots. And the fact is we can simply spray plot start or plot till when we put the seed in the ground, and then when that plant starts to grow, we hit it with boost. And we know that we walk away, when we come back, it's going to be a great looking food plot. For anybody that's looking to try Deer Grow, if you use the code HUNTR15, that's HUNTR15 at checkout for deergrow.com, you're going to save 15% on any of your Deer Grow products. It's a great way to get started on this and just see what the results are for yourself.
Better food plots, bigger deer.
And we're back.
Ew.
HUNTR Podcast, episode 172. Nick looking sharp in the old Hoyt archery hat, huh? He's the only one that can pull that off, I think. Oh, well, maybe a little rivalry here, huh?
Very sharp indeed. So,
yeah.
Hey, thank you guys for being here. Whether you're on Apple Podcast, Spotify, or YouTube, we appreciate you being here listening. We got a full house today. Anybody that's leaving comments and writing into the website, we see that, and we're doing our best to keep up with you guys. So appreciate you being here, and here we go.
It is February 21st. Still in February. Seems long. Seems like every time we have a podcast, we're like, it's still February.
And Nick and Johnny are here. For anybody that's
and Beau.
And Beau and Johnny. For anybody that's listening.
That's his first. I was thinking Nick. That beer.
Nick. Tell you what, man, once it hits the lips, pretty good.
Nick is here, though. Sometimes Nick doesn't make it off the mountain in the wintertime.
That's where my brain was at. Is Nick's here, finally.
Nick's
and
here.
Beau.
And Beau. And Johnny.
Thanks for having me, guys.
It's the Pennsylvania contingency at this point. We've been talking about the old Pennsylvania roundtable here for a while.
Yeah, we've been trying to plan this for, I don't know, when you'd reached out to me probably 9 months ago to try to get everybody in here, and it's just...
Yeah. That's how it goes. This is the time of year, too, where everybody's like, we all realize we've been hunting for 6 months, and we're like, oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So this is time to get in and get it done, and we'll be here again before you know it.
Yep.
Well, it'd be pretty cool. I mean, we've talked about it in the last couple podcasts, like show season. I know you were out at the Western Expo here recently, and we're heading out to the Deer Classic here in another week or so. And so it's like, come out of hunting season, you go into show season, and I think, like I mentioned to you this morning, like a lot of my deer are still holding. And so, like, normally right now, especially on a day like today where it's gonna be like 60 out, I want to be shed hunting, but like, I've got a ton of deer holding, so do I go out and walk and start scouting, knowing that I'm probably not going to find sheds because they're still holding? I don't know.
A surprising amount are. Even still, I know. So
I'm hearing that across the country, too. Like, even guys in, Iowa and Missouri and stuff are like, they're still
even
holding.
in northern PA, I heard they're still
weird.
packing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of mine have dropped already, but and I was worried it was going to be a bad winter from January, having some really cold, but it's been mild.
Super mild.
Yeah.
Not a lot of snow. In fact, they were saying, which seems weird because I feel like it rains like every day in February, but they said this is like going to be the second driest February on record for like the Pittsburgh area, which is kind of odd because like I feel like it's been pretty wet for February.
I think last year was kind of dry, but besides that, February is always usually pretty wet.
Well, now it's just kind of getting annoying that winter's still hanging around. It's
Yeah.
fairly winter. It's going to be 60 degrees today, but I mean, it's 27 right now.
Snow by Friday again. Just like
really?
Yep, straight back.
It did feel like spring when I went outside this morning at your house.
Yep.
I walked out.
Kinda.
It was cold, but it had, the birds were chirping. It just had that.
You could feel it ready to break.
Yeah, it just wants to just unleash.
Is you said supposed to snow again?
Yeah,
I thought it was
Friday. Thursday into Friday, I think.
I thought it was rain.
It's going to be like a mix. They're up like where Beau's at. They're going to get more snow, but our area is like going to be off and on.
We're supposed to get like an inch of rain on Thursday.
When I get home and I can finally get out in the woods, it's like, oh yeah, let's dump some more snow.
Yeah, more snow on the.
What was it like out at Western Hunt Expo?
I mean, the mountains had a lot of snow, but down in the valleys were clear. It's been a very mild winter compared to last year. That was terrible and killed a bunch of mule deer. Yeah. So it wasn't too bad.
Where is that show exactly?
Right in Salt Lake.
It's in Salt Lake.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is that your first time to it?
To that show, yeah. I've been wanting to go for a lot of years because I mean I'm known kind of as a whitetail guy, but I love I love Western hunting, so I've always wanted to go to that show, and so I went out to it this year, which is really cool.
Is it a big show? I mean, how would you compare it to like I don't know, ATA's granted ATA's shrinking every year, but
bigger than ATA. Yeah. It's really cool. I mean, there's like basically like two big buildings that are like an L shape that are all connected together, and there's just booths between outfitters and companies, and it's
a consumer show. It's open to the public.
Yeah.
How would you compare it to like Harrisburg size wise?
Way smaller than Harrisburg. Yeah,
really.
Harrisburg's a monster.
Harrisburg's just so big, but there's more like serious hunting gear there versus
it's your Western crowd.
Yeah. Versus just, but even Harrisburg, has serious gear, but there's so much stuff just kind of sprinkled in between. You know, you'll see like a cowhide maker of some product over here, and a
lot of lifestyle stuff, camping, fishing,
$5 Chinese blades like all over the place.
Yeah. Exactly. But no, it's a really, really cool show. I didn't get to walk around a lot there, so I was helping out with the Maven Optics booth, so I didn't spend a whole lot of time walking around. It was slammed with people the whole time.
You didn't get to walk the floor? Or?
I did for like an hour and a half. That was really about it.
Dude, once we've evolved to like able to get out of the booth, because we sat in the booth for so many shows that like once you finally get to walk around, you're like, that's all I want to do.
Yeah,
I just want to walk.
I did like when
Cover
we
ground.
podcast at ATA. Like even though we didn't get to walk around as much, it was cool to have that, and it was because it was a loose schedule for that.
Yeah, well, and there just also wasn't that much to see. It was kind of like the dying off period of everything else. But
well, I mean, again, kind of building up to what you were saying, Beau. Like we've been talking about this for 9 months. It's like, oh god, like there's so many different things that we can cover. Like at this point, I think the one thing that I'm transitioning out of that, putting last season to bed basically and starting to try to get excited for the next season.
I'll tell you what, I'll put a whatever you want to call it, a thumb in the book or whatever. I shut off all my cameras this morning.
Did you?
I did it for me.
Wow.
On the way here, if you saw me swerving as you were following me I was turning all my cameras
them all off.
Yeah,
I'll turn them all off.
I left two going.
I won't turn them all off. I'll keep a couple like strutter areas for turkey and stuff on. Okay. But other than that, like once they start shedding out completely,
that was pretty final for me. So that was like,
yeah,
for as far as end of the season,
close the book.
Close the book. And
yeah. You feel good about that?
Yeah, especially when I realized how much I was spending on it month to month. I was like,
when you start looking at, it's like, well, do I really need to see a bald deer?
In November, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like the dollars are out of the brain.
What's your monthly expense?
We don't talk about that.
Wait, I thought you talk about that.
My wife listens to this podcast.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't listen.
Well, it's what is it, $11 a month per camera, right?
Yeah, I think it's $20 for the unlimited plan.
No.
Yeah.
No, if you get 3 on there. So
I think they changed that.
No. For sure. It's still there's like a bundle deal, so we're running Muddies and stuff. So it's $11 per camera as long as you have 3 of them on the thing. So $33 for 3 cameras. At the peak I was running 25 of them. So what's that? So 9 like $270?
Yeah.
What's 11 times 25 is 275.
Wow.
Those are rookie numbers.
275. Yeah. Well, and hopefully moving forward, I'm going to transition that off of some of my personal stuff. And Jeremy and I are going to kind of share that cost between the hunter stuff. But
I know it wasn't this year. It was probably...
You got to have intel.
I don't know. It was 2021 or something. When did we get all those leases that we just had like a mess of leases all over the country? Is that 21 or 22, something like that?
Seems like every year we scramble at the end and have that. But
we had a pile of leases.
This past year,
in
we
a
had a
bunch
lot
of different
running.
states. We had like 72 cell cams running.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Did we really?
Yeah.
But a lot of different states. Like that.
Oh yeah, we were covering like 6 or 7 states.
And somehow it doesn't feel like enough because it's like
no.
There's just no way to because there's out-of-state ones. Like, you can't be there actively moving around and making the most of them. So they just kind of are where they are.
We would place them in like July or August and then leave them, and then it's like hope for the best. Like, hope a scrape gets formed under that tree where we put a mock or whatever, and they actually keep using it.
Yeah, that never works. We've had some pretty unsuccessful, like, going out in the summer, like July, August, and getting cameras and stuff. They just never seem to pan out.
What, mock scrapes?
Yeah,
I love mock scrapes.
They'll use them, but then it'll piddle out sometime in like September, and then by the time October comes around, they're establishing scrapes not where that mock was.
Yeah, and I find that happens with me a lot. I'm like, this would be a perfect place for a mock scrape. Like, I could see it, like, in my head, and it just never picks up.
Never pans out.
I'm like, what the fuck? I thought this would be the place.
I think it's that summer transition too. Like, if you're putting them out in July and August, those deer are about to put a hard transition into fall ranges in September, early October. And so, like, the deer that may have been even using that as a mock late summer is, a mile away.
I found a spot last year, or no, the year before. It was down in this vast piece of land, and there was like a cluster of hemlocks, and I had this, like, in my head, the deer kind of, like, how I think it was Rendell said, how they kind of, when they're out in the cornfield and they see a telephone pole, like, or tree line, they kind of gravitate for that. So I found this patch of hemlocks down in this vast piece of land before it went up this steep hill to a nice flat, and I'm like, this is the best spot for a hemlock. I bet all the for a camera, I bet all the big bucks are going to hit this patch of hemlocks, like, and I found a perfect scrape tree, put my cell camera out in September, left it there. Oh, you ain't nothing there. A couple 2-year-olds, something. You know what I mean? It's like, in my head, I'm like, this is it.
I know.
Like, like bees to a hive. They're just going to come here. This is the only patch, a little string of hemlocks, and
it just doesn't happen.
See, the ones I put out in the summer are typically found though in the spring, so they're kind of set up, a little bit more towards that fall time. So I might set them up and not have a picture on there until October or whatever. But then there'll be ones that are near, say, like a newer clear cut or something they're feeding on that'll be better in the summer into the fall, and then it kind of
phases out.
Yeah.
I feel like, to me, it's just breeding scrapes, which October.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's hard because I know, like, both of you guys hunted Southern Ohio this year, right?
Yeah.
And that's where my place is. That's where I was saying that map that had all the bedding stuff. Dude, it's a blast in that area. But, man, the number of scrapes that I find in there, like, especially this time of year, it's like they're everywhere. And then it's like, man, what is actually going to be a valuable, like, monitoring scrape versus what, just they were working a line and maybe there was another buck there and they decided to make scrape here one time.
I found that this year in Ohio, early October. I mean, they were as big as this table.
Yeah, I know.
Scrapes. I'm like, this is it. He's going to be running this. And I don't know if it was the pressure or what, but I left there and it just like
ghost town.
Kind of throws you off.
Huh. Speaking of Southern Ohio, you see Hickens has got his place listed down there?
Does he?
He's
in Washington County.
Kaufman Realty. They're going to do an auction.
Oh, he's in Washington, so he's 2 up from me, 2 counties to the north and east of me.
Gotcha. I didn't look and see what he's asking for it or not, but that's Kaufman Auctions if anybody wants to look at that.
We should be, we'll be done logging here probably in the next 2 weeks, maybe even by the time this airs. We'll be done logging, and then they just finished putting all those plots in. But I tell you, they ground like 100 and some stumps out of there.
Yep.
It's crazy.
You getting value for your... I heard it's down, timber.
Well, so I signed my deal in June, and then I subsequently used that funds to acquire 2 properties against me, and then cut off of that too, and I got pretty good top dollar for it. Good. Yeah, and I mean, it was a beautiful farm to look at, but it was just big, wide open hardwoods. Yeah. So, like, from a deer value, like, those deer they were there, but they were just moving through. Yeah. Now it's, the next 2 years, that thing's going to get thick.
Yeah, that's just like them driving down the interstate versus they're not going to put their home right there.
That's it, man. Yeah, and it looks great. Like, when I bought it, it's like, man, it's Southern Ohio, rolling hills, big valleys, just giant timber on the ridges and stuff, acorns everywhere, and then it's like, yeah, those deer don't stick at all in that place. And there's big public. That's all AEP ground, the energy company ground around me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, there's public there too. And so that public looks very much like mine did. It's big, open, vast hardwoods. And now I'm hoping that this place will be significantly thicker. in the next couple years moving on. But
So if I hunt the borders, then it'd be pretty.
a lot of people like to hunt my borders. Yeah. Yeah. I see them on my camera.
That's me and Johnny.
Yeah. I'm like, is that Johnny getting up in there? Yeah. So, and I put, so I had the guys come in, so part of making that money on the timber is I reinvested a little bit of that into having guys come in and clear. They cleared about 4.5 acres for food plots.
Nice.
And they also, part of the timber contract at the end here is they're doing a full perimeter road for me. So, because I had basically my only access was like straight up the gut with like the hills all around me. So those bucks would lay up on those points and they'd see me coming in. Like it was inevitable that they would see. So now I've got better access up around the property to get behind them basically. But that's where, you talk about that southern Ohio and even up into, northern Pennsylvania, like some of those access points and stuff, like, you've got to go way out of your way just to get around those deer visibility lines in order to set up on them.
Definitely.
And it's tough.
You guys were mainly public in southern Ohio. That's what you were hunting?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How did that work out for you? Did you guys kill? Who in your crew? Somebody in your crew killed one, right?
Beau was soaking wet.
I should have, but my my muzzleloader didn't go off, and I had a real nice deer at 40 yards, and it was my fault. I'm not used to. I've never hunted with a muzzleloader really, other than the year prior, and I didn't really learn anything about them. And until this year, I went down. And I was like, okay, and I know better to tape the barrel, but I didn't have any tape, and I just said, screw it, I'll figure it out.
And it was monsoon, and man,
it was terrible.
It was supposed to be snow, and it never happened. It just rained.
And then after this happened, I learned they're like, well, if you have a glove, and I'm like, oh man, I have a bunch of like those nitrile gloves in my truck, so I cut the finger off it and made like a condom to go over the barrel, so that would have helped. And then I also
take point, Nick.
I also loaded I loaded the gun and had the gun in
the pinky.
A warm, hot camp. So I had the gun.
Actually, I've got one for you on all my gloves. Yeah.
So I had one in like I had it in Johnny's warm camp. And then you go out into this cold 34 degree, just raining, environment. The barrel sweats, so you can get that powder wet. And so there was a lot of things that didn't line up. And I was like, man, I was using this synthetic powder. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head now, but
was it the pellets or was it loose powder?
No, it was loose powder. Pyrodex.
Yeah, Pyrodex. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, that stuff's supposed to be better.
Pellet, or was it loose?
It's loose. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They do make a loose double F, I guess.
Yeah,
that's what it would be.
Yeah. So
most guys don't use that anymore.
Hey, all the muzzleloader guys I talked to, they said that was the stuff. I had the leftover stuff from Johnny and I's previous year we went down there. So that was funny. I'll get back to the deer story, but Johnny, he's like, let's go down and muzzleloader hunt in Ohio. I'm like, okay. He's like, I got to get this gun sighted in. And he's like, then he calls me, hey, do you have you have some primers I could borrow? I was like, yeah, but I have half a box, Well, he couldn't get the gun sighted in. So he's like, oh, yeah. He gives me back the box. He's like, we're good. We have enough for the trip. I never looked. For some reason, I'm like an hour away. I decided to open the box. There's 2 primers.
That's it. That's all we need.
2 primers.
Two
primers. He's like, one for me, one for you. I was like, we have 3 days. Like, these are so easy to lose. Or if you shot or whatever. So that trip, we only had that. This year, I had a full box, and I did not give any to Johnny. He wasn't even there.
Well, and people have to realize, listening to this, like, we're Pennsylvania guys, so we're coming from flintlock territory.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, you put us in, like, with an inline. Like, I may have been on Johnny's side. I'm like, dude, all I need is one shot. I got a scope on this thing. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, and I had I had a new CVA muzzleloader, and they're super shooting so good. I'm like, this thing's like a rifle. Well, but they're still a muzzleloader, so you got to take the precautions that are necessary for keeping things dry and everything else. So it is what it is, and they were like, one big raindrop could hit just perfect. Say I had the gun leaning against a tree or whatever, drop down in and. That can do it. So, but yeah, anyway, so Johnny had, experience in the area just about a month before, and he's like, all the food's down low and they're bedding up high. So with that knowledge, I went in there and snuck up. And as I was coming up, I waited. Well, I didn't go out until like 11 in the morning because it was literally just downpouring. And so I snuck up this valley and I bumped a few does, and I was trying to work to the backside of this ridge, and there was just a wind shift. So I was like, if the bucks are bedding here, I would imagine that they're going to shift beds at some point there early afternoon. And I don't know if it was luck that they did it right at that time or if this deer heard me, but I started working out this finger where I could see 2 other fingers off to my side. And I just started seeing like a bunch of rubs. I'm like, you just get that feeling like don't go any further. So I just, and I was planning on standing there because there was just a little bit of a rise. I needed to be able to see down to it, but I sat down to eat a snack. So I sat down, I get out the snack, I take a bite, and I look up, and here comes a nice like 130-inch 8-point, probably 4-year-old, walking right up that close. And so I grab the gun, pull the hammer back, put it right on him, click. I'm like, and then he runs right past me, stops, looking back, and I grab the hammer, I pull it back as if that primer wasn't already,
tapped.
I'm like, here's my other, click, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding.
You think he was bedding out on the point there?
Yeah, and so I think he either, I was quiet sneaking up, and it was really quiet in the woods, but maybe he either heard me or it had just died down from raining so hard. Maybe it was like, and that wind had shifted. Maybe he was gonna
transition. I'm sure
go bed on the other side and get the wind in his favor. Definitely. So.
Jeez.
That's kind of what had happened, but it was really heartbreaking, and it was just like I had a good season last year, but I also made a lot of mistakes that took it from being like, if you were to ask me, oh, Beau, how was your season? I'd be like, oh, it was pretty good, but then from saying, oh man, that was the best season ever. But there was those little things like that it seemed to happen all year, so that was that hurt.
That's
really
tough,
bad.
man. I mean, because I remember because we were out. Probably a couple counties away, and I mean, it was pouring down there. I mean, just freaking insane with that rain. And they had said it was going to be snow or start with rain and then change to snow or whatever, and never did. It just monsooned the entire weekend. And I was still surprised. Like, I looked at the stats, like they killed a fair amount of deer during that season for how much rain, like mainly the entire southern half of Ohio got during it. Because only, 3 days, 4 days or something like that?
Yeah, I think it was 4-day season. But I was like, I thought it was going to be so good if we had a ton of snow. We were supposed to get a bunch of snow, and I'm like, oh man, tracking, they're going to be hitting those acorns.
Man. Yeah.
It was going to be perfect.
Nice. I was working against you. I was just sitting at home praying for rain.
Yeah.
On any gun season, I'm like, please rain.
But that was when you did Doe Fest, right?
Monsoon. Was it the same week?
You did Doe Fest.
It was muzzleloader, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I had a bow, but yeah, we was it?
Yep.
Muzzler? Yeah. I guess we killed a lot of deer with muzzler.
Killed a lot of does.
Yeah.
I don't think you got as much rain as we did down south.
We got more slush.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was maybe even a little bit more snow, but
I had gone down to where Beau was late season, January, and when we actually had snow, and like I said, the deer were feeding low and going high, but when I was down there, it was like 5 degrees, 10 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And they stayed low with the mast, and I kind of knew it. I got down in and there was some thermal cover down low where they hung out in there and they come out and fed in them oaks. So there was an old 7-point living there. Had them all season in that area. I run most of the other deer out.
Mm-hmm.
And I went in one morning. I think this is like, I don't know, mid-January.
Yeah, when we got that cold snap.
Yeah, cold, and then the snow, like the 18th, 22nd, 24th. But I had parked on the road, and I was going up the hollow, and I was just going to cut off to the right 100 yards in between these two patches of cedars, the thermal cover, and they were feeding in there. But usually I don't park at the road because there's cedars going up the hollow, and the deer, they're just laying
right in there.
But I so badly just wanted to hunt in the snow and get out. And sometimes you get into just wanting to hunt, because usually I'll park way up the road, kind of go up over the mountain, get into the hollow, and then come down the opposite way and get on the hillside, which I know better, but I was carrying all, it was 5 degrees, and I love hunting in the snow, just like sometimes you just want to get out and hunt, take a chance. But I'd gone up the hollow, and it was so quiet. I think the snow was just squeaky on my boots. Like, I could hear it. I'm like, I'm bumping deer. So I think I bumped does in the cedars, and I got up in between the two patches of cedars, acorns, and I sat there all day, and at hour before dark, he came out up high, out of the cedars, right? And he come out, and as I'm looking up the hill, there was a bare spot to my right, which I in the snow, I later found out was beech nuts. So he had come out up high, and there's acorns all through there. There was a little buck eating.
Bypassed them.
Well, he came out, he come high, and he visually looked at that bare spot, right? So there's the bare spot to my right, as I'm looking up the hill, and then the cedars. And I think when I came up the hollow, I bumped does that should have been out feeding in them beech nuts. And this old buck, he come out, and he's just staring that bare spot like. And there was another little buck feeding acorns. You know, I'm like, just eat, dude. It's cool. Just take it, chill.
Yeah.
But he
knew better.
He come out and he looked at that spot, and he's like working. He wanted to eat on them beech nuts, but he come down to 45 yards. I didn't have a shot, and twice he come down and just the does weren't out. He expected. I think he was laying high in the cedars. He expected the does to be feeding already, and just something in his mind was just like, this is just. He didn't hear me, I don't think, coming out, coming up the hollow in the morning. I think it was some does, and he's like, and just like that, he walked away. I'm like, you motherfucker.
That's crazy, man.
They're sharp like that. I'm like, geez, come on, dude.
They are. Sometimes we give them too much credit, and sometimes we don't give them enough credit to be able to see that observation and be like,
that's the only thing I could think of, was that he didn't see. I know it's what it was. There was no other deer out when they should have been hour before dark, cold like that. They should have been feeding. And something he said, and he just walked away just like that.
Yeah.
And if I would have went up over the mountain, this and that, but I just love hunting to where sometimes I just want to. I can't wait to get out there, and I'm just like I don't feel. And I probably wouldn't have been able to sit all day if I carried all my gear up over that mountain.
Strap over the top.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, that muzzleloader season though, I love still hunting. It's fun. It's a change from sitting in a tree all year and to get out and walk and I was just still hunting all these ridges on the leeward side and I had found there was this one big knob. It was the highest spot in the area. So I went up to that and I started finding a bunch of greenbrier around there. I'm like, and a scrape that was opened up, big track in it. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna see this buck. I actually texted Johnny and I was like, I said I'm in a real bucky spot.
Yeah.
And I snuck around and there was two small bucks that were bedded there. I could have tried to shoot either of them. They were like 35 yards from me and so either the big one was laying out and they were the alarm system and I never even seen him, or he just wasn't there at that time. But
it's kind of weird, like at that time of the year, because, obviously you look at even looking ahead to next year, like there's a lot of big bucks that make it through the season, right? Those are the guys that we can go after them, like that big 7 point. Yeah. But when you start covering ground in that late December through January time period, even now, it's like, it just seems like it's such a ghost town in some cases. And it's like, those deer survive. Like they're out there. It's just, where the heck are they? And they, to your point, like finding that track and stuff, I feel like some of these deer, like you can find big rubs and stuff. It's all the stuff that they lay heavy in October and November. But when it comes to that December, January period, man, it dries up so fast that it's like, you start doubting if there's anything worth hunting in an area.
Yeah. And there's a spot in Pennsylvania that historically has had the biggest deer out of any of my areas, but every year during gun season, it gets hit so hard that I don't go anywhere near there. I don't go anywhere near that spot, and I just don't know where they go, but every year the same bucks show back up, and I'm like, yeah. And to this point, unreal. I mean, I don't even know where they go during that time period, but
they get to that 5-year-old range, and it's like almost in those areas. So I'm like, yeah, he'll be around next year.
Yeah, you just
kind of
know it.
It's just like he knows the gig and he'll make it.
Unless it's like a natural death, like he's gonna get through. Yeah, it's hard to say. The one thing I like about Ohio and Kentucky's the same way is postseason, being able to see what were the actual statistics in that county and how many bucks and does were shot. Like we don't get a lot of that transparency in Pennsylvania as much as I'd like to see. Like in Warren County, how many deer were killed, how many were bucks. Like we talked about that in my where my Kentucky farm is. That is very much like Southern Ohio and even like Northern Pennsylvania, super low densities of deer. This year there were like 130 bucks killed in the county and like 30 does. That's it in the whole county. Shit. And it's like, wow. But if you talk to, I've got a really good relationship with the game warden there. I mean, there are some giants that disappear in the Daniel Boone National Forest.
Do you have that 2-year-old shed laying around here somewhere?
It's in my truck.
Take it home.
Yeah. No, it's in my truck. I'll show it to you. But like there's some absolute mammoths and some old deer. In fact, you remember that it was a few years ago I got that like cactus buck on camera. Deer was like, I don't know, ancient.
Yeah.
And it's those kind of cases. I think Southern Ohio, you see some of the same. Northern Pennsylvania, you see it. There's other places in the country, but they disappear and they just get old.
Yeah.
You know, and eventually they just die. And I would say 9 times out of 10, it's not because of hunters. They just die of old age or injury or disease or whatever. And it's so hard to fathom that when a lot of those areas have intense hunting pressure.
Yeah.
That they can just get away from it.
Well, there was a buck that Johnny and I just talked about it here a few weeks ago, but this deer I was hunting for a while, and I actually got a shot at in 2015, and he was huge for PA. I mean, pushing 170, and I clipped him in the brisket in 2015. The next year, he was weak on the one side, but he went back to being a 9 point, still a nice buck, but I never caught up to him during the season. And then he shed in the middle of December, but where his bed was, where the shed was laying, was it was the craziest spot. And so that would have been right after gun season. So he was there during that time period, but he was watching one of the trails that people could walk in on. And there was just like this random open area. It wasn't like good as far as it wasn't on a point where all the thermal, the hill country bedding type. It was none of that was out the window. There was a tree with a dead log in the open watching a trail, and it was laying right there. I'm like, I wonder how many times he just sat there, would let people walk by. And so those deer get creative when they get to that age. They don't follow rules. They just kind of do and everyone does something a little bit different from what I've found.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to know year after year. Like if a deer for 4, 5, 6, 7 years of age can escape pressure, and especially some of these areas that have really intense gun seasons, the fact is like they may throw out, I don't necessarily, it's not that they're going to throw complete, no caution to the wind. They're still going to play the wind, but they may not have to be in that perfect point where the thermal comes up and the wind's over their back. Like to that point, if it's a visual on where people are coming in, they learn year after year. If I see guys coming in, I'm going to sit right here and I'm not going to move.
Yeah. Yeah, because think about it. If they were in a spot that was just wind-based and they had, say they were, they had a wind to their back and there was some cover and they couldn't see, but there was always people in there, that buck would be blowing out all the time. So by having that visual and being able to see, it's like, okay, he might be like, all right, that guy's no threat. Look at him. He doesn't even have his gun up. He's just...
Here's Beau. I should be all right.
Yeah. Well, to your point,
everybody relax.
To your point of sneaking in, I think that most hunters, when they're walking in through something like that, you're trying to look and make sure, like, was that a deer? Did I bump a deer or whatever? How many times is that deer just holding tight as you're walking by? You've blown it. You've already spooked him. He's not doing anything that he was supposed to do that night. Yeah. But you didn't see him just take off and blitz out of there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Johnny, I mean, that's one of the things you do a lot is when you are like, say, scouting or going into an area, you don't walk slow. You're just like moving by. At least that, you might have ruined it as far as what he was going to do that evening, but at least he doesn't blow out.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I always look at it like if someone was hunting one of us and you knew he was coming to your house, would you be hiding in a bedroom, close the door? You'd be looking out the window.
You'd be looking out the window. You'd be watching.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. Where's danger coming from? I want to be ready.
Yeah.
For my next move.
I'm just picturing driving up to Johnny's house and seeing just his eyes over the window.
Just curtains like barely peeked.
He'd be bedded up against the chimney on the roof. Drinking a beer probably.
Yeah, most likely.
Saying, no, it's just Beau, no threat. Easy out.
Come on in, Beau.
Come on in.
Doors open.
Yeah, it is wild to think about that. And I mean, that's where, like, when you get into those, Southern Ohio, Northern Kentucky areas where these big like ridges and points are, most of the access is through the bottom. Yeah. Man, it is tough to get in there and hunt them and not mess it up.
And that's what I like. It's just intriguing. Like you said, them deer with all that pressure still survive. And that fascinates me.
It's crazy.
You know what I mean?
Those hills are tough, man. Like I think compared to the Midwest, like it gives them such an advantage. I mean, I guess we can use them too, as far as like, to access around and stuff. But like, that's the biggest difference. Like when you go to the Midwest, it's like they can't see it coming from anywhere. It's flat. It's all, as long as there's something between you and him, there's no problem. But like you go down Greene County or West Virginia or anywhere like that, it's like of course you got every hilltop. If you get down and look down, and they can see it coming.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, the thing is though, like for me, although it's harder for access and they can see you, I do better in areas that have terrain versus not, because I feel like the movement is more predictable than as far as like how they're using that terrain to move through it versus flat areas.
Well, that
especially
depends
with big timbered areas. Like if you look at just big woods across that's flat, I struggle with those areas a lot more than
unless there's a concentration of food or something.
Yeah, unless there's a concentration.
Like he's talking
of
about
food.
like
Like where would that
Waterway.
be though? Like where are you saying? Because most places I know that are contiguous timber have a lot of terrain.
Oh, there's places in Pennsylvania that are like that. There's places, northern Michigan's an example
That are
of that
flat.
are flat.
A lot of
big,
timber?
Yeah, a lot of timber. So there's some swamps and stuff in there that break it up, but like there's quite a few places.
It's
that
just
are,
hard to funnel them down if there's no
for sure.
concentration of food or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be some edge to create a funnel or something. Yeah, swamp, whether that swamp pinches into
just
where the
stagnant.
hardwoods meet.
To me, I call it like stagnant country.
Yep.
It's just all.
Yep. Well, even like, and I know it's wet, but like some of those places we were in southern Illinois, I mean, that's pancake flat and like big blocks of timber.
That's true.
You know,
true.
so but we were
I
using
hate
the
that place too.
Yeah, we were using swamps and those cypress patches as like our edges because that was like there was no other way to like funnel deer through there.
Huh. Well, it is funny just how you get comfortable with, something. And it's like, well, I enjoy the comfortability of like, feeling confident in like a Midwestern setting where there's lots of, not necessarily features like you're saying in a big wood setting, but I mean, they are features, right? But they're more like fence rows and crop edges and like pockets of timber and stuff. Like that stuff to me is like, is the same way you feel comfortable like in hill country and stuff. It's like well they're gonna do this. They have to. They're gonna come like this. But that's what you're talking about, that contiguous timber like in the flat. It's like
It's tough.
Can't get me out of there.
I got a lot of that up around my camp, and I tried hunting it. I think 2 years ago. I was like, and then I get up in a tree. I'm like, he comes through here, but he's 70 yards away this way or this way.
Yeah, there's nothing that's pushing
I need
down
to,
in.
that's like Beau said. I need to find some terrain or something because this is too tough.
I think that's a big one because we talk about it all the time. Like I'll be talking about, well, I've got this ridge and these points and stuff that I'm trying to figure out if this is where this buck's bedded. Like oftentimes because of the way it is, like you've got a 10-acre block of timber, that deer's in there. Like he's in that 10-acre block. There's no other way that he could have come out of that. And so it's weird to think of like from a concept of like how to hunt that deer. I'm looking at it of where is he bedding and then how am I going to position myself for when he's coming out or to that bed. For yours, it's a lot of like, he's in that block. It's like, where's the right place that he's going to move out of that block to get into, a feeding situation.
Talking about where I'm at.
Like at your farm.
Yeah. Well, all this stuff is kind of like, there's general practices for probably different like environment types, but like it really is on a case by case basis. Like ideally you've been in and scouted, the property and have an idea at least of where they're bedding and going to. And then, it's just the art of getting between them is all it is. Like, so for us in that ag country that I'm talking about, like in Ohio, is like the best stands that we have. First of all, the hard part is getting close because they're on knobs for the most part, and they can see just like in the big woods. But it's surrounded by open ag, so you're coming through some sort of open ag to get to it. So the trick is getting to a point where they can see, they feel like they can see everything, and if you've gotten in on them, and then they can get up and essentially parallel a food source or get out to like the very last point, and that's where you got to be. So I mean, really on like our whole farm, there's we've landed on 6 or 7 spots where you can pull that off, where it's just because they happen to put something into pasture, or it's really the lack of habitat that gives us access.
No, that makes sense, and like that scenario it's interesting. Like with farm country, like you can know where they're bedding at, but the hard.
You've been to our part of Ohio, correct?
Yeah. No, I've hunted in that area or that type area before, so it's just different. Like where I feel like in a lot of the big wood settings, you don't know where they're bedding at a lot of the time. So but you can get close if you do, from the standpoint of you have that cover, you have a lot of those things that are going for you. But then you look at where, and this is just my opinion of it, and like farm country, you might know, okay, he's bedding on that knob, but you're like, what do I do about it?
Right.
Like,
you can't attack him. Like you're just having to hope he comes out to whatever spot you're in between to go to feed, and come off that. Whereas in like the hill country, like you're trying to make a move on that deer from where he's bedding, you can surround him 360 and he has no idea you're there necessarily.
Yeah,
dude,
but
there are some spots too that are literally impenetrable, or at least I'm not good enough to figure them out. Like remember those 4-year-old sheds I found you the deer got killed next year? That deer was bedding on a knob that like may have been approachable from other sides, but he was dipping down into a bowl, and it was a massive bowl. Like literally there's a 60-acre timber block it's a big bowl facing west essentially, and then on the other side it's a big bowl facing east. So he'd get up off of an eastern facing knob and then drop into the western facing bowl, and anything to the west of him is getting sucked into the bowl windwise. So it literally, if you entered that timber anywhere, and I'd get pictures of him in daylight all the time, broad daylight. Like if you saw, you'd be like, this deer's done.
Yeah.
He's not leaving. He's broad daylight. And I never saw that deer from that location. Every time I was in there, if there was even the slightest, gust of wind that would blow into that draw, it would go in there and it would swirl, and then he would know, and then he'd be gone. And so there's terrain features like that I don't know. Like to this day, I've been hunting that farm for 8 years. Seems unbeatable. I don't know how to hunt that bull, or if it can be hunted.
Yeah. A lot of them bulls are like that.
Yeah, just about all of them. It seems like if you find one of those bulls and you have a buck in daylight there, often there's a reason why he's there.
Yeah, well, that's where you find those community scrapes and those thermal hubs and stuff, because it's just the way that the wind goes, it's almost unhuntable.
Dude, truthfully, that bull to this, since we bring it up, it's like I cannot beat it. Just not just that bull, but the other side of that piece of timber, like it holds good deer. So logic would tell you, okay, we get further east. If they're bedding on the east-facing knobs, there are some flats and stuff even further east. Every time I go in there I've tried about every wind, it's sucking right back up that draw into the saddle and back over that bowl. It's like nowhere in that, and I killed that 3-year-old out of there that I showed you in the basement.
Yeah.
We've killed some deer, out of there and stuff, but I don't know. I can't figure it out. Mm-hmm. I can't figure out what wind I can get it to actually do what I need it to do.
There might not be. I mean, that's why he's there.
I know.
I did some consulting for a guy, and he was telling me about a piece of land he had. It was surrounded. It was ag with a hill essentially in the middle with timber, and he was talking about this buck. And he was like a fairly new hunter, and he wanted to take a good deer. And, he was telling me all about it. And it was one of them situations where, like, that buck's sitting in the little bit of a rise in that timber, and he could see 360, And I was telling that kid, I said, you know what? This is where they live. They put themselves in situations that have everything in their favor, and you can't get to them. And like it clicked in his brain. He's like, no way. Is that how it is? I thought this was just a random situation that I have in my hunting spot. I'm like, no, this is how these, but he was like blown away. Like, I was like, no, these deer set themselves up in an area that you can't access them. And there's always deer that are easier or harder to hunt than the others because of maybe where they live or what they've found in their area that they could utilize that keeps them alive, And like Beau was talking, he was about that one deer that he hit in a brisket, and he was showing me where the deer, he got pictures of him, and it was just vast, flat country. There was no concentration of food, and I was just like, this deer's nomadic. He could lay, like you say, you can't find his beds. And Beau was hunting him, and in the back of my head, he was young Beau. I was like, go Beau, in the back of my head, I ain't never going to see this deer.
Ain't gonna see this.
Just because they get to that point and they learn to survive in an area like that. And probably the best time, now that I think about it, is during gun season, right along the road, watching people come in. You get in there maybe 2 hours before light and just watch that spot, then he's there. But the rest of the season, nomadic, just laying down. And I know, listening to his dad, it made me feel good when his dad said, I don't know, in these big woods, I don't know where they bed.
Yeah.
They just bed everywhere. They
everywhere.
Can't, so.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's where, like, and it's not, I'm not knocking them, but you see some of these kind of like random guys just kill a giant buck. It's because it's stupid aggressive. Like they're not thinking about the wind. They're not thinking about how the thermals are. They're just blowing right into an area, and they, transparently, they get lucky because they were so aggressive that buck probably got thrown off his game and came past him and they killed him.
Yeah.
But to replicate that is nearly impossible.
Unknowingly,
year after year.
in a lot of cases.
That's what I'm saying.
We're like that. We're like, I would
completely.
never do that.
Exactly. We would never do it. We would never be that aggressive. To Johnny's point, it's like, there's no way it's going to happen. These guys just kind of forge their way into it, and 9 times out of 10 they blow it, but that one time
it happens where we're doing it and we're like, no, I'm going to blow that deer out.
Exactly.
Because you know about the animal and what's going on in the situation, and you're just kind of probing around and trying to make it work, but you're not like boom right in there, because
and
you're
they
just
are
going to ruin it.
Yeah, they're
and
like, that's a great spot. Let's
but the
just
one
jump in.
time, if you had like 20 deer that you were hunting that you could just rape the area and do it, I would do it. But chances are you don't have that many areas. They're different individual animals.
Yeah, and it's so tough to keep tabs on that many deer. Like, it's one to have pictures of 20 bucks, but to know where they're living at, how they're doing things. I can't do it, and I feel like I spend a lot of time in the woods to be able to, like, you just
I had
can't
2
get
deer
on.
early October. They were pushing 160 up north, and I knew where they were out of summer into fall where they were feeding. I bumped the one and the other one kind of edgy, just things, just put them, and I never seen them again. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't super aggressive, but I was set up in kind of the right area, and they were coming out of their summer into fall area, but I still don't know if they make, and then you start, they're just poof, gone,
I mean, dude, they have such a big advantage just purely based out of like the time that they spend. Like, granted, they're not humans. They have a totally different thought process, and it's all about survival. But like, and their nose and all, all that. But like, it really is not rocket science. Like, if you spend any amount of time and just like put yourself in the shoes of a deer, or a big buck, to be like, I can lay here and I can, I see him coming.
You're right,
and if I see him coming more than once, like, find a new spot.
Yep.
It's just like, it's not.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard. Like, if you break it down, and then if you were to find out, whether you find sheds or just, somehow you find out a buck is, okay, that's where he went. You're like, yeah, of course you did. It's like, it makes perfect. We've been walking through here, guys. We have
overthink a lot of what we do.
We overthink it, but
dude,
we have such a big impact. I think it's hard to push a big buck out of an area. Like, if he is using a resource, he's going to continue to use it, but like, he will not tolerate like human pressure. If there's areas he can go that
void,
he can get away
pressure,
from. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. They don't want to be near us at all.
Yep, that's the truth.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Muddy and Stealth Cam trail cameras.
Cell cams. What an evolution the industry has seen, and we've experienced personally over the past 5, 10, whenever cameras were invented, right? It's like, man, it's totally changed the way that we inventory deer, pattern deer, and ultimately the decisions that we make when we're going out to hunt. They're a serious piece of the puzzle, and that information is invaluable for us. We trust the Muddy and Stealth cams, together to be able to collect any of that information.
Yeah, I mean, as an admitted trail cam addict, I've definitely been guilty of underhunting places or relying too heavily on that information that's come in. That said, it's an invaluable tool to the overall management plan and strategy that I have for my own properties or even hunting public land. It doesn't matter. We have a finite amount of time in going out and hunting. So when you and I are after a particular class or quality of deer, usually a mature buck, we can't waste time hunting an area where that deer doesn't exist. And those cell cams provide that information that allow us to spend the time in the area with the highest chance to accomplish our goals.
Say it all the time, man. You can't kill them if they're not there.
That's it.
So right now, any of our listeners can use code HUNTR20 to get 20% off either Muddy or Stealth cameras. We're certainly going to be taking advantage of that, and we hope you guys do too.
Yep, check out Stealth Cam and Muddy.
Yeah, and that's why in the springtime, like now, I am really, really trying to peel apart these areas. Like right now is when I'm going through all my trail camera pictures. I'm very data driven as far as like looking at these pictures. I have a spreadsheet I look at, and I'm like, okay, now I go back to the maps. Even if I've been in that area for 10 years, like I go back to the maps and I'm trying to figure it out, look at spots, and then I go in there and I just peel it apart, and trying to look at every situation they could possibly do, and I'll mark. This is something I've learned from the past. I used to just go and scout a ton of land, and I'd learn a lot, but I never felt like I was killing the deer at that time of year to be able to really get an idea of what they're doing versus, or I'd get pictures of him and he's doing something a little bit different. And I'm like, I don't know how to set up on him without going in and trying to find a tree where when you have these spots picked, although 98% of them might not be good that following year, but if he starts doing something different or you start seeing sign here, you're like, okay, I might have a play to be able to figure him out.
Dude, the trail camera thing is like, Jeremy and I talk about this a lot, but it's like just more and more, the more I see deer interacting, not with the cameras themselves, but just, if I can see I have a camera here, it's on something I expect to get a picture of them on. And then I see what the deer actually does. Every time I see that, I'm like, I might as well throw these things away. Like I got a picture of it. I know he's like in the area or whatever, but he's not doing at all what I thought. He circled 3 times behind it and then walked out this other trail that, there's no way I could have got him there. And it's just like, they're great, right? Yeah. Like you want to know a buck is in an area, or they'll kill deer for you sometimes, but they don't replace.
It's just a
hunting.
Fraction of that snapshot in real time, you know, and it's a picture like he hit this scrape, he came through this area, and then but in context of what he was actually doing right before and right after that, no idea, right? Even on video mode, it's still just a short glimpse of like this is what he did moving through.
It's just it's so hard to fully manifest what actually transpired. Like even if I'm sitting somewhere and I hunt it, I experience what happened that night, and then I'll go back, or even in real time, I see the pictures that I got from it. I'm like, not even close. Like I got a picture of 2 does that walked past us, but here was this buck chasing over here, and he picked a giant scrape over here, and it's like, so I don't know. That's the constant mental battle of like, hey, I need to just trust my gut and actually hunt the animal.
Yeah, exactly. This year I pulled my cameras like mid-October. It's like I'm done. I'm just I know what deer are here, and I'm just going to go.
That's all you need to know. That's what they're great for, is to understand that there's a deer in the area that you want to hunt.
Intel.
Once you have that, then you can go back to sign. And I used to the one thing that I don't like about them is I used to do a ton of in-season scouting, especially prior to cell cameras, and I don't do near as much anymore.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that last time.
Yeah, just kind of have them set up.
I kind of died off because I was with a cameraman. I said, I need to hunt. I need to be hunting. And then I look back, I'm like, what didn't I do this year that I was doing in previous years?
Yep.
I was
in-season scout.
Yeah, go in and, okay, maybe you sleep in the morning. I'm going to go check a couple areas and get into something hot instead of just hunt. So there's definitely a balance in where you need to scout in season and hunt, and I feel like it's only your judgment that you can, say what is, what's the, and I get in a tree, what's the chance of me seeing a deer here today, like November 7th or 4th or whatever, or maybe end of October, like I'm kind of good ways from where I think he is, or I don't know, he ain't been here for a week or something, just like, man, I might just use midday or early in the morning to just go check some other areas.
Are you guys hunting specific bucks most of the season?
I think I give up on it because, well, there's in PA, even in Ohio, and that I'm just kind of, it's been years since I've had a specific deer. Now I had them ones early October.
Yep. And
I anticipated where they would be when I blew them out, and I went to try to find them. But like you said, it's like their mind and my mind's different, So here I'm looking for a deer that I don't even know where he might be. So I'm just going back to areas that I know hold mature deer this time of year. I'm going to break it down to like even this year, I'm like, okay, early season, the first week of October, I might have 5 spots, for different bucks or different areas. And then, it's just based on mature deer anymore. It's tough, I think, hunting these bigger pieces of public and up north to actually get them concentrated to a certain one area when they're nomadic. You know what I mean? I think we know what deer's in the area, and if he walks by or another one, it is what it is. It's been years since I've hunted like more of like smaller woodlots and focused on one deer, which I wish I could get back to having that. But man, when you get in them big wood settings, sometimes it's tough. Well, but they do, when they get older, they do, and every individual's deer is different. I could talk out both sides of my mouth to where like the one he hunted, and then there was this big 8-point that I was hunting 2-3 years ago. I found him here basically scouting every other area, and then I found, okay, this is where he's at. I think he died, but he got to the point where he's 8-9 years old, and he found one area that was safe, and that's where I should have been on him. But I mean, we could go down a rabbit hole with stuff like that.
I go back and forth on that because I like to think I hunt a specific deer, but I will shoot other deer. And for me, it's more of, I like to find a specific deer that is like my target or gives me focus.
Yep.
But that is not the only deer that I'll shoot. Like, so like I'll have like this past and during the rut, I spent 14 days in one area because I was hunting a specific deer, and I was pretty focused on that deer. And I did see him once, but for the most part, it's seasonal as far as like, okay, there's some spots that I know, like I'll hunt a lot of areas that have no oak trees, no mast, anything, and they're really good in the rut because they're repeatable, because there's the same browse, everything every year. The does are going to be in the same spots, but that doesn't do me any good early season because they're just wandering around browsing. So I'll go to different areas there, different areas late season. So it's not really that way. But, going back to targeting a specific deer, my dad in 2021, he shot a 170-inch deer in PA. And that deer he was targeting, it took him 5 years to really figure it out. And he really came down to, he knew all the areas he wasn't.
Yeah, man.
And then ended up finding him. And that deer, from October through when he ended up killing him November 14th, lived in the same area and never left this spot, even during the rut. Like, it seemed like the does kind of came to him, and he had this one small area that he was in, and he saw him 3 times before he killed him, which is not normal for hunting in the big woods to see a deer more than once, really.
Yeah.
On the hoof. But
man. Yeah, I think because I know I'm a kind of set out for a target buck, but far too often, like, as long as another mature buck comes through, like, I'm going to kill it. I don't necessarily hold. In fact, I was hunting a different buck when I killed this deer. I'd set up on a bed where I knew that deer was bedding, and he was coming down to hit this scrape right before evening. It was late October, and it was like clockwork, right? And I'd gone up in my tree. I pulled that chip, got up in my tree, and I was checking that chip, and all of a sudden I see this deer on it, and I'm like, holy shit. Like, this deer dwarfed the other deer. And damned if that night front came through. And I never did even see the buck that I was hunting, but he came in with 2 other bucks down. So I think that's where, to your point, Beau, like, the focus aspect of things, like, I really enjoy being able to focus on that and having that ability to hone in on an area that I think is a specific deer. But, I mean, if it's the right spot, I think you naturally, depending on time of year, are going to have other shootable bucks come through that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think you got to take what you got. I mean, if there's a buck that you have watched for a few years now, or feel like you've got fairly pinned down, then and you feel like, then yeah, by all means, like, hey, it's fun to chase a specific buck, and that's a pinnacle goal that we all hope to achieve. But, and I'm somewhat guilty of it, is like, I'm not gonna sit out and just not hunt, waiting for this deer to like show back up, or. So we're the same way. The whole hunting season is chasing leads, basically. It's like, just spend as much time in and around, driving rows, checking camera, getting as much intel as you can, and something's going to strike your fancy. You get an opportunity at something that's like, I think it's totally okay to walk away from a target buck to shoot something else that would make you happy in the moment. I mean, that's... Well,
yeah, and like,
so what the deer season is.
We were talking about it last night, and I showed you a picture of a giant deer that I had on camera, and we had a couple years of sheds off of it, and I didn't realize how big he was going to blow up into this year. But I looked for him, and I couldn't find him. I knew where he'd go every year late season, but I couldn't find him, and I just gave up. And this was an absolute, giant of a deer, but like. If I don't know enough to feel confident, I'm not going to waste the whole season. And like, I'm okay with being like, all right, I know more about this area or this deer to go do that, because I'm just not at that point.
At the same time though, dude, on a deer like that, I mean, if you don't know and you're on the verge of like just, going and hunting other deer, like, why not just walk every square inch and find him?
Well, I also didn't know he was going to be as big as he was. Sure. So like the previous year with the size that he was at was comparable to the other deer that I was, chasing, and didn't realize that he was going to put 20 inches on in a year. That just normally doesn't happen in that area. But that also,
what I'm saying though? It's because it's like, if you're at the point where you're like, well, I don't even have enough information to hunt this deer. It's like, if you did know that he was as big as he was, why not just go in and just like, I'll walk the entire property. I'll push through the bedding areas. I'm going to find him. Even if I kick him out, that's best case scenario. I'll push him out. I'm like, cool. Now we have very recent information. I'm going to make a plan here.
No, that's a really good point, because otherwise it's like at the end, the result is the same no matter, or it could be different if you actually go in there and do find them by bumping them out or doing anything. You haven't actually have a chance then, versus me just pulling out, then there's zero chance.
I used to think that was like worst case scenario. Like I bumped him, I think a lot of talking to just more aggressive guys, the DeQuistos, Ben Rising, those guys have really influenced us or opened our eyes to see like, hey, you know where he's at now. Like you literally watched him get up and run. That's the thing you're after. You know, just because you bump him one time is not going to like change his entire world. You know, he may be a little more cautious or, you know, do something different, but it's like,
especially if you're scouting and hiking and making noise. I used to take my dog. To me, it's like they're using their senses to where if you're hunting and you're sneaking, you're a predator. Yeah. This is totally different. They can. Okay, this guy come through, and I had to get out of my bed. But I stood over here and I listened to him go out. Yeah, I used to talk to my dog. There's sometimes I'll talk to myself in the woods, just like look at this retard. But I'm trying to like let the deer know that
somebody just throws a shed in front of you, like let him pick that one up.
I let the deer know that like I'm not really a threat. Maybe like a forester. Like people said, "Oh man, you're gonna blow them out of there." I said, "Hey, I'm hunting this public land. There's foresters in there. There's other guys hunting in there. There's people hiking, walking their dog. All this stuff's going on that they're living. It's the guy that sneaks and hides and the predator type situations."
I love this kind of conversation. And we were talking about our dogs this morning, like the emotional intelligence and stuff. Like, dude, a mature buck's got to be every bit as smart as a dog. Right? I would think it's a comparable like intelligence level. Like they know. So if I'm like this to my dog versus like literally if I just change my facial expression, they're like
your demeanor, how you're coming through the definitely.
If they're not as smart, I'll be really pissed.
No, there's no way. I mean, do you think anymore? I mean, I'm sure there are in some rare places, but I would say in most areas, these deer have encountered humans. It's impossible.
That's what I said. I tell people like they live with you humans. Don't be afraid to walk and hike, but let them when you're like differentiate what you're doing. Like your hunting is one thing, and your scouting is be like more aggressive and make noise and let them know that you're in the area and get the intel. Maybe drop a camera and go through, but let them hear you come and go.
Yeah.
And what they did where they were hiding worked. Okay, this is working for me, you know. But
I mean, how many times we talked about it earlier? How many times have you walked by? In fact, one of the first bucks I shot in Pennsylvania when I was 13 or something. It was on a logging road, and we were putting on a drive, and so my uncle was walking out this logging road to go post on the other side, and we're like, "Come on, you're slow, get your ass moving." So he like ran down the logging road, and my uncle and I were walking behind him, and I look over, and I'm like, "There's a deer laying right here, like behind this log." And he's like, "Where?" I was like, "Right here." I was like, "It's a buck." He's like, "Shoot it," you know. And it's like that deer had laid there as people had just walked by him probably all damn day.
Yeah,
you know, and he didn't move. I mean, he wasn't far, but that's just what he did. So you think about that. I think it happens more often than we think.
I knew this one guy. He's kind of totally thinks different than everybody, and he talked about running through the woods. He's a tall, lanky guy, and I'm like, "What?" Yeah, I just run right by him. So he'd run by, and their deer just like. He said, "I run by him, I do a big circle, I come back and shoot him."
They're like, I've never seen any human move like that.
Like if you think about it, any deer that hears a human coming through the woods is either sneaking or walking, and you hear this. And they're like, "What's that?" He said, "I just kind of look by, I do a big loop, come back and shoot."
I had a bear do that this year. I was trail running up here on the mountain, and it was like just gray light, kind of right in the morning, and I saw something. I was like, "What the hell is that?" It was just this big black bear sitting there pounding acorns under a white oak, and he just looked at me, and I just ran by, and he just stayed there. He didn't care.
Yeah,
because he probably was like, "I don't know what this person's doing."
What's this?
Definitely. I think now when I go out scouting, I'm gonna run. When I get out of the truck, I'm just gonna yell.
Yeah,
I'm coming. You know,
really.
And once you leave, you let them know, "Hey, I'm heading out.
I'm heading out.
I'll see you next time."
Yeah,
just wave, throw a wave up. Yeah.
Well, I used to, and I talk about it. Different podcasts I did. I would go to a certain area that I haven't been in, and I would wait till a piece of public that I want to hunt wasn't too huge or not many mountains, more just hill country, and I would go out an hour or so before dark, and I would just walk fast through the whole thing, maybe after a rain, and I'd see where the guys' stands were and how the leaves were matted, how they walked to their stand, and I would just cover as much ground as I could, move fast. Okay, I jumped does here. And we're getting into rut, like pre-rut, where guys are in the woods and the deer are doing their thing. And I'd take mental notes or drop pins where tracks were or where I jumped doe and this and that. I'd learned so much just spending an hour and a half before dark to cover as much ground as I could. And then you can attack from that, but just
So what do you guys think now? Like, obviously, we're getting to this late. If you're listening to this, it's early March. One of my favorite times to be in the woods, to just walk around. Yeah, sure. If you find a shed, that's awesome. But just scouting, being out to like you said this morning, you kind of feel that spring's ready to break. When you start to maybe you walk out on a point, or you get around some of these cedars and you start finding beds. I mean, how are you guys judging if that's a serious bed to be able to like make note of and even potentially focus on for the next year?
I would think, like, if it's a mature deer, there's going to be something that if you sit down in that bed, there's going to be some type of something with the wind or cover close, like a big dead log and this and that, or rock or something to that degree to where like this is a buck bed, and then it comes down to like time of year, is it, okay, where am I hunting, or where could I hunt? Could he be here? I don't think, like in these bigger pieces of land, it's not always like, he's going to be there when you're hunting, because a lot of variables are going on, whether it's pressure or mast or who knows.
Is it browse time? Is it mast time? Is it summer and forage?
Yeah, but I definitely mark them beds, and
Are you looking for rubs and stuff like nearby, like right around? Because, I know a lot of people talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm looking at, like, if there's best case scenario, not all bucks bed with leaving sign kind of coming into it, but if I find rubs coming in from different directions, and then I'll see if I can find scrapes on those trails, like within 80 to 100 yards, those are kind of like my kill spots. Like those are what I would consider a kill spot if I'm hunting it. But what Johnny said was a really, really good point, and it's something that's taken me, through the years. I've learned so much about like the beds specifically, is like, what time of year are they actually laying here? Because the woods are changing so much that a bed might be used in the early season but then never touched again until the following year, versus you find a good spot, and sometimes in the spring you can get misled because you see something that looks like a really good bed because they've been laying in it all winter. And it's not going to be the same once it comes early in the season, and everything looks different with the foliage on and being able to do it. I mean, finding the beds in the late season are easier than where they're going to bed in the early season, because they have so many options early versus late. Everything kind of gets funneled down a little bit more to be able to see. But also, like, working backwards, if you do have history in the area and your trail camera is like, okay, I had a good buck here 2 hours, after dark, a couple different times. Okay, now, I'm going to look for beds near that area, and even if it looks like it's kind of an older bed and not used a whole lot, it might be used during, that earlier time when I had those pictures before. So that's where the trail camera data really helps me kind of age some of like the bedding and be able to figure that out.
I mean, them beds, that 7 point I was talking about, there was an east-west ridge, a narrow
East meets west.
East meets west.
East meets west.
Hey, Nick,
ridge.
are there more beers in the fridge?
Yeah.
Hear me, bro.
maybe get me one. Anyways,
Johnny needs a beer.
I found the beds on the like
Thanks, Nick.
west facing, so the ridge faced west, and it was a narrow ridge spine, and then there was a point with like a rock bluff under that. It created like a little cave, and there's been a deer laying
up underneath there.
Yeah, and up above the rock, heading back east on that narrow spine, there was beds scattered there. I said, this bucking rubs everywhere. I said, I found it like maybe second, third week October, and I dropped cameras there. I come back 2 weeks. There are no pictures of them. You know, and here what it was there was a weird east wind for maybe 8-10 days prior to me finding that spot.
And that's when he was using it.
So he was laying under that rock, and the winds out of the east just wrapped right around. He could look down below him, and he hung out up there. But it was like, so yeah, you find those beds, mark them, but it, depending on wind, time of year, and mast, and a lot of things. That's kind of
where I'm at, dude. And like, I guess my question to you guys is like, what do you do with that information? Like, I'm as aware as anybody of like, hey, I can find a mature buck bed. I'll make a note of it. Sometimes if it's notable enough, or I feel like it's a good enough location that, they would bed here frequently, I'll mark it. I'll make note of it. But like for me, especially in that, farm country, like we were talking about earlier, it's more just like for the most part, okay, how far can he see? It's more for me to judge as far as access.
You're thinking more those deer are using more vision than like in a lot of places where they're using more, wind, thermal, sense of smell.
It's both. They're betting on, it's, classic, like leeward phasing
Yep.
ridge or knob, they get the prevailing wind coming to them. But I mean, in most cases, if I find one buck bed, I'm going to find 5 or 6, and it's like on one of those good knobs, they're just moving around, shifting on the wind. So it's like if wind goes from east to west, east meets west, they're
moving.
Couple drops for you.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe I should hunt whenever the wind goes from east to west. When east meets west, that's when I'll probably kill all my bucks.
There it is, Bo.
The other way around, it's when west meets east. Dude, that east wind throws them.
Well, they're not used to it.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not used to it. It's not in their brain nearly as much.
So for me, it's like I take note of the bed. I use that to say, all right, they can see me accessing from this way or that way, and it's okay. I've got a concept basically of where they could be coming from. Who knows? I mean, it seems like they just bed in they have so many different options.
Yeah.
Truthfully, the scrapes are a lot more important for me. Like I think, especially we call them community scrapes or whatever, but like. And sometimes you'll come across like dozens of scrapes in a certain. It's like, okay, yeah, he's here. But as far as like putting all those pieces together, like, dude, you talk about like in October, like it almost sounds cliche to say because we all know it, but like, dude, those scrapes after a rain, it's like it's almost a done deal. Like and regardless of what bed he's coming from, like it's more just like I want to know, hey, sign tells me he's frequenting an area. Chances are he's in here, and I'll use trail cameras to monitor that and stuff.
Yeah.
But like, I'm hunting the scrape because I know he's coming.
It just depends if he's going to get there in shooting hours or not.
Well, that's where it comes down to your conditions, right? So
Or how far away is he bedding?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, but the scrape will tell you that, I think. Like the position of Pottinger explained that, I think, the best to us. Like if you find a bed and you imagine that as a buck's core area, like imagine that as a sphere, and then it overlaps with like the doe bedding area, which is a lot of times it's going to be like an outer perimeter, right? And so it'd be like buck bedding is the deepest, doe bedding is in between, and then you have like a food source typically, and those are going to come out first, bucks, and they're going to transition somehow through that. Like where that buck circle and the doe circle meet is where you find that community scrape a lot of times. And there's a perfect storm where it's like if it's able to be accessed in a way that they can't see you from that bed that you found, and you can get in cleanly, and like the wind is dude, I wish the 4 of us could go out and I could show you that tin shed gas line stand that I've got, because it's exactly the epitome of that. It's like it took us forever to find it, but it's basically it's exactly what that is. I put a rye field in there, and there's a community scrape that I started, right? And but it just happens to be in exactly the right spot, and I can access it through a pasture and on a west-southwest wind, which maybe in even a more perfect circumstance would be a northwest wind, but on a southwest wind I can get in there through a pasture clean. I could hunt that thing 100 times, and they would never know that I'm there. And it's just like we just kill them there. We killed a big 4-year-old out of there this year. Like every year. As long as we don't do anything drastic, it's just like, man, those spots are what you want to find.
Yeah, and they can be tough to find, but I know what you mean. There's them certain spots that you can get in, you can hunt that scrape, and I think I'm wary of a lot of the areas that I hunt with scrapes, because I feel like with the areas we hunt, they could come in from, where are they coming from? It's not always.
And you're coming through woods versus maybe a pasture or something.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying that don't exist somewhere. But I think. It's there. You just got to maybe.
It's like a perfect storm. I mean, that eastern side of that big bowl that I was talking about, where I killed that 3-year-old, is a similar situation. But they can see me coming from a mile off, and I don't have that access through a pasture type of a deal. And that wind is, for some reason, always sucking right up in, and I cannot figure that out. So geographically, it's like it's perfect, right? And there's a big scrape line right there, a lot of white oaks dropping. It's between. What I'm talking about there and stuff, and it's way higher risk. The chances of me getting bust, and then it's just like, man, do we even bother hunting this? Because I know they're coming through there, but they're gonna catch us.
I'd rarely find a buck bed that's like this buck. That's his bed all the time. And you have run cameras on beds. Multiple deer use it. Like there's scenarios that are different, but like. I look at areas that are like, this is a buck bedding area versus the beds for being like important to me. But like even thinking of an example, but it's funny about like them being able to see just here in late season, it was during gun season. I found this spot and I went in and I found this big scrape. And it just felt, good. It looked like it was hit in December. So I just sat there on the ground with my rifle and, some bucks came out. There was actually a bachelor group of 4 bucks came out. 3 smaller ones that were close, and then the one smaller one was 15 yards from me. I'm a pumpkin sitting on the ground, so it saw me, and they took off, and there was a bigger one behind it. And then I went back in their late season because I put a camera on the scrape, and these deer were using it midday, so I knew they were bedding close, but I didn't need to scout it more because I knew they were somewhere in the area. But every time I'd hunt it, I would either see nothing or I'd see the small bucks from that point going forward. And then just here a couple weeks ago, I went and investigated in the area. I found this one bed that was like a real good bed, and I got down and I'm like, I could see me like
coming the whole way,
from it,
almost every time.
Yeah,
every time, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like they have such an advantage. Like, just again, put yourselves in the shoes of a big buck. If you had your entire life to be out walking around and finding these good spots, you're like,
right.
Yeah, I could see really far here. It's a pretty good spot.
I feel like that's what they did. They're seeking out, like, you live every day and you're like, this is the perfect storm for me to see, feel comfortable. I'm sure they don't sit and say, okay, this is what I got in my favor, but it's just a sixth sense that they get. This is, and when you find them beds, man, this.
Well, and where you beat them is they don't have the cognitive ability to understand that we're thinking, hey, if I do something different and I access, a certain way to take advantage of what we know about them. That's where you kill them.
You're right.
Yeah. Those types of spots where they're like, they're not going to change what they are. So if it's a whitetail buck, and they're gonna hit that community. They're the ones that put it there, and it's like that's how that's.
Well, and that's where
that's deer hunting, right?
It narrows down the number of spots that you can hunt pretty rapidly. Like when you're trying to, because
thanks, buddy.
You ultimately have to give the deer the wind, right? Because he's not going to necessarily move unless it's repositioning because there's a wind switch or something. Like he's going to be using that wind, especially a mature buck, to his advantage. So like when you give him the wind, and then you have to figure out how you're going to access unseen, wind not blowing towards him, but just enough of an off wind that you can get away with it. Like your spots are pretty limited.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes downhill real fast.
And then when you're getting to your stand, I'm always like, got butterflies. Am I going to make it there with not bumping?
Sure.
All the thing, like you said, the wind's going this way, you're going this way, you can't hear, you got to be set up, everything. And it's like, whew, I made it. I have a chance.
Yeah.
And that's when you're kind of in the right spot because you give him everything that he needs,
It's
to be
amazing to like think back and actually realize like I killed deer like when I was young because I didn't pay attention to shit. You read sign or you felt good about a spot and you just hunted. Like that's all I did. It's just it probably wasn't until like sometime in college where I was like, I probably should pay attention to the wind and how this is working and stuff. Like you didn't do it. And like I killed a lot of deer, but to earlier discussions, it's probably just more of dumb aggressiveness getting in there. And blowing 9 of them and killing the 10th one.
I thought it was black and white. I read every magazine article I could when I was like 14 up to 18, 20, and I took notes and stuff like this, and I thought this is what you do. It's like almost like a person trying to lose weight. Like, this diet works for me. Like, this should work for everybody. There's nothing like that in life. You know what I mean? It's like it's a gray area that you got to, but I wanted that, just do this, and it's going to work. And I come to realize there's like so many
for me,
variables
dude. It's kind of like maybe a weird comparison, but think about like classic warfare, like the redcoats, like standing in a line for like this is how you do it. Your black and white stuff versus like I think with I don't know what it's been like the mobile craze or like even the public land stuff. It's like my mind has been open to like it's much more like guerrilla warfare. It's like I'm gonna just do literally anything I can to get in range. I mean that's what you're just trying to get within 30 yards of this thing. And it could happen at any number of places. It's just like, how do I outsmart this thing? And
it's not black and white at all. I'm going to do this. And there is no plan. Like I'm reacting to what he's doing.
Yeah.
What I was going to say just before that too, is like, man, it's all of us are classic overthinkers, right? Like we have so much information, and especially you're talking about the more you know, the more you have to consider. And then the more you think on it. And then it's like, if you can bring yourself to make a decision about where to go, because that's the hardest part. I'm always the last one out of camp, and I'm like, where am I going to go? Like, what's the right thing? Once you actually get to a spot, you're like, anything could happen. It's the woods. Like I'm here, and it's like it's a wild animal. It's like so. It's like there's a balance. It's an art almost of like thoughtful consideration and educated guessing basically. But then once you're out there, it's like you're like, man, I'm here, and it's like anything could happen.
Well,
There's definitely an element of
we
that.
even have different strategies in that. Like I know a lot of times you'll sit same spot repeatedly if the wind and everything is favored, and
You gotta
I'm
set it out.
I'm a boom 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 boom. I'm bouncing. I'm moving.
I don't mind bouncing. Like if you have spots to go, but if you're after a certain buck,
Yeah.
I'm not at all afraid to. Guys have certain numbers. Like Rising will say three times, and then you're pretty much done. And, but. Dude, there's certain spots and certain deer that it's like you just haven't come through there yet.
Sure.
And it's like during the right time of year, like they're going to that Kansas 8 point I showed you in my office last night. That was on the very last day of a 7-day hunt. I rattled that deer in to 40 yards, and he winded me like 2 days prior. And then 2 days later, he came through mid-morning. He was just there, and I knew he was there. He was comfortable. He was the dominant deer. I was gonna keep sitting it out.
Mm-hmm.
He smelled me on the way in. He smelled me. I saw him pick his nose up, and he's like coming anyways.
Well, you know, Jeremy, so like in the past, like when I would say I didn't know as much about deer hunting, I was killing deer consistently by just sitting in the same spot, especially during the rut. Like I'd find this, good spot in a creek bottom. I'd sit there for the whole week that I had off of work,
Yep.
That was my spot. And I'd always kill a deer every year. And then I started here, the mobile hunt, which I was mobile hunting, with climbers or hang-ons or whatever at the time, but like, you can only sit once in a spot, and that works for a lot of people. But I come to realize, my success started dropping off when I was bouncing around so much because I was chasing that hot sign that was already hot, and now it's starting to cool down versus sometimes, especially in areas with low deer density or just thick cover, it's like they're not gonna, even though this could be a good spot, they might only come through here once a week. So it's just trying to be there, and you're not blowing everything out like you would say in farm country where you have a lot of deer and you might have a bigger impact by being in there versus in lower deer density.
That's
areas.
the transition too, though. I think from like mid to end October or even prior, like early season into rut activity.
Yeah,
because the reality is it only has to happen once, and if if I sit here long enough during the, that October timeframe is more about, I won't do that. I'm not going to just sit a spot over and over again because it's like they're there or they're not, maybe you do have 2 or 3 times and it's like, I got to capitalize on where they are versus getting into more of like a cruising, chasing, any kind of rutting activity. It's more just, where do they have to come through? I can get them away with more just spots, and I'll set those out.
Yeah, in early season, I'd say I'm definitely more mobile. But even then, like, especially when you get to a spot where it's like I said, the bedding areas, it's like they might be coming in and out of this at different times where I can hunt this, particular scrape and be there for 3 days if the wind's right and everything, the conditions are right for it. And he might only do that, one of those times, or he might not do it at all while you're there. So, but it still has that application to it that can be, that can work.
Yeah. No, I think that makes sense. I went through a phase of like, I think it was like 2016 to 2019 where, and it worked, but in retrospect, it also sucked, is I didn't hunt for most of October until like 22nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th time period. And it was like, where's that front?
We
Where
all
are they
went
hitting
through
scrapes?
that.
And I mean,
You remember?
3 or 4 years
What
in a
a
row.
terrible mindset of a season. I'm going to wait till October 25th.
I killed a buck in PA like 3 years in a row, first sit, like first evening sit. Just waiting for all those, and it was like it worked, right? I killed that deer, like, but ultimately it was like, man, I missed out on a ton of season just sitting on the side.
That wasn't that fun.
Yeah, it wasn't that fun because like I would have been successful earlier, maybe I would have just had more experiences, but like it was just purely analytical, waiting for that day, and it's like, here's the front coming through, here's the scrapes they've been hitting, get in between bed and scrape, kill that deer. And that's what I did.
It's a blessing and a curse because it's like, man, you can be so effective to where like you're not learning anything.
Yeah,
you're like, man, I just killed this deer the first sit for the last seasons in a row. I spent a total of like 5 days in the woods.
I will say though, to what we talked about earlier, when I was doing that, I was in season scouting the entire time. So I wasn't hunting, but I was out there reading sign, checking camera. I was in the woods often, but I just wasn't hunting. I didn't get into stand until it was that right day.
Yeah. You can't beat it. For me, that's been a hard evolution because we have guys that hunt our property, and it's private land. It's not like it's surrounded by, we don't have unlimited options. Basically, we got a number of guys, and so it's like it's tough. It's tough to give everybody the freedom to say like, hey, let's go out and in season scout, and because then you just got guys walking all over the woods,
place.
And that's tough. But I mean, the reality is that's what kills them. You go in, you find them, you set up on it, you kill them.
Yeah.
You get lucky. The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Hoyt Archery.
Oh, dude, it's almost fall. You and I are both going to be in a tree stand with brand new Hoyt bows. We're going to be shooting the RX-7 carbon bow this year. I know Hoyt's also got the Venoms out, both equally smooth shooting, quiet bows.
Heck yeah, man. And we got a convert on our hands this year. We got a lifelong crossbow guy with a vertical bow in his hands for maybe the first time ever, a good friend of mine. And we've got them all decked out with the inline accessories from the QAD integrated Ultra Rest to the quiver. And also he's got the SL sidebar mount with a couple of stabilizers from Hoyt as well. So that's going to be a sick shooting bow.
Yeah, and Hoyt's been cool enough that anyone listening to this can save 20% on any of the soft good apparels online using the code HUNTR, HUNTR, no E. And if you want to look at the latest lineup of Hoyt bows, check out your local Hoyt dealer.
Get serious? Get Hoyt.
I know the one year, maybe 3 years ago, because my excavation business, I didn't hunt till November. And,
right.
I actually put 40 hours in a tree, and I shot 2 great bucks on public land and missed another big one. It's like, but then fast forward to next year, like, I'm going to do that again. I put endless hours in the woods. But that was just one example of, like, I just scouted and just cherry picked the good spots. Didn't have a lot of, like, the more scouting and more time you put in, then the more headaches you have, because I got more areas to scout. If you just kind of like dumb it down, I only have X amount of time to hunt certain areas, and you just kind of.
Well, that's how I can't imagine being in Steve Shirk's head. Like, you think of the amount of ground he's covering up there at all times, and all the cameras and all that. It'd be overload. My brain would be exploding, basically.
Yeah. Well, Johnny and I just talked about that the other day. I went to his camp and we were sitting there. I was like, Johnny, I'm doing it again. I got too many spots, and I'm like, not even sure where where to focus on. And when I put it down on paper, I can figure it out. But I like seeing new areas.
Man. You want
and like
options
having options, and I'm like, oh man, if I don't run a camera there this year, like what's going to show up? Like
exactly.
I just get,
and they will too, man.
And they will.
You got to be diligently checking spots and
always. And like Beau, like I said, I always find myself in new spots. And then like in the last couple of years, Beau said, I'm hunting new spots when I know I can go to this spot and kill a deer, but. It's just, I think your brain is eager to learn.
Yeah, you want to know
more and what else is out there, but then
it's the unknown.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
that's why I
scouting.
like scouting more than like shed hunting, because like, and I put them in 2 different buckets. Like there's some overlap, but for me, it's like I want to see things. I want to see places. I want to visualize what the deer are gonna do, and while I'm doing that. You're not looking at every square inch on the ground as far as being able to
being more observant to like the environment around you.
Yeah,
I got guilty of that in my shed hunting days. It's just like tunnel vision, fresh sign, horn.
Well, and listen, I mean, when we talk about the big woods shed hunting, it's a freaking needle in the haystack. I mean, there may not be anything more disappointing than like trying to put 15 miles on and not find a single shed, and then it's like, well. What do I do? Walk it all over again in 2 weeks?
Yeah. I learned shed hunting from a guy, an old timer down in the Beau Huntonik counties. I used to go there maybe 20 years ago.
Down in West Virginia?
Yeah, and I met a guy down there, just an old timer where we were hunting, and he said, I found 90 sheds last year in this area. I'm like, get out of here.
That's some nasty terrain, too.
And he said, come down in March. And we went and met him in March, and I took my buddy with me, and there's big, vast, there's not as many deer. I mean, that's before you could shoot doe, and there wasn't many deer. But anyways, we went down there, and me and my buddy's like, we're crazy. This is dumb. We've never seen, like you're driving down these roads, you didn't even see a deer,
Yeah.
And the old timer's like, go, meet me at my house at noon. He said, go check this one hillside. Big Red lived there. So Big Red, he was a 170-inch 10-point, had a reddish coat. I was after him. So we hiked this hillside. My buddy was just like, I was like dragging him up the hill. This is dumb. Like. Nobody shed hunting. Nobody was up in these big woods shed hunting. And he found a half of like a 120-inch, 25. Yeah. He was stoked, So I said, we got to go. He wanted to find the other side. We got to meet so-and-so. So we went to that dude's house, that old timer, and we were like holding it up like a trophy.
Yeah.
Donnie, look what we got. He grabbed it. Boys, I believe I got the other side of that. It was on his porch, the other side. But we had gone with him the next day, and we were young, in our 20s, And he let us out, and we're going to go look for Big Red's horns. He let us out. We run up this hill, literally like 300-400 foot elevation.
Oh, yeah,
we're up. We're going, and we're like scouting every little, like checking for Big Red's horns. His big buck, he said here. he's barely out of the truck, and he's like, "Let's go, boys." I said, "He ain't here." We're looking at me and Mike like, "What do you mean here? You said he was here." "He ain't here. The sign's not here. We got to go." Just like that. He didn't even go. He went up the woods maybe 50 yards or something, and he called us out. He ain't here. And we just like bursted our bubble. But we went on a shed hunt. He showed me what to look for. You find he said the big buck poop, big beds and stuff like that. And he said, don't start looking for horns till you find fresh sign. That's that time of year. But it was pretty wild. Like, I know I did a little shed hunting before then back around this area, and I would just grid search where I'd seen a deer in November, and I thought that's where he lived, but they could be a mile away, and I just would like. But it was pretty wild going down there and learning from that guy. But
that's a tough way to cut shed hunting. It's one thing, like, and no offense to people listening, but like you go out to Iowa or Illinois in a big green field and it's like there's 10 of them. You just walk around and pick them up. It's a whole different ball game walking ridges and mountains and stuff.
I didn't believe it. Like, he told me he found 90 sheds. I'm like, get out of here. And he had them all on his porch. He had this one spike that was a spike for like 4 years. And he had like a 160 for like 3 or 4 years. Like, that was back. I know it's pretty popular down there now, but that was back.
I mean, there's still some giants down there.
It was
like
crazy,
mega giants. They're killing, 170 pluses every year down there now.
It still blows my mind, like, on just the, in real estate and stuff. We, just in passing, we talk to a lot of guys that hunt, right? From all kinds of states and Pennsylvania and stuff. It's just like, boy, we know so much, right? Like, in between the four of us, we can talk. We get real deep on strategy and stuff like that. But there still is such a, like, there's an old school mentality of like, man, most people, I'm going to say like 80-90% of guys, like, don't know. Like, it's just still very, like,
you're right.
Deer are very mystical to them. And you see deer all the time, but as far as like the big bucks, it's just like, You think about like the old school mentality, like the telling stories and stuff. And I do love that allure of it. I mean, I want that to be preserved in deer hunting. I think it's really important, but boy, when you know what you're looking for, like, you can literally go find it. Like, I've tried to put this into words before, and it's really difficult, but it's just like, to try to dumb it down, it's like, it's just an animal. Like, think about a horse or a goat, or, they leave sign. There's beds and tracks and big turds and rubs and scrapes. And when you combine that with knowledge of how they use terrain, like, it's not rocket science. You can go out and literally figure out at least where they're at, and then make deductions about what they're doing. And with trail cameras, it's like you're gonna get pictures of them. It's like, well,
you just have to deduce it back.
We can do this. It's not that hard.
The majority of hunters are, it's whether every couple weekends, or maybe it's only gun season. It's literally walking to a spot, whether it's random spot or it's a spot they've sat their entire lives, and sitting down. And when that buck comes through, it is pure luck. There is no planning. There's no reason. There's no skill behind it. And I'm not saying skill in terms of a bad thing. Like, I sat down, it's opening day, 10-point came out, I shot him. It was awesome. And they may have no idea who that deer is.
I think a lot of people that, like what you said, Jared, are the majority of the people that are hunting, like what I see on public land, it's like, to me, I'm like, why would you do that? Why are you parking there? Why would you hunt here? And it's just like, but I think a lot of people don't, it's their time out in the woods to get away and not use their brain. See a deer on camera, I want to go sit up in a tree because he comes through here. And it's just like, everybody's different, and to me, it's like I'm digging deep into it and asking 900 questions why he's here and this and that. But that's who I am, and that's what I like to do. But like you said, a lot of people they're just going to park, beep, beep, hit their lock button right here, and they're going to go right up there.
There's a rub, there's a scrape, there's acorns. He's here, he's coming.
And then that's great. That's it. I'm not taking away from that either. No, it's totally fine.
To each their own. I look at them like, why would you hunt here? You're part, like, there's times it will work, but
there are
a lot of times. But it's like, it's with all the information that's out there,
consistently it can't work. It's against all logic to consistently work. It will work every once in a while.
But even when you said like how easy it is to like find all those things, it's still super hard at the same time.
Well, it's not easy. I'm not saying that, but
I think if you're wanting to know more and learn more and ask more and question what's going on, you can find them. But I don't think a lot of the hunters that are out there hunting the public land that's not what they're trying to accomplish. No. They're just trying to get away for the weekend from their wife, or just to get out in the woods, get away from work, or whatever it may be, and release and just sit there in a tree. So, I mean, it is what it is. But you know, we're talking amongst us about people that are like obsessed with stuff
wired
like
Well,
completely
it's hard
different.
that's the beauty of hunting is people do it for so many different reasons, and I love that. I wouldn't do everything to applaud that or promote it or whatever. But like, boy, I am just so wired for like it is the pursuit for me. Like, you know, people talk why you hunt. Like, it's meat is a benefit of it. You know, time outside is certainly something that we enjoy, and like all those things are great. But dude, it's chasing that animal that is what keeps me up at night. That's like when I'm out there, I'm just like, I'm fulfilling my purpose here in chasing this animal. I don't know what it is in me. It's like the meat's great, it's fine. Yeah, we're eating it here right at the table. That's not why I do it. I just love to chase that animal. It's just in me.
I think the hard part too, the fathom, and it's just because, and it's changed a lot, but it's still always there, is that the majority of hunters, when they go out and hunt, they just want to see deer. And you think about that, especially in like some of these low density areas or where you were in the Dakotas and stuff. The reality is like there are sits on end where I don't see a damn deer, like at all. And for those guys, and it's probably because I'm positioning myself to kill or try to kill a mature buck. They're positioning themselves to encounter deer, period. It really doesn't even matter if it's a buck or doe, just deer, period. So those two different mindsets are different. Because like I've had plenty of guys where I'm like, yeah, haven't seen a deer in the last 3 sits. They're like, really? I've seen like 10 does and a couple button bucks and some small bucks. And it's like, yeah, I'm not even in that area for that reason. Like I'm set up somewhere completely different for something
different reason,
a whole different basically animal.
And again, that's totally fine. I gotta be careful with it because like it'll drive you nuts.
Well, the pursuit, like what you're saying, I relate to as like, I think through my life, having my excavation business and what I do, I'm not learning much. I've been doing it for 34 years. Like, I love seeing new areas in the woods or areas that I go to every year that are changing, whether it's new deer moving in, mass, this and that, and learning, studying my maps and this. Like, so my brain is stimulated by learning these new areas and figuring this animal out is what I love about it. You know, figuring out how to, you know, catch up with them and this and that. But like I said, other people I think aren't into that mode to where they're just vegging out, relaxing, sitting in a tree. And there's times I get, you know, into the woods where I just want to be in the woods, like I said, when I was hunting at 7 Point. I just want to be out there and hunt. Like that was going because I love hunting in the snow. But and it's to each their own. It's like whatever
I'm gonna tell you
you're
what,
out
Johnny,
there for.
You never been on a mule deer hunt, right?
No.
This could change your life. Like, I'm not saying it's better than whitetail. It's not. Well, you know,
It's a good rival to it.
Yeah, I mean, just the whitetails are in our blood, but like you talk about learning something new and being in a new environment and stuff. It's like, and especially when it's not taking away from a whitetail season, unless you have a rock solid Kentucky place to go in September 1st or whatever. But like, dude, if we can make this
it sounds
mule deer
cool,
hunt trip, dude, it's to this day,
like you said,
one of the most fun hunts of my life.
All day you're out there scouting, you're hunting, you're actually
moving,
all day long,
spotting, stalking all day.
All of the best things about that you enjoy just being in a new area, covering ground, glassing, reading sign actively, like literally right here. It's like as Jeremy and I walking through, like, you know, and a better mule deer hunter and I will laugh at how I describe it or whatever, but we're getting into like a core area. Like we're starting to see sign, we're starting to see drop blocks, tracks. You know, hey, there's rubs happening here. They're shedding out every day. Like even the rock formations, we're starting to feel like, okay, a lot of shade happening here. Kind of, it's just literally that feeling of you're like, I'm in them here. I could peek over this.
Careful, you get Johnny into that, he's gonna be killing all the mule deer. So you gotta
plenty of mule deer, dude. It's fine.
It's fun, man. It is, it
sounded like a blast, like when you guys were talking about it last time, you know.
And they're huge. They got friggin' giant antlers. They're deer. They're as deer as any deer, right?
You can be aggressive, which is what's cool about it. Like you've got all this like build up anticipation for deer season through the summer. You walk into that and you can be aggressive because if you bump that deer, he's going to go 200 yards and lay down in the next shade. And then you're just like, okay, now I'm going to make the next one.
And listen, as much as I love gear management and stuff, like for, you know, hanging stands, and that's all great. I love that. I'm looking forward to that portion of whitetail season, but
it's raw. It's you and your bow and a set of glasses.
Me, my boots, my gaiters, my pack, and I'm just hiking and I'm going to go to where they're at and I'm going to kill them.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, I've come to love.
You've been on.
Yeah. No, I've only really done one real mule deer
South
hunt,
Dakota,
but
but he was in
a couple fake ones.
Same area we were of South Dakota.
Yeah. And no, I just love getting to do that. I love being able to see. It's like taking all the woods that you hunt and just eliminating.
Open it up.
All
so the questions you have about whitetails.
Like, I wonder where he's bedding. Well, I could see him under that rock.
Yeah.
I did a podcast with Zach Farrenball, and he talked to me. He said, I look at hunting those mule deer in those vast areas with no cover, and I see how they react when the wind changes that. And he said, okay, this is what the deer doing in the hills and the mountain areas. But now I could see it, and then it clicks something in my brain that they're doing the same thing, but visual.
You know what else too is it kind of I've never really thought about this, but it does give you pretty immediate closure. Like I think one of the more stressful parts with whitetail hunting is you're constantly wondering, what did he smell?
Is
me?
This right?
Was I in the wrong spot?
A lot of
when you blow a stock, there he goes, prancing up over the hill. You're like, I blew it. It's over. On to the next one.
I could see how that. Yeah, like that. Okay, I screwed this up, or the wind changed, so they're moving, or the front's coming in. You could visually see it, and then that'll help you. Like in a deer woods, you're drawing conclusions. You're guessing a lot. The big woods,
driving yourself nuts.
Like I even said recently that, like, okay, I think he's bedded here, and I think I'm set up right, but maybe he wasn't bedded there that day, and it could really mess up your confidence because. You could have done everything right, but he wasn't there that time.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, oh, he didn't come. Maybe he smelled me. Maybe to where it's tough to be confident in areas that you're not seeing a lot of deer.
Yeah.
But I think maybe out in that area it could kind of help.
Well,
it's just all visual.
But
Mason, a lot of giant whitetails out there too. Just if you needed a little additional cherry on top for this one.
Well, my cousin Mason, when he started hunting out west, and he got obsessed with spot and stock mule deer, and he started finding success killing nice mule deer, it directly translated to whitetails. Like he's always done good with whitetails, but recently just killing them. And he's like, I learned so much from watching mule deer in their landscapes, how they're bedding, learning that they don't lay in this one bed all day. They get up and they move over here. Now it's different in the open stuff. Shade is a little bit more important.
Definitely.
But if you just think about you can't look at it from an exact application. Just look at it from the concept of they're still deer, and they're gonna move, and they're gonna have things in their advantage.
They'll use wind and terrain in a similar way. Like they want to see, right? And so a lot of times they're on high points under shelves, but they're watching, they're surveilling the stuff. And it's getting my blood pumping here a little bit.
That's such a cool play, and it's also that perfect time frame, right? It's like, right there at the beginning of September.
T-shirt weather.
Yeah, so it's 70s in the day, but then it drops into the 40s in
just
the
nice
evening.
hiking pants. Like, dude, if you put yourself in a mindset of even right now, like I'll start putting a pack on, going to the, on the stepper. So it gives you an excuse to be like, physically fit. And dude, just, that's the peak of like, if you can put some time in train, like I said, it gives you that excuse to feel good, like at your physical prime going into an early season hunt that you can wear a T-shirt on, and it's like, boy, it's freaking awesome.
So the last time we were there was they were in a significant drought, and so like all those deer, they had pushed the cattle up into the badlands, so all those deer had shifted into the grasslands, and it made it like 10 times harder to stalk them because they were just surrounded by giant sage that you couldn't get to, but they could also see you because it's just all grasslands and points versus like using the cliff lines of the badlands and stuff. And we'd spotted, I think it was like 3 bucks together, and there was one pretty good velvet buck in there. And I toted Strauss with me for like, we followed these deer for about 4 miles from the time we saw them, just like staying above them in the points, just trying to find them to get to bed. And
that's the other thing too.
Like, holy shit, these deer are going to lay down? Like, it was first thing in the morning, and it's just waiting and waiting. The sun's hitting, it's getting hotter, and it's like, by the time they laid down, they had got into an area where it was like, almost like a mirage, because then once you get to it, it's like, oh shit, there's 15 different ditches they could have laid in. I thought there was one big one.
He's done. Johnny's gonna be hooked.
It's nuts, man.
I can tell
like
already.
Time,
yeah. I walked right by him. We had actually put a stock on him, took the boots off, stocking up, and I remember getting to like 20 yards, and I looked over my shoulder and I said, shit, I could see tines in the ditch. Like, we had walked right by him and basically circled down, but I didn't know which buck it was. And like, as we turned for him, the buck that I wanted to shoot stood up, and it was like 70 yards. I was like, man.
That's cool.
It's got the team element to it too, because like it's you're constantly it's one after the next. So it's like you can the whole time you're like, what do you think? You're like, hey, you're scheming the whole time, and that's the only time it's like you have to be quiet or anything. Is like when if you're still hunting and you're finally into like the kill zone there basically. But the whole other time is you guys are just
Yeah, when you're
And
sitting
just having
800
a
yards
blast.
away
Yep.
up on a glassing point, it's like you sit there, you kind of talk about
Yeah,
it,
oh,
look
yeah.
at strategy, and work together on it, which that's super fun to me to be
Yeah.
able to do.
You'll chase the same bucks for days. Like every morning you come back, you're like, yep, there's that buck. And you just you know which deer it is,
That's
and
cool.
it's just he's in a different area now or whatever.
I know the odds are kind of against us from a draw, but we should really try to
Yeah,
figure
I'm
this
in
out
for it.
this year.
Were you with me when we were walking back back to where like we had been in that rain towards Montana, and there was like 10 or 11 of them in a line like coming through there first thing in the morning? Like when we were coming over through the grassland hills to get to that back part, they were coming through first thing in the morning, like nose to tail. There were 10 or 11 bucks together.
I mean, like across the road?
Yeah, it would have been across the road.
I don't know if I was.
Yeah,
I think you guys saw them, and then they came right to us, and then they saw us.
we were slipping back in there because I was like, man, we got to get like, and it's it's miles to hike back in there, and it's like we got to get back to this point, and it's just getting late. We get back to this point, and then I look up and there's like nose to tail 10 or 11 velvet bucks standing there. I'm like, shit, like, there's nothing you could do, and then they just gone.
There's such an adventure element to it too. I think that's why Jeremy and I enjoy out of state hunts so much. Is that it's just like, and for people that live out there, like if you live in South Central Kansas or guys that live in North Dakota, like I'm sure they acknowledge its beauty in this, but it's you live there every day, right? Just so, and for us to get to. It's a journey, like it's 25 hours out to North Dakota or whatever. So when we get there, we wake up and get to cross up our eyes and stuff. It's like, look at this place. Like it's just, it's breathtaking. It's like we get to go hunt deer here. Like it's like kind of the ultimate. I compare it to like I was on vacation 2 weeks ago, and it's just like, for a lot of people, it's like they want to go sit on a beach, and that's soak up. And there's time and place for that, but I want to go on an adventure, and if I can achieve a goal, like to kill a mature buck on something like that, it's just like, oh, dude, I can't imagine anything better.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, that's the whole reason I started my podcast, is because I started doing these types of trips and was like, I want to learn more. I want to talk to people that are really good at doing this stuff and do more.
Well, what is like kind of the history of your podcast? So you told me we're about the same age, and you've been doing the East Meets West podcast for like how long now?
6 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So it literally started because I went on a couple elk hunts and I wanted to learn more about doing that. And I, at the time, there wasn't a lot of information out
You went
there.
on some elk hunts, you said?
Yeah, elk hunts. So like at the time, there wasn't a lot of information out there on how to go plan, like a DIY
from
hunt.
like an East Coast
From
hunter
an East
standpoint.
Coast perspective.
Yeah.
There was podcasts talking elk strategy and everything, but there was all these questions that I had.
And you were going to like public land in like what, Colorado?
Yeah, Colorado's where I started at, and it was like I was backpacking in and doing this, and I was like, man, this is so fun, but I was getting my ass kicked.
Yeah, it's
and I'm
completely
like,
foreign to us out here.
and I was like, I want to learn more about it, and like I felt like I'd listened to these podcasts that there was only a few of them at the time, like in 2016-ish time frame, but I was like, they're talking from an experience level, like say some of us would, talking about deer strategy, but it's like I wanted to know more, and I was like, it took me like 2 years of thinking of it. I'm like, why should I have a podcast and do this, blah, blah, blah. And finally, I'm like, screw it. I'm going to do it. And then I can get to selfishly talk to people that were way more experienced than me and learn from it, and then help other people in the process. Because, I'd get questions. I'd post some pictures on Instagram, and people will be like, oh, man, I wish I had that kind of time and money to do it. And I'm like, I don't like it's
I don't
not
have either.
No, it's just
Yeah.
I was like, I'm taking a week off of work or 10 days off of work and going to do this at that time. So that's where it started, and it was funny because it transitioned a lot more to the whitetail side. I didn't think anybody gave a shit about hunting the big woods. I
Isn't
was
that
like,
funny?
yeah, and that ended up taking off, and that was just what I grew up doing.
Yeah.
But I was like, nobody wants to hear about me sitting in a tree for 3 days and not seeing a single deer and like talking about it. But then I realized, okay, there's 5.5 million hunters in the Appalachian range, and a lot of people hunt that way.
A lot of people.
And there was no, media out there that was focused on strategy and talking about it from that perspective.
I mean, a total lack of like, historically northeastern based, content. And if you look at the demographic, like there's more hunters here than anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Between Pennsylvania and Minnesota and that's where we're all at.
Well, and that's like when you were saying, Johnny, about that 14 to 18, just trying to absorb all that information and take notes. Like historically, a lot of that North American whitetail and deer, it was all Midwest stuff.
Yeah, you're
like
right.
we would try to apply it to
Oh,
our
it didn't
area,
work. Yeah.
and we're like, this doesn't work at all. Like, I don't have cornfields, so now what do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a reason that like it's got to be 90+% of like the successful productions where they the film and hunts basically and putting together a production like that. That's Iowa, like almost exclusively.
Yeah.
Missouri's in there,
Illinois.
some Illinois stuff, but it's like, and when you go hunt those areas, you realize you're like, I can see these things. They're here like pretty frequently. Like it's just kind of it's a different thing.
People get pissy with us a little bit. We talked about it with Kansas, and it's like because we had said like we go to Kansas because it's easier. And like the reality is it is, especially for a mature deer. There's just more of them out there. Period. Like I don't care. Like we could walk on to a lot of the Kansas public and be in the game for several mature bucks every year when we go out there. I can't say the same about that in Southern Ohio or Pennsylvania necessarily.
It is what it is. It's not to take anything away from those guys that are from there or hunting deer that are exclusive. It's just there's more of them. There's just more mature bucks. There's more. It's flatter land. There's more
deer
features
space,
to take advantage of. Like it's very doable. Again, there's a reason. There's 90% of the shows that come from there because the sightings are. I'm not going to say frequent. It's not easy, but it's like, try to compare that to the big woods in PA.
Odds are better.
How many times do you see a 6-year-old buck?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hopefully once a year.
Yeah.
And it's funny because when I started, I was like, oh, I'm going to start filming some hunts. I'm like,
We did the same thing, dude.
I was like, all right, I'm going to hire a camera guy for a week to come here. I'm like, there's no way.
For what?
I'm like, okay, wait, we might even get a video of one deer during that time.
How do we encapsulate that
we might
in a week?
see 3 or 4, but to get a camera, turn it on, get
Not
it on, it's going
happening.
through. I mean, Johnny learned that from filming this year, but like, I was like, that's almost impossible to be able
It's
to.
not TV friendly.
To put something that someone wants to watch, me sitting there in the tree, I'm just sitting there in the saddle.
Here we are, day 59.
Yeah. Here's day 59, and going
But
through
Same
it.
intro, but I mean, there's other things to be said about that. Like there's other things going on, like getting to that spot. And like I looked at it this year, I was like, I only got 2 kills on film, but it's like, okay, who did I meet along the way? What
People want to hear that.
More
How
of
did
like
you?
a reality deal? Like
How did you approach
hunting.
that spot? Why did you pick that
Yeah,
spot?
yeah,
All the
definitely.
things that we're talking about right now is becoming more and more.
And that's way
popular.
more relatable. We can watch something like that, and if somebody has the ability to that's why podcasts do well, right? Because it's entertaining. Above, to me personally, and there's an education element too.
Yeah.
I think people want to be. I want to be entertained. You know what I mean? And so I'll
To a
listen.
point, because it is funny. Like if I look back and think of like all the shows I used to watch growing up on like Outdoor Channel, and it was like all these guys did was hunt outfitters. Like, and now in retrospect, it's like I could have did that.
Well, and
that's not what I want to see. Like,
Right.
I don't want to see. It is cool to see a mature buck come in
Sure.
and an arrow going through, but I'm talking about 15, 20 seconds of the whole film. And
Right.
that's easy to find anywhere out there. But there's other things that go along with the hunt, that
Well, like,
people I think are interested in.
I
nowadays.
put out a
Definitely.
video last year where I spent all season in Pennsylvania. I still filmed the whole thing, hunting in terrible quality because I'm self-filming. So, and my priority is deer hunting. The camera is second, and that's just the way I am. I don't, and I ended up shooting this nice 8-point, but like the camera, I got him kind of coming in, and then his tines go away, and I missed the shot on it. I'm like, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, I have like 3 deer on film this whole season like that, whether I didn't turn the camera on or whatever. I'm like, is anybody going to watch this? But I showed like the whole me scouting, the educational side of it. And that video took off, and I was like, because it's relatable, and
that's what people want to know. Like the hardcore guys, which is kind of weird. Like if you go back in retrospect, like I think the hardcore guys at one point in time were very much like in tune with that like outfitter out of state type hunting, whereas like nowadays the
that's
hardcore
been done.
Yeah, he's the do it yourself guy. Like whether he hunts private or public, like he wants to do everything himself. He wants to learn it, he wants to study it, he wants to hear people talking about it to have tips to be able to apply that stuff, versus a while ago, like you looked at some of the hardcore guys and it was all turnkey. That's what it was. They literally would walk into this state in this outfitter, this state in this outfitter, and be successful, but they weren't doing it themselves.
Well, there's different breeds, of like as. No more beers.
Sorry.
All right, we got to go. Shut it down.
Make a beer run, but
Yeah.
yeah. Well, there's different breeds, like as media or whatever has evolved. Like Waddell's a great example of like that's you're outfitted, and it's just like it's what it was. Like outdoor TV was like, you want to see guys killing big bucks, and a way to do that is you go to where they are, and chances are outfitters are putting you on them and stuff, and that's great. That's fine. That's what it was, and I think probably out of that, you had the evolution of like the guys that own their own pieces of property and could do it consistently in the best parts of the country. That's where
Juries, Lakoski, Midwest Whitetail.
That's where that comes from, exactly. And then down the chain to, I think ultimately it gets more and more relatable as we go, and it just
and those shows are aspirational to me. Like I don't knock on any of those guys. Like I want to be that. That's where I want to have my own property, and to be able to do that at some point. It's just like, but
wait, could you say that again?
What?
You want to own your own property?
Yeah.
And you're a public land guy?
Hey, listen, I do not classify myself as a public land hunter. It's just where I spend most of my time, because that's just.
Well, I just wish more people would be honest like you are. It's like, man, public land is great, and it's fun, and it's an awesome place to go, and like it has this place, but like we get shamed sometimes for like owning land or like aspiring to own land. And it's like, dude, who doesn't want to have a piece of property that you control where you can,
I
think some influence on the deer.
That's the dumbest thing ever to like, and okay, if you don't want that, that's fine.
You're lying.
You don't, but
You're
anyways, but like because I was, so I started hunting West Virginia a few years ago, and Southern West Virginia, and I leased property down there, and people be like, oh, I thought you were a public land guy.
Lease, huh?
I'm like, I'm an opportunist, man. Like I want to have a great experience, and if I have the ability to be able to do that and go, and it meets the criteria for the adventure that I want with it, heck yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Like it just so happened that I've grown up hunting public land, and I spend most of my time there, but I am not exclusive.
A lot of us did, though. I mean, I had some permission, but I would say the vast majority of deer I killed from the time I was 12 to, I don't know, 30. Probably was on public, because that's what I had access to. And then, the goal was to acquire land. And as much as I wish my properties were as turnkey as like a Drury's or a Lakoski's, like the fact is I'm in low deer density areas or in mountains and not in those places. And so, it's still private land. Like it's still, better than some of the public, but it's not turnkey and great, out of the gate.
Yeah, and it's so funny, like the whole public-private thing. So also I've hunted some places in Pennsylvania that are like hunt club type deals, where they're large chunks of land that are leased out, but there's
like
a lot
big
of
timber type stuff.
Yeah, just all big timber stuff. And there was so much pressure on there, and then people can now drive four-wheelers. They can drive side by
worse
side.
Than public
it's
land.
worse. Yeah, it is worse. And the one positive of it is a lot of times they're more selective on the deer that they shoot, so there's a potential for some bigger deer, but it's actually harder in those scenarios because of that additional pressure, or there's people putting up blinds everywhere or doing things, so it makes it. Man, I don't know. I just
some cub snack.
That always drives me nuts. Some people are like, oh, I thought,
we better.
Yeah,
Johnny needs some brown water.
They're migrating.
Got me loosened up.
We broke the seal here, so I didn't mean to derail you either on that too. I was
on a rant, man.
I think it's an interesting point though, Beau, because when you talk about that, the public-private thing has gotten, I mean, it's to your point earlier, like I think a lot of people look at that very black and white, and it's far from it, right? I mean, it's opportunist. Any good hunter should be opportunist, and they're.
Do you still sense that? Do you?
Yes.
I mean, I feel like we're on the tail end of the phase where if there was a feud between like private public.
Nah, man, it's still.
You still think
heated.
that's active?
I do. I've seen it. Even from I shouldn't say with everybody, but usually the ones that disagree are the loudest. So you're gonna hear that. It's like, oh, you hunt private now. Like, oh, now you're a big private guy. Like,
big private guy. Huh?
Big private guy.
I was born with a big private.
It's like I've been working my ass off to be able to pay for a lease to be able to go do that. So no, I don't apologize.
Well, you get put in the bucket immediately with the guys who have like thousands of manicured acres and have put hundreds of thousands of dollars into improvements, and it's like. Most private lands, the majority of private lands are far from that, right? It's just immediately when you hear that, that's where the bucket you get put into. Whereas, like, I mean, heck, if you look at some of the public land in places like Iowa, even some of the Illinois and Missouri stuff, hell, some of that is better than our private land in much of the Northeast. The way that they manage those state game lands or the conservation areas and things that they have out there. I mean, there's some really, really good stuff out there. It's got all ag crops planted on and stuff. I mean, hell, most of the private land out here doesn't even have that. So it's hard to put that together and justify that.
That's why I just don't care. Like, I don't care what people do or hunt. Everyone's situation is differently. Yes, some things are harder than others, but it's like,
well, dude, if you go out and kill a 6-year-old buck in northern Pennsylvania public land, like, I will 100% say, like, that is way harder to do than most private hunting. Period. Yeah. There's no argument in that. I don't think anybody would deny that either. But if I say I could go out to public land in Kansas and kill a 6-year-old, I would say that is much easier than it is on private land in some of the places back here.
Have either of you guys, I know you hunted Iowa, right? Have you hunted whitetails in the Midwest?
Yeah, I mean, I used to have I had a 50-acre lease in Ohio for a little bit. That was in some farm country. Further west. I spent like 3 days in Illinois once. And then I'm hoping to draw Iowa this year. But
are you really?
Yeah.
So we talked about this already? So are we?
No, I don't know if we did talk about it.
We better sync up on that.
Yeah, we might have to.
Maybe tonight.
What zone are you drawing?
I'm looking at 5.
Okay, we're looking at 4.
Okay.
So we'll drop you off on the way there.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. Interesting. Well, I guess where I was going with that is like, and again, not to take away from, I mean, dude, like what are, some of these guys, the properties that they can improve. And we're going to have Lukowski on in a few weeks, actually. So they're
great example. Calls a shot. If a buck's on his property, he'll say that deer's dead before he even hunts it.
Absolutely. And I, more and more, like, I understand the statement because it's like, if and it's hard for guys that have never hunted the Midwest to understand. It's just like, it can be done. It can be done. Like, it's just they're there.
Deer do deer things and some of those places.
Deer stuff. And if you have enough access and you have the ability and the time and money, frankly, to influence the property, it's,
And I think there's a different aspect. It's not, I mean, hunting isn't killing an animal is the end goal, but like I have 2 acres in northern PA that I just have 1 acre in the back, and I'm fascinated with putting a food plot, putting a little brush in there. Like, if I, my friends I stay with in Iowa, I'm so fascinated by what they have.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, the guy that's leasing it, how he's going to manipulate the land, and he's a big buck hunter, and I get along with him, and it's just like, I love it all. Mm-hmm. Just because I hunt public land is maybe I'm not in those areas, or like, as far as having my own ground, like I don't know. It's just not something I'm doing, but it's not saying that I wouldn't do it. If I just hit the lottery, right now, I'd be going out to the Midwest and buying a bunch of land and figuring out how I'm going to.
Absolutely.
But I mean.
And that's where like the thing I like about public so much or large chunks of private is that you can go and just, if a buck moves out of an area or gets bumped, you just go and you go find the next spot, and it's just limitless. Where when I had that lease in Ohio for a couple of years, I was contained to this 50 acres and not to go into the like baiting side of it, but everybody else, was put.
Oh yeah.
I thought, I was like, oh man, I got a feeder on a timer. I could put some corn in there.
They're putting tons around you. It's glowing on your border.
Yeah. And I talked to one of the neighbors, and they're like, oh yeah, we're putting truckloads out. And I was like, okay, all right. So I was like, I learned that the only time to go hunt there was during the rut. I hunted there a total of 2 days and 2 years and killed 2 bucks that were just transitioning between properties and good pinch points. But it was just
between corn piles.
Yeah, exactly.
Their beds were right up against the.
That is definitely another thing about it. Like it seems like where I hunt on my public ground, I have endless leg room, so I can go every direction. I know when I was younger and I grew up, just south of Pittsburgh here, and I started hunting them little woodlots, and then we were constrained to like this area. I can't go there. You know what I mean? Like, I know even Lee Ellis talks about it, how he's like, when he come up to hunt with me and Beau, he's like, I can go wherever I want. Down there,
I know.
I'm
I used to drive these areas
little
out
properties.
Around here. It was like, if on like in the late season, if we did like late season muzzleloader drives, by noon we were done. We didn't have anywhere else to go. We pushed everything out. I
want to know everything I can about this one animal. Maybe it's one buck that I'm hunting. So I need to go where he goes. You know what I mean? And when I have that roadblock, it's like I can't go there. So that's where I find myself hunting these large tracts of public land where I can track these animals across these mountains. Because that's essentially what I like doing is following them.
It's hard to put into words too, because like I think a statement like with what Lee makes comes off very cocky or egotistical. But like I would say the same thing about our Illinois farm, which we've only owned a year. It's like if there's a mature buck on that farm and we want to kill him, he'll die.
It's not egotistical. It's just
hunts that way.
It's just a reality. It's like, yeah, dude, that Illinois place is just like they're there, and they're gonna come through these spots. Like you can kill them. Like it's just a very it's hard to understand. Like if all you've ever hunted is like big woods in PA or anything that guys would classify as like very very difficult. It just isn't that way. Like they're very predictable and they have an age class and it's like it can be done.
That's why I go out there. It's because like I struggle in all these other places all year long, and then I go out there for a week and I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. I
gotta start sprinkling in a little more like those types of hunts into like. I thought about that. I was like, what? I'd like to
brings the morale up a little bit.
I think you'd be amazed, dude.
That's what I told Beau. I said, when you go to Iowa, you're not going to want to come back.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but like you're so effective here, like in places that are traditionally hard to hunt. It's like when you go out to a place where it's like there's more of them and there's easier terrain features to read, it's like, dude, like your skill level is probably off the charts.
I do think that's a big one, and again, not to like having that cocky discussion, and I think Eberhardt was the guy who was really digging at it, but it's like you take a guy who traditionally has to cut their teeth in the big woods and hard areas to hunt, low deer densities, and you drop them in Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, they will kill bucks consistently. They're just their level of skill has to be off the charts for what they're used to hunting.
Well, and then you look at say people that grew up in those areas, they might not, maybe I don't know, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong, but they may not have those like be able to think about those little minute details as much because they didn't have to.
Sure.
So maybe then it's still harder for them because they're not, but if you hunt an area that's super difficult and then go to an area that's, quote unquote easier, then you have those different skills that you build up.
There's no sense to overcomplicate. I mean, just think about overtraining, training at high altitude, train harder than the actual, the mission, right? Or the purpose. And it's like, you're gonna.
Yeah. If you're example, like if you're running and you're training at, 10, 12,000 feet and you're getting used to that thin air and, that's hard to do. And then you go run down at, sea level, you're going to crush everybody.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's the principle there, but.
Well, let's see. Well, I'll probably go to Iowa this year and get skunked.
Well,
it's possible. It depends what your expectations are.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think if Jared and
the
I
deer
draw...
They're just as smart. I mean, I've hunted public land out there, and I've seen deer that 2 years... I remember I went to one spot, and there was this parking spot, and there was this little patch of cedars, like, right off the road, and monster buck track come out there in the snow. He run out when I parked, and I said, I'm not getting drawn for a couple of years. I come back. He was still there. It was his track. He was still there. It's like this deer is old. And he knows how to survive, just like the deer that we're hunting.
Absolutely.
You got vast pieces of land with either timber or CRP and this and that. And he's utilizing, all these areas to his advantage to survive. It's like, man, they're out there too, and they're just as smart. But if you own your own land and you can help, navigate the deer with what you and I think. Wherever you were born, like if that's where you live, and like my friends live out in Iowa, that's what they do.
That's all they know,
and it's awesome. And I'm like, wow, I'm blown away by it. I love it.
Get a little sip of brown water. I mean, my confidence is growing. I mean, dude, it's like I will do anything in my power. Like they can't win. They can't win. Like we're so much smarter. We have so many
team.
tools.
Here we go.
They can't win. Like
give them another shot.
I'm just saying, like, dude, if you have, it takes time, right? Like and obviously there's a basis of knowledge and experience that, like, we've all built here in the Northeast, but to go and to take that to, to anywhere where, mature bucks live and where it's possible and stuff, it's like, dude, you're gonna win. Enough time and pursuit and aggression.
It's time. Right. It's time commitment and flexibility. We talk about that all the time. And the reality is, even a lot of people who are great hunters in Pennsylvania have 5 days and they book it 6 months in advance. And that's the cards they're dealt. And they may not succeed because weather's dog shit. deer lockdown, whatever it is. We've done it several times in Kansas where it's like, dude, these deer can't beat us. We go out there, it's 78 degrees. We have 5 days. We have no flexibility.
Well, okay.
We're not going to succeed.
Yeah.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Rack Hub.
Well, dude, sheds are starting to hit the ground.
Yeah, and although we usually don't find many of them, we've done pretty well this season so far.
I would say for just, a handful of walks, we've got a pile of sheds to show for it. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, if shed season would end today, I think it was pretty successful.
So this year, we're partnering with Rack Hub. It's an antler mounting system for your sheds.
Yeah, and obviously, people have watched our podcast. We've got this massive pile of sheds that are on the table at all times, but you guys took the time to set up Wide Boy's shed on the R1, which is a really cool way to now have that thing right off to my left-hand side during the podcast.
So some of these sheds just call for a little bit more appreciation, I guess. So rather than being on a pile on the table, we're going to mount them on the wall, and they look awesome. So
yeah. And so if anybody wants to try Rack Hub, you can use the code HUNTR10, HUNTR10 at rackhub.com to get 10% off your order.
Use Rack Hub to make the most of your shed season. So put yourself, 10 year behind us here. Like, dude, who was like, if you were to choose a profession or something of guys who are killing big bucks, you're like, holy crap, these cops are killing big deer or whatever. These guys that have like fairly flexible schedules where they're hunting like midweek and stuff like that. It's like those were the guys that it seemed like were really having success. And so it's like
flexibility.
It's what kills them, man. Yeah, you just got to be there.
Yeah,
be there at the right time.
He's got to run an excavation business.
I call it obsessed.
Apparently.
If you're obsessed.
Yeah.
That's what I call it.
Well, dude, if you get into like the nuts and bolts of like how, frankly, Jeremy and I, and I'm sure you guys have configured your careers and lifestyle.
Right. We have.
I mean, dude, there's extreme decisions. And like, so, an example is like, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not having kids because I want to deer hunt. Like that's, but
while you bring it up,
right? It's a factor, right? And it's man, my career decisions and like, yes, I just naturally have an entrepreneurial spirit and I want to work for myself and stuff, but also that plays in pretty well to I want to hunt when I want to hunt.
Exactly.
And so if I have to take more risks or potentially whatever that is, I'm going to be hunting.
Yeah,
the risk is definitely exactly what it is.
Like
you're taking a chance, but it's what you want to do.
How my path like changed to go down to working for myself and do that from having a career and a good job and a college degree and this and all these things like that all changed because I wanted to hunt more. Yeah, and I was obsessed with doing it. Now
you have a college degree?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was gonna say we're gonna have to wrap this up.
He's like, yeah. But anyways, like I was going down, a different path with it, and I just become so obsessed with chasing deer and then wanting to go out west. And I'm like, well, I can't do both effectively because I got to take 2 weeks of vacation to go out west and do this. And now I have 3 or 4 days to, take off to go hunt whitetails. And it's just like, I went down this, and now I've come to the point where I like the entrepreneurial side of it and the business side of it, but that wasn't the driving factor to get to this point.
Dude, I say this with all the respect in the world, and I totally understand responsibilities. Like that's, everybody's dealt a different hand basically, and you have to take care of your kid, right? People have responsibilities. When I hear people say like, I don't have time to hunt or, whatever, anything along that line. And like, to me, I'm like, it just doesn't even compute. Cause I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll do anything in my power to, I'm going hunting. Like if I lost my job or if
you're right. Yeah.
I'm going.
I'm going.
Yeah.
Well, it's the difference between, settling with the hand you're dealt and trying to change it and draw new ones.
Sure.
And that's it's a hard thing for people. It's not, that unfortunately is not a common program in a human's mind. It's basically like, here's the hand you're dealt. This, you've got a steady job. You're providing for your family or doing like, that's what you've got. So you've got weekends to hunt and you've got this to hunt.
And you have to do that. I mean, if, especially kids, right?
Yep. But going against the grain of that, of saying, family, well, I'm not entirely happy with this. Like I want to change it. That's a rare breed in the brain.
And I'll even step back and say like I won't, there are lines I won't cross. Like if it's I won't lose a friendship over hunting, right? Like so if even so you and I or any of us at the table, it's like if it was like, hey, I'm gonna go hunt, or for some reason this relationship is on, I won't.
It sounds like a shitty friend.
Yeah.
If that's the ultimatum, if you go hunt, we're no longer friends. I get what you're
No,
saying.
no,
I'm just
no.
kidding.
But for some reason, like if it's like, hey, you need me,
Yeah.
or you need me, and that's like I have to choose between like me
Or
being
if,
there
like,
for you or going hunting,
Jared
I'm
and
going to
I-
be there
yeah.
for you.
No,
Jared
I
and
get
I
what I
own
mean.
a property together, and if it's like, hey, I can't go out and hunt this week, and Jared's like, well, screw you, I'm gonna go and kill those deer this week.
So I got a good story this year talking about friends and hunting. So a buddy of mine, good friend I grew up hunting with, we went up to camp, and I went up 2 days earlier and I hunted with a bow. And my buddy had this one spot he wanted to push, and he's been hunting there all year. He called it the Red Gate because that's where there's a gate there.
Mm-hmm.
So it was funny, like we grew up 20 years hunting
Is that
together.
where Big Red lives?
Nah, and the Big Red ain't up in that far north. He stays south.
The Big 8 lives up there, though.
The Big Eight's there.
Big Red behind the Red Gate.
So my buddy texted me, he said, where you at? I said, I'm up camp pushing with Beau. And so I went to Beau's spot with his dad and that. And like the way me and Beau are, I wouldn't even go to my spots because I'm trying to I would go to my spots, but my buddy's spot that he'd been hunting for years, I'm not going to go take Beau in there, So my buddy's like, where you at? So I'm with Beau putting a drive on. He said, we were texting, and my buddy was coming up in a day. He's like, you at the Red Gate? I'm like, yeah, I'm at your hunting spot with Beau putting a drive on so he can get it. I'm like, yep. I told him, yep. And he was out to dinner with his wife, and I just seen him the other night. She said he was fit to be tied because he thought you took Beau into his spot and you were putting drives on for Beau. They're filming. I know it, and his wife Sherry's like, he wouldn't do that. He's your friend. Why would Johnny go in there? And so I was like, yeah, shots fired. I gotta go.
Yeah, and then you didn't answer him for hours.
Yeah,
he was just
God.
blowing
Shots
up your
fired.
phone.
Dude, I bet
So,
he was on fire.
So that evening, I was at the neighbor's camp, and my buddy texted the neighbor, was Johnny hunting today? Yeah, he was with Beau putting drives on. I guess they got one. And we're sitting there chuckling and drinking. And he was fuming, dude. He was so fired up. The old snot. I'll never forget that. And he'd come up. I'm like, dude, come on. I'm not going to do that to you. So yeah, a friendship is very important, whether it's just friends in general or hunting the area. And going back to how we were saying, talking about this is what I want to do. I want to hunt. Like people that say, a thing I tell myself all the time is if you believe you can't, I can't go out, I can't hunt because my family or whatever I got going on. You're right, but then you're also right. If you say I can, it's like if you can't, you're right, and if you can, you're right. Well, then if you say you can't, then it's how I look at things.
Well, and a third mindset is, dude, for me, it's I can't afford not to. I have to. I really.
It's
feel,
you believe you can.
I really
right?
feel that way.
Yeah.
It's what's that clip? It's if I don't get to do this, I might die.
Yeah.
I might. It's so, and I realize how fleeting a season is. It's just they come and go and they come and go.
Yeah, and if you believe you can't, you're right, and you believe you can, you're right. So which one is it? If you people say I can't, I'm like, well, if that's what you believe, then I'm going to leave you go. But but if you believe you can, then it's going to happen. Like you said, I believe somehow I can go hunting. I'm going to make it work somehow, and I believe that. Then you're correct, and it'll pay.
Yeah, I remember when I was looking at leaving my job to do this full time, and I was environmental health and safety manager.
Okay,
so
you're working for a big company.
Yeah, work for a big company, and I was looking to leave and go out on my own. And I'm talking to Johnny about it, and he's like, you just got to believe that he's like, do you think you can figure it out? I'm like, yeah, I do. And I said, but everything's not crunching exactly right. And he's like, well, you got to believe in yourself and figure it out. And he's like, explaining to you how you would, take off hunting season every year. And then you'd be like, January come, the well's dry. I got to figure out how to get work again.
Well, it's going to make you uncomfortable. And the reality is you have to be okay with being uncomfortable because that's what's going to push you to succeed. And it's not for everybody.
No, it's not.
And I say when your back's against a wall and you have to figure stuff out, if I got a ton of money in a bank and this and that, and I don't have to but when you're at maybe your bottom dollar and this and that, and your back's against a wall, it's whoa, sometimes you need that to drive yourself and
Isn't
make
that
you
crazy?
It is weird.
Dude, even
I
if
know
you
I'm a
look
lot
back-
like that.
Look back on your own life. I know I can. There was times where I was up against it. I was like, this is, money's tight, or I have no choice. We got to make this work, basically. It's I can recall just being an elite version of myself.
Yeah,
I was just
just
I'm going to rise
vicious.
to the occasion. I have to. There is no choice. As opposed to when you're comfortable. And it's funny because it's we all want that comfortability. Like, this is why, a lot of us work so hard is to achieve a level of comfort, I guess. But it's like, at the same time, man, you want to continue to introduce your, I show you, Beau, when you were at the house last night, but it's like, I think I've got my ice bath outside, and you saw my sauna walking in there and stuff. So like on a daily basis, it's because like, financially we've achieved something. I feel like we're comfortable, like we're not going to go broke. And even if we do, it's just my wife and I, like we don't have any kids, like find something to eat, right? What do you really need? A roof over your head. So I don't know. It's like, it's a constant balance of like, you want to be, you want to be,
you strive to be comfortable.
Progressing, right? And achieving some level of comfort, but also I don't want to get too comfortable.
Yeah, because then you lose your ego, your fire. Like my wrestling coach always said, hungry dogs run faster. When you need to go, boy. So
that's why when you guys put deer drives on for me, I don't bring you food.
Yeah, Beau don't give a
I don't bring snacks for. You got to have the dogs hungry. You got to let those dogs.
Exactly what it is. Yeah,
that's what he tells us too. Beau, can I get a little break? No, we got one more drive. That one drive, he said, go up over this hill, get down in that creek. Well, it was all buckthorn. He said, walk out for 2 miles. We're like, holy shit, Beau, we can't even get through this.
Well, you got to get the deer out of there. If you get a buck out and you put him, well, you did actually, and I messed up. So I was gonna say, all you got to do is do it good once, and then we're done.
Fat dogs lay in the sun all nice and full.
And I keep beer at the truck for them.
Hydration is key.
I give them treats at the end.
Dark 30, we finally get a drink.
You might
nothing in a pack.
You might get a kick out of this. Just speaking of bringing snacks and stuff, we bring our dads with us to Kansas, and we set them up at like in the known spots, right? Like where it's like it's odds are good and stuff. And so my dad is like, while we butt heads on strategy and stuff, sometimes like nobody will out hunt him. Like he will sit all day. He sat all day.
Yep, dark to dark
for a week. I'm talking. And like wasn't seeing
much, yeah.
So it was like day 3 of that, and he texted me. He's on the spot pretty much right behind this Airbnb that we have, and so he's like, "Hey, lunch sounds pretty good. Some lunch sounds pretty good, And so I, for whatever reason, I mean, it wasn't like my intention necessarily, but I made him a lunch.
We were struggle busting, so we were back by lunch every day, like trying to figure out what
it
the
was
hell
hot,
we were gonna do.
And I was like, I wouldn't sit all day, but he. By all means, so I made him a sandwich, a big sandwich and chips, and I put a beer in there, and
I'm going hunting with Jared.
I'm saying for whatever reason, like I was at camp and I just went all out, and I had this giant Ziploc full of like everything you could possibly want, and I took it out to him. So he's like, what, day 2 or 3 of all day sitting, and it's just it wears on you. It's a long time to stand. And he texted me after. He's like, I was crying. He's like, I was in tears over the lunch that you brought me. He's like, I was just so touched that my son would bring me a lunch. And so, dude, little things like that during hunt season can go.
Little rattle, little grunt, little.
Yeah, and you're right for not bringing them lunch. Like Johnny obviously doesn't deserve it, but
and they were given the argument that if they had fuel, they could move more efficiently.
We need fuel. I just out of fuel.
Yeah,
you don't reward the dog until he puts a bird up. That's the way it goes.
Well, and I don't, I'm just saying like that story. I don't know. It's just like that, man. That's things like that kind of stick with.
So what you're saying is I should treat Johnny better if he's helping.
Well, no,
not like consistently.
Yeah, just
throw him off his game every once in a while.
You're doing it right if you see the tear drop down. You're like, all right.
He's like, okay, but I'm gonna go up over this hill and I'll dive through this, and you're like, well, here, take this beer with you.
One cold beer.
What?
I guess what I'm saying is just like, man, go out of your way to create meaningful, memories with your bros in the woods.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's
what it's all about.
Yeah, we have a blast when we get to hunt together. That's why I do love gun season. I've come to like it for a while.
Yeah.
I looked at it as a complete negative. Except for camp. Like I like going to camp and hanging out, but once you change your frame of mind and just like getting together with buddies, not taking it too serious. I mean, we can't go without being serious about it, but like just trying to find ways to have fun with it. It just changes it, and it's a blast. I look forward to it.
I totally agree. Well, and it's like it seems like every season strive to set our seasons up as much as possible to accomplish all of that. Like there's a time for serious, and there's a time for selfishness where I'm like, I'm after this buck. I'm gonna do everything in my power to do that. But also there's a time for just camaraderie and like the mule deer hunt that we talked about. There's I have no idea what deer are out there, and it's like I want to kill. I've got a certain standard of mule deer I want to kill, but like the thought of our group getting to go and do that is just like, I guess, the older I get and stuff, and the more. What was that last year triggered me on like?
It was you killed your North Dakota buck, and it took the pressure off.
No, well, it was just more about. It may have been the North. Yeah, it was just about the relationship more than it was like the hunt.
You didn't have the pressure going into our whitetail season with your farm because you had killed a big mature buck in North Dakota to where you're like,
yeah,
I don't necessarily care if they shoot deer, and I'm not like because I'm not as high strung about it.
It definitely did take that pressure off, but like I guess, it was like
you had spent deer camp with guys at the time too.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's just so like there. Even the thought of killing a big buck, like it doesn't touch.
The camaraderie is a big thing. Like when I'm at camp, and like I can't wait till dark to go see everybody at camp.
Yeah,
and like whether we go to Beau's camp or Beau comes to mine, or just the neighbors and this and that. It's like I almost look forward to that. I can't wait till this hunt's over and I want to get home.
Hear stories. What's everybody seeing? Just and talking.
And the big thing, like me and Beau talk a lot about, like how we have like friends that we can bounce stuff off, how we can get so involved into our hunt and diagnose it, where overwhelmingly learn the area, and then you can just go to, hey Beau, like it's nice to have other people in the same. Like doing the same thing as you, but like, hey, they could dumb it down. Like, just go to this spot. It's great to have like and like with Beau with his hunting camp coming up. I think a lot of guys that are out there doing the hunting don't have like a support team or other people that are doing the same thing. To where I'm fortunate to call Beau, his dad, his cousin, my other, bounce stuff off of where, that to me that is a really important thing that a lot of guys.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because, I mean, when you think about hunting, like, it is an individual activity. Like, it is a you versus the deer type activity. At the same time, like, those deer camp and camaraderie things are, like, what a lot of us live for.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the mix of both worlds, to where you can go out there and you can, whether you're just still hunting or you're sitting in a stand, and when you get out to come back to camp and have a good meal and just shoot the shit, like that together is what really, I think, makes the deer season fun.
I mean, you're right, Jeremy. There are, in a lot of ways, it benefits you to be selfish. Like when it comes to killing big deer, especially in areas where there's pressure and stuff. It's like, man, if you withhold information, like you can
stand a better chance.
You stand a better chance. But man, there are moments that like, and I guess, it was that North Dakota hunt and stuff. And we've had some of those in the past where it's just like, you just can't replicate like that. And a lot of times for me, it's happened during the recovery. I think, where it's kind of like the culmination and like emotions are running high, and it's like,
it's over at that point too.
It's over, the pressure's off, and to do that with the people that really are genuinely happy for you and understand, in the same way that like we could sit here and like you guys can sense my passion for like, it's like it gets me fired up, it's like to do that together in the moment of recovering a buck, to have achieved a goal. It's just like, dude, that some of those are just like have been the best moments of my life.
I mean,
frankly.
I could tell you in that buck right there, like I could recite everything about what happened with that deer, calling him in.
Me too.
Under the stand, single lung, and then backing out that night.
So vividly.
Yeah. And then the next day, those four guys tracked that thing for 2 miles on the damn mountain before we ended up killing that thing.
I remember the hot dogs and the Coors Banquet and the rain and dragging it and just Alex,
Yeah. I remember walking up on it and being like, because I had to put a second shot in that deer, like 2 miles into the track. And like it ran over this hill and we came running up. You came around the other side and like, there he is, like laying there dying. And it's like, man, when we got up to him, and I'm like, there's no second hole in this deer. I had like cut his foot. He basically had a heart attack because he had bled so much on a single lung.
Do you remember
that it blew his heart up? And it's like, how does that even happen? Do
you remember this one here? Recovering this one together?
Yeah.
What year was that?
17.
So what was that?
7 years ago? Yeah.
I mean, just to use that as like a benchmark when we recovered that deer, like, dude, look at how our relationship has changed since then.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, I remember every moment.
And normally every
moment of that.
Like, I knew that deer was smoked.
Yeah.
And I waited
I was
a while.
I was a kid. I was 20, early 20s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I was working for you at the time. And I had to tell Jeremy, I was like, don't you dare go recover that deer without me. Like, I'm coming.
Yeah.
And I remember my wife was pissed because it was late at night. And I was like,
this is the biggest deer I'll probably ever kill in the state of Pennsylvania.
I was going. And I didn't know what size he was. I was coming, you know, but.
Yeah. And then
that's what you remember.
Yeah. We walked up and I'm like, holy shit, it is him. You know, and I had just gotten camera pictures on like a non-cell cam. It was the only time I'd ever seen that deer.
Well, yeah, that's like I'll never forget the time when Johnny, my dad, all hunted together in gun season. That started from the night at camp before, and we're all hunting our own spots. Because like even though my family, we're all very big hunters, we're all super serious. None of us hunt the same areas. Like as far as like archery hunting or anything. Now gun season, we'll get together and help each other out, but it's a very solo endeavor. But we're at camp and Johnny was struggling, I was struggling, and I'm like, you know, and I think it might have been you, is like, why don't we just get together and see if we can make something happen. And my dad had filled a tag in archery, so he's like, I'll come do some wind bumps for you and a little bit of driving. So we went out and basically, you know, Johnny's like, there's this big old 9-point that's living here on the point. He's like, I haven't seen him on camera in months, but I believe he's out here. And we went and set up, and Johnny set up towards the crest of the hill, and I went down part ways, and my dad came through wind bumping it, and that buck came out 15 yards from me, and I ended up shooting him, and he's still my biggest deer to date, 155-inch 9-point, and an 8-year-old deer. And, you know, Johnny came down, and I had this feeling of like, I was so pumped, but at the same time I felt bad because it was Johnny's spot, and I didn't put in the work to kill that deer. And so I felt, you know, terrible about it, but how he was just like, oh, that's a deer I don't have to worry about anymore, you know, and I don't have to think about. And then the drag out, because I wanted to cut him up and pack him out. Would have been easier in my opinion. Johnny's like, no, we need this back at camp. We need to be looking at it. He's like, there's a creek down there we can go across. And I'm like, Johnny,
it's like 100 yards wide.
I was like, that's a river, man. Like I've went across it with him before to track Greg Litzinger's buck in archery, and I was like, I don't know. And I'm like, whatever, I'll do it. And he's like, me and your dad will take the truck around. We'll meet you down at the water. So I said, hey, there's a set of waders in there you can throw on in the truck, which they ended up leaking anyways, which was funny. But so I dragged the buck down. I get down to the bottom, and I'm looking at this thing. I'm like, it's even bigger than it was in October. Snow runoff and all this stuff.
Yeah, this is December gun season, right? Yeah.
And so I'm like, all right, I'm just going to go across. I'm not, you know.
Well, I come down to the other side with his dad, and I put the waders on, went across. You know, like, dude, this is going to be epic. What do you mean you want to pack it? Like, we need to go across this river, dude. He's like, you know, and he was worried about dropping it. I said, you'll drown before you drop this deer.
Yeah, so I took paracord and I tied the antlers to my belt loop, just so, because it was flowing pretty good. I said, if it goes down, I want to go down with it. Like, I'm not losing this deer. And so we went across, and there's my favorite video clip Johnny took of me dragging it, and he's yelling, he's like, you're dragging 150-incher across the creek, Beau, you the man. And it's just like it's
so like you never forget that. Like,
and dragging that up, and then, you know, and taking it back to camp that night, like I'll never forget.
Well, and to you, like, you know, feeling bad about whatever Johnny's spot, it's like I can guarantee you Johnny was just as happy, if not more happy. All we want, I'm speaking for me, but it's like, dude, we want for people to understand what they have, what they've accomplished. Yeah. I want you to appreciate it as much as I have. And when you do, when Jeremy kills a deer, when any of you guys would kill a deer, I'm like, that's it. Yeah. That is literally just as good as if I had killed it.
Yep.
So for me to know that you understand what you've accomplished and what you have there.
Yeah, and you know, Johnny put it in perspective for me, because I had this, like, you know, I have this feeling internally of like, I wanna when I shoot something be like, oh, I worked for this, I did this. And he's like, you did. He's like, you hunted all year hard and spent the time. And he's like, the spot you sat in, he's like, it was this little bench. He goes, a lot of people would have sat overlooking this big open woods, but you're like, oh, this deer, if I was a mature buck trying to sneak out, I'd probably peek out here and then try to wrap back in. And that's what that deer was trying to do. He's like, it wasn't completely, you know, just me being lucky. Now there was obviously some of that there, but it really came from a lot of his skill. And he's like, but you put in the time throughout the year, and that's just how you were rewarded at the end of it. And that's that was such cool.
Yeah, it's like I look at it as like we're equal to what we're trying to accomplish. You're putting work on the back burner for hunting. You're so passionate about it. To like, them are the people I associate with to make you better. But also like you're out there doing the same thing as me, and you appreciate it and you want it that bad. We're all wanting it and appreciating it and doing it. So it's not like,
and that's so fun to see in
people. Yeah, and it's not like someone that
you can literally look in their eyes and be like,
yeah,
this dude
exactly. Like when I met Beau, I was like, we're the same. So it's not like I grabbed someone off the street and put him there and he shot my deer.
Sure.
It's like he's putting in his time. Like we're all similar in what we're doing. I don't care if he shoots the deer.
Yeah.
Like he's getting up. He's doing the same thing as me. It just happened to be a spot that I knew about it, but
well, when we talk about like the public private thing, and we've kind of set it as like a baseline for our podcast, is like we just want people to have great deer hunting experiences.
Yeah.
I don't care, if you hunt private or you hunt public or, you're a gun hunter or you're a bow hunter. I just want you to have as good of a hunting experience as I have, because it's why I love it. And I think for a lot of people, it's hard, like whether it's jealousy or just they don't understand how that's even possible. It's like, your situation may be completely different than ours, and you may enjoy hunting for a completely different reason. But as long as that experience to you is as magical as like what we just talked about, that's a success. That wins at the end of the day.
And I try to surround myself with those types of people. Like, would I love to be able to help, everybody out and be there? Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not going to, because you do have a certain amount of time. So I'm going to spend it around people I want to spend time around, and that are also, working hard and wanting to accomplish those goals. And that makes me happy.
Yeah.
Well, it's also, that level of satisfaction, to achieve those moments that are just like, almost spiritual. It's like, we know that comes from a lifetime of struggle.
Yeah. Failures,
or, and not everybody has, started when they're young or whatever, but it's just whatever's been going on in your life, it's just like, I don't know, man, that you can't just recreate them. Like it's just, they happen. And when they happen with the people, and it's just like, I don't know, dude, those moments stick with you forever.
I think classic Pennsylvania, like you talk about the guy who just parks and he just wants to go out there and sit. And like if he enjoys it, and that weekend out of just being out and about was what's successful and exciting for him, great. But when that same guy who hunts one day comes back and then bitches that there's no deer in the state of Pennsylvania, you can't do that. You can't go out that one day, say you didn't see any deer, and then say, deer hunting sucks in Pennsylvania. There are no deer. Like that, you're not able to do that. That's not a real thing. Now, if you went out and hunted the whole season, and you first of all, you need to change spots. Second of all, like that, you at least have some justification to have those kind of thoughts and those opinions.
Yeah.
But you can't say that your experience sucked because you went out one weekend, it was raining, it was 65 degrees on opening day of rifle season, and you didn't see any deer, and you just saw a bunch of guys. Well, you're 200 yards from your truck on public land. Like, no shit.
Yeah, you need to exhaust your resources.
Exactly.
And then, put your time in, and then you can have a,
And I want that guy to have a great experience, but they have to help themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%. And again, there's nothing wrong with and if you've made the decisions in your life that you only have a couple of days to be able to go out and do that, that's perfectly fine. But like, you can't get, maybe you should hunt a different spot if you want, more success in that amount of time. And that's just, and that comes with, spending money or doing that.
That's
like
the reality of it.
There's no way. I think I used to even tiptoe around that of like, oh, you find the success. I'm like, oh, I'm lucky I have more time than others, but it's really not luck that's created that
it's effort.
Time to be
It's
able
motivation and effort
to do it. And the fact that, every spring we're out just, pounding the hills and scouting it. In the summer running cameras, you're doing that in that year-round approach. It's just, those people are typically going to find more success than people that don't do that, and that's just the law of it.
Yeah, and your experience ultimately is going to be better for it.
Yeah,
that's just how it comes down.
I look at and Pennsylvania is probably not one of those places that you look at from like the best deer hunting experience that you can have, But if you put in the work, you can make it that way
For sure.
and have an incredible experience. And I think I look at that for anywhere you go. If you're willing to put in the work and do that, now you're not going to, you can't kill a 170 where there's not 170s. But if you adjust your goals accordingly to what's possible and put in that work, like you can have some really cool experiences.
The way I look at it is like helping people in the industry, whether it's through podcasts or like when me and Beau shot that buck, is like I don't mind helping people that's helping themselves out.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll lend you a hand because you're out there struggling just like I am. Don't think that I'm not out there trying hard.
Right. Yeah, and that becomes, I think that's the hardest part. Like even, and I'm sure you guys see it from like your online comments or podcast comments. It's like, I can tell the people who may have a really good constructive criticism, and I'm like, hey, you make a great point. Like that. I can also tell the people that, they don't put the effort in that they should, and so they expect some sort of overnight, gratification, and it isn't going to happen. And I don't have any problem telling you it's not going to happen. And it's not because I think you suck or, wherever you're hunting is terrible and there are no dudes. You're just not putting in the level of effort you need to get that gratification out of it.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I'm just so grateful for hunting and for, if I can close my eyes, I can just go there. It's like I can breathe that Kansas air, and I know that feeling of just like fulfillment of purpose. I'm supposed to be here hunting this deer, and whether I get them or not. And it's just, it really is, we talk about like forming a lifestyle around everything we do on a day-to-day basis as far as, career choices and family choices and all that. It's like, it's in those moments that it culminates and it just like, it hits. And it's like, dude, you get that right song on the radio, you get that right cold front, and you're going to that stand. And it's just like, there's nothing, it's pure joy it's going to happen again. I've got, it's like, I've got how many more, you never know how many more seasons you have, but it's like, that's why when they come, I'm going to do everything I can to be there in that moment. And it's, so for the guys that are trying to, achieve that, it's like, we're all sitting here with like borderline, I am anyways, tears in my eyes over that moment. It's because 9 months out of the year, we're fighting for our lives, right?
I'm
sacrificing. I'm making, decisions to try to like keep our family in a good place and keep relationships. And then so that when the time comes, I will have put in, I will have earned that moment.
Yeah. And that keeps you going. When you have those experiences, it keeps you, when you're in those places and you're out and you're scouting, you're like, man, I got this day to get through, and I need to really cover about 12 or 15 miles to get there. Yep. And it's like, man, this is hard. I'd rather just go home and meet up with Johnny and drink some beer. But like, I need to make sure sometimes we do that.
And
but,
Johnny's back.
Yeah. But like you go and you do that, but that like keeps refreshing in your mind. Like even like the last 3 years, I've been going to West Virginia, and it's a new landscape. I've wanted to spot and stalk a whitetail, and it was like, I sucked at doing it at the beginning. And I'm not saying I don't suck now, but I suck less because I was like just continuing to try to work and learn. And I remember when I was stalking the buck that I ended up killing, and I blew him out, and he went and bedded in this spot. I'm like, there's no way I can stalk in on him. And I'm like, well, that's not an attitude that's going to kill him. I was like, all I wanted was my coffee up there on the glassing point and my food that I didn't get to drink because I spotted him, early in the morning. And it was like, this is the moments where you got to capitalize on those things. And then once it finally came together, it was like, this is why I drove down here in the summer, and I'm trying not to step on rattlesnakes as I'm going through this brush to run cameras and coming down to glass and find these spots, and, saved up the money to be able to pay for this lease to go on and create these relationships. And it's just like all that stuff just leads up to this moment of standing over that deer. And it's like, that delayed gratification is so worth it to me.
Yeah.
And like, when I hear, going back to like comment things, like I'll hear people say, oh, you're ruining, what the big woods are going to be because you're talking about it and everyone's going to hunt it. I'm like, it's freaking hard. The people that are going to want to do that and stay with it are probably people I'm going to get along with more so than
there's probably people doing it anyways.
Yeah. And they have been, and the ones that'll be like, oh, pressure's increased since you started talking about it. It's like, you've been doing this for 3 years, and you see, this has
Well,
always been
you
pressure.
know what,
and
dude?
Things fluctuate.
That frustrates me because we hear that a lot. It's not your responsibility to manage the resource in Pennsylvania. It's the state's, right? The DNR is in charge of managing the deer herd, and they can change the regulations accordingly. Pressure or whatever number of hunters, it's going to fluctuate. You know, that the thing is, it's not your responsibility. And so, we've had, the Matt Ranellas of the world and, guys come on and, want to shame people for promoting hunting. And it's like, I understand the negative that we're perceiving. There's increased pressure in certain areas. I get it. I cannot, within me, there's, a judgment of good and wrong. I cannot shame somebody for screaming from the mountaintop the thing that they love and how much fun that they've had doing it and stuff, as long as their intentions are pure and stuff. And it's just like, you have to tell people how great it is. You don't have to tell them exactly where you went and this and that and take precautions and stuff. But well,
it goes back to the, you could keep things a secret and you would have an upper hand advantage at succeeding, or you could try to share that and have other people enjoy those experiences that you've enjoyed.
And I'm not blaming the state either. I mean, it is their responsibility to manage it. We want to work together with them to achieve a level where we're all, happy and it's can support the pressure that it's getting and stuff. But
yeah, I don't know. It's just to me, okay, so I was at the Great American Outdoor Show, and one thing that I've really tried to put emphasis on is the deer camp tradition side of it, and bringing that back, because it is something that's an older generation thing and dying. And I get, it's tough to buy a piece of property that has a cabin on it and do this and keep with the upkeep of it. And then if you have to, split financials with multiple people, then some people don't hold up their end of the bargain. There's all these things. I get it. But when I had a guy come up to me and be like, man, I never had this deer camp tradition. I went and I bought a place and I did it, and I'm getting my dad and my uncles and my family involved. It's like, that is so fulfilling to me to be able to see somebody be able to have those experiences that I was lucky enough to grow up with. I didn't know anything different. That's just that's
the only thing that made me how I am, is like when I went, I look forward to deer camp 365. The day I left deer camp, I look forward to coming back to deer camp. That's just how I was built, and I did it from the time I was 9 years old to the time I was 24, 25, and then deer camp, kind of everybody just, faded out. And for a while there, going back to that solo aspect, I killed a lot of big deer. That's when I really got onto that stretch of I want to kill big deer. I want to hunt solo. And then in the last couple years now, it's I'm trying to rebuild that deer camp feeling, because even though it was a good, successful feeling killing big deer and chasing big deer, it wasn't the same feeling that I had from what got me to that point.
I think it's taken me some time to kind of figure that out, because it's I don't hunt to make friends, basically. And I've felt that way. For whatever reason, I've felt that I'm not hunting to make friends. It's not that anybody is necessarily, but at the same time, the past 45 minutes we've been talking about how important that is and how much of a core value that is that we all take away from hunting. It's it's just you can't have it without that. So it's it's hard. Somehow we've achieved it.
The easiest discussion is, and I'm sure we've all done it, is if you've killed a buck and then you're by yourself, you immediately are thinking of who you're going to call or who you're going to text or who you can go back to camp. If it's just you, it's a lonely place. When that mountain has been climbed and you have accomplished your goal, and here's this buck laying on the ground, and then you're like, shit, it's just me.
You're just high-five in the air.
It's just you.
Hugging trees.
You've got to get it out. The work starts. You've got to get it out. There's no one really to share it with. That's the moment when you realize that deer hunting is more than just being you solo out there.
I've done a lot of them solo hunts out of state where it's just me. And I don't have a good recollection of the after kill.
Yeah, the moment. What should have been the celebration, the embracing.
It's the things that this year when I shot my deer, or Bill came up from Spartan Forge, he got his deer. This is etched in me.
Yeah.
Or when Beau shot that 150 some inch deer, and it was that is like what really sticks with me. I've done the solo hunts and, in the woods at 1 a.m. by myself and accomplished something that I did. And, I get in a tunnel vision when I'm on them solo hunts, and it's just, I get obsessed with hunting that one deer. And it's great if you do harvest them, but it's like there are things missing. You're going to, down the road, that's not what's going to be etched in your brain.
Yeah, I could have found that deer by myself if I wanted to, but that picture and that moment would never exist.
Exactly. The people you share it with and experience that are on the same level as you is just like pretty magical.
And the thing too, like deer camp is not always a place. It's the experience that you can create. So like, say you can't buy a cabin right now. It doesn't mean you shouldn't say you should never buy one, but maybe, okay, that's going to take you 5, 6, 7 years to get to that point. Well, you can set up a tent with a bunch of people.
We have a deer camp in an Airbnb every year.
And that's what I was going to say. Like,
well, dude, and here's even a t-shirt idea for you. Like, dude, deer camp is a state of mind, essentially. Like, dude, even I've done some of the hunts and been successful on them. It's like, even on a phone call, it's like it's that phone call. Just the fact that when I killed that buck in Illinois, that I got to call you, and we shared it.
Yeah, and you were shaking in the tree.
And it's just like, yes, next best, or the best version of that is hey, we're there together.
One person,
But that's, I guess, one beauty of cell phones or whatever is that like you have the ability still to share that. It's like, dude, those phone calls, just that moment of like, dude, it's raw. It's like you're you when you just killed the buck you've been chasing for 2 years, and it's I don't know how to explain it. It's like it doesn't get any more raw than that. It's like when you can be that person with, and so like when we experience that together, it's like I don't know. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, and like you said, the Airbnb thing, that was one of the, not the only reason, but one of the reasons that I bought an Airbnb in Pennsylvania in a place that I was like, man, this is an opportunity for people to come
create
and do that. And there's, the showers, awesome. Everything's there, and they can come do this and have it to be able to have that experience. And, and we did it in South Dakota this year with my family on just setting up a wall tent, and I had my rooftop tent on my truck, but we had that environment and the tables, and we were cooking up food at the end of the night. Like, it was just, and then like you said, even with being able to call people, like that's like one of my favorite parts. I remember when I shot that deer in West Virginia, on the way down there, I was talking to my cousin Mason on the phone, and, I was like, man, having a rough season. I hadn't killed one in Pennsylvania yet and had an opportunity. And I just, I'm struggling, in my mind. And like when I got to call him and tell him that, you could hear his excitement on the other end of the line of just being fired up and just
that's awesome.
That is like, to have those people to be able to have that experience with is something that is tough to be able to put into words.
Dude, that's the tie that deer hunting like creates for. It's changed drastically over time. Like it was those deer camps, but like, man, some of the fondest memories that I have, or like those experiences, is like I never could have imagined. Like even most recently, like this North Dakota trip was like Lucas and I built a relationship in a matter of a week that I was like, it would take years for people to have a culmination of a moment like that, and stack things on top of it. Like we had Donnie Vincent on the podcast right before, and so just knowing that they've gone and struggled and succeeded and spent time in an area chasing the same kind of deer, and you have a heart for the deer in the same way that we do. So like to call him and share that experience with him, and for him to reciprocate and know that he was just, it's just like, dude, it just comes together, It just, there's such a purity to that.
Well, like, how, Johnny and I met 8 or 9 years ago or whatever, is through deer hunting. And, he's become one of my best friends to be able to hang out with all the time. And like, that wouldn't happen without the deer hunting aspect of it to be able to do. He might not say the same about me, but you know what I mean?
Right.
He's like, wait.
He's like life was better before.
No, that's wild, man. And it is some of like, even like Kansas this year, having our dads there, like nobody killed a buck, but like we called it a successful camp just because of like how fun it was throughout the week. Like you said, getting back at night and hearing what everybody saw and cooking dinner and whatnot. Like, yeah, it's just,
dude, I'm just so grateful that like that is going to happen again. Like we get to, like thinking back on, it's funny now, like it's February and we're like, and of just a very different place. It's like it's hard work and it's stress, and it's like it's almost hard to believe that like.
Well, it starts now. I mean, that planning, that prep, that hard work to be able to do that in November starts in the off season.
I know.
It's always in the back of your mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that only happens because of this now. It's because this sucks that is so great.
Yeah.
It's you got to have
well, and I'd love to see more people
rainy
do
days
it.
to experience the sunny ones.
I'd love to see more people try to get creative in the off season, whether it's a pickup job here, figuring out how to make some extra cash there so that they can go out and do that. Because it is something that like every year it's like that's now a focal point of looking forward to November. It's like, oh well, we got deer camp. This year we've got Iowa deer camp. Like it's always something to put out there. Like if you don't have goals, I will say that's the dangerous thing is like you talk about other revenue sources to make money, to be self-dependent on this. The other thing is you get it consumed in that, and before you know it, season's gone. Because you didn't have that hard line to say, boy, I need to take a step back. I've been guilty of it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
And I've blown through the season, and next thing you know, it's like, holy shit, I didn't even really hunt. I just kept working. Like I just stayed in that mindset the whole
There's
time.
times I worked so hard in my other business, excavating, that just to have that time off, October, November, December, where there was that, I worked so hard that when I got to that time that I had off, I didn't hunt as hard just because that was my break.
You were just burnt.
I was burned out, and I would. But what I did enjoy was just being out there. Maybe I would sleep in because I was just wore out from mentally working hard to get to that point and have that time off. But I enjoyed the time off.
Sure.
Not as hunting and chasing one deer and being obsessive over it, but just enjoying that time of year where like I sleep in and I go. I enjoyed my hunts more than like worked hard.
Right.
So like now I look at that as like something I can manipulate to where I could like somehow figure out how I could not work as hard but accomplish the same goals through the summer to where I could put all that effort in when it comes to hunting, because that's what I like.
It's almost like for some reason that scene from Step Brothers comes to mind where the dad is like, I wanted to be a dinosaur when I was growing up, and he's like, and then all this stuff happened, but I always thought I would get back there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen Step Brothers?
What?
I've seen like
Maybe,
3 movies.
How
in
is
my
this your
life,
best
and
friend?
that's
Well, never mind, I guess.
Oh no, with Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it.
Well, anyways, the
the
premise is like, I want to be a dinosaur growing up, and then I got into work, but I always thought I'd get back there someday. It's funny, there almost is like a childlike element to like that prioritization of hunting and stuff. It's just like, it's just like it's crazy, like to almost just some people to think like I'm gonna just stop work and relationships and like I'm gonna prioritize for a few months out of the year this thing just to hunt like. And it's funny because, like, to us, we're like, yeah, I have to.
Yeah.
But for 95% of the population, they're like, what are you talking? Like, what are you talking about? That's insanity.
I think that's a newer thing because, like, growing up, if I filled my buck tag, like, I was just putting on drives or doing something like that in Pennsylvania. Like, I wasn't bouncing to 3 other states to hunt, right? That was a foreign thing to me growing up, even into my 20s. It was like, I didn't hunt out of state until I was like 30 something probably. And now it's like, well, I can go to Ohio, I can go to Kentucky, I can go to Dakotas, I can go to Kansas. Like now all of a sudden it's like, season doesn't end when I fill my buck tag here. Like I've got all these other places to go hunt, which opens that opportunity up. But I think historically, it was, and I think it still is like whatever, 95% of hunters don't leave their state, right? They hunt within the borders of their state. So there's a weird way that they can't think of that being a priority because it's like, well, it's just limited. Like I'm just hunting here and I have a buck tag or I have a couple buck tags at the most, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, we're super blessed. I mean, to be able to, chase deer in multiple states. And, just across the board, I understand that, responsibilities need to be, a priority, right? And especially family. But it's just, what are you willing to sacrifice for it? And ultimately, it is the sacrifice that we've made throughout our lives to when that moment comes where you get to share a harvest of a deer you've been chasing with the people that you love and that appreciate it as much as you do, that it's just like,
yeah,
there's nothing better.
You want to keep rolling? I got to go take a phone call here.
That's fine.
In a few minutes.
Yeah, you can jump. We'll
Okay.
we'll wrap up when we're ready here.
Okay.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Sever.
Well, one of the biggest things that we always talk about is what our arrow setups are. And this year we're shooting the Sever broadheads. I think we're both shooting the new 2-inch titanium broadhead. And so, we're huge proponents of expandables. And I know we've had this argument back and forth with people, but
we're right and you're wrong, and you just need to accept it.
We just want to have a giant wound that pumps out blood. That's the bottom line.
We build our arrow setups and shoot bows, to maximize penetration, and we shoot broadheads that are going to give us the best blood trails, the most hemorrhage possible. And so part of those setups is we're also shooting the Easton arrows here coming up pretty soon. So we've shot the Victory in the past, and there's all kind of great arrow shafts on the market, but we're looking for a whole system from broadhead to arrow components to the arrow shaft itself. And the more we look at some of these Easton shafts and the components that go with them, that setup's going to be really deadly for us.
Yeah, I'm actually using the Easton traditional axis right now in my traditional setups for both my recurve and my longbow. I've got a 100-grain brass insert on those, and then obviously I'm using a fixed blade broadhead on those specific shafts.
Right on.
So, but yeah, our goal is always to be shooting the best broadhead that we think is going to be the most lethal for our setups. We've done plenty of research. We believe in the Sever broadheads, and we hope you would check them out at Sever Broadheads as well.
It's like even at the start of our podcast here, it's like sometimes it's hard to get there, to put yourself in that state of mind, but it's that time of year is it's magical. It's like you can just go there. That's why that's a big part of why we love the podcast so much. Is it allows us to
live in the moment
once or twice a week. Yeah, we can go there and live in it. And there's lots of off-season stuff that needs done, and there's tips and tricks and work that needs done in the off-season and all this stuff. But man, is it nice to revisit that.
And it's this time of year that this progression from now into the season, which makes the season great. All the things you do, and I notice in around the end of August, September, when the days are shorter, everything leads up to that.
That anticipation starts to just build, and for me in the spring,
it's almost better than it actually coming. Because sometimes when the first October, say your first time to hunt, maybe you're not got a ton of great spots. Sometimes it's a letdown because you anticipate the season being here, and then it's here, and it's I lost the anticipation. You're in the season, but it's leading up to that. All the things in life that just made that way, and it's great.
Yeah, and so for me in the spring, I get just as fired up as hunting season, because when I'm walking around, I'm I find a good spot, and I'm oh man, I can visualize this buck come through here on a frosty morning or doing whatever, and I just get into this frame of mind that I'm just so pumped. I love the springtime. It's a very bold statement, but just as much as hunting season, because I love walking out there and seeing it and trying to put those pieces of the puzzle together in my mind, and visualizing what buck is doing this, why is he doing this, and you start going through those things and thinking about it, and it's so cool to be able to do.
Yeah.
Are you big into scouting in March and stuff? Do you spend a lot of time doing that?
Yeah. We just because of our ice cream business, it's man, this time of year is and real estate in tandem with that. It's dude, we're just so many irons in the fire and busy, and it's not as much as I would like, probably. It's just kind of it's purposeful when it happens. So we're set to draw Iowa this year, so we intentionally booked a flight, and we're going to Iowa a few days before the Classic. Which, are you going to that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So we'll be out there next week, actually, end of this month here. So 28th and 29th, we're going to be walking some of the stuff that we might have access to. And so it's very intentional. That's a scouting trip, maybe if we find some sheds, great, or whatever. But it's just, truthfully, off-season scouting to me is about learning the land. It's I just want to understand what's here. I want to see if there's any old sign and stuff. Obviously, I'm going to take note of that. But it's about understanding the terrain, the land, how it flows. And then really those pieces come together come season. I'm going to be careful. It's not an overconfidence, but it's it really is. It's that simple. When you go out and you find the sign and you confirm with trail camera pictures or sightings or whatever, they're here. right? This is what's happening here. I understand the land well enough to be able to put the pieces together, and like a level of aggression is good. It's like I can go in, I'll bump them, and I'll understand, and the season's happening in real time. It's like every day matters, right? So the off-season stuff is important to understand the land, but it's not like I'm, the shed was here, this is where he's at. Every piece of like deer strategy, it's just more understanding the land and how it lays. And dude, I will tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys kind of feel the same way, but like, I'm a very, borderline on the spectrum when it comes to like, to deer hunting, in a sense that it's like every piece of property that I've ever walked, I can remember it. I know.
Oh yeah, definitely. You go back. I know I've been, now that I've been hunting for, 30 years. And I even like going back, and reminiscing areas that I haven't been to in 10 years. And you just kind of sit in a moment and remember how it looked when you were there 10 years ago and how it's grown now. But you're right. I mean, you get into them spots and it's just like etched in your memory, these areas.
Like I've been here yesterday.
I remember going down this. I remember there's a big oak tree down here, and you it's wild to like. It's wild how it's ingrained.
You just remember it. Like for some reason, there's some element of photographic memory.
Head, yeah.
It's like, and the reason I say autistic is because there's things that like you could tell me something, I'm like, I already forgot it.
Yeah, like even reading books.
It's gone.
I've read books that I wouldn't remember like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I read this whole book. I don't even remember.
I can't remember what
it
it was, but like, yeah, you like associate an area that you've walked, like it's just.
Yeah, and it's like that with all aspects of deer. And the reason that I noticed that it was weird was because, I've got family members and other friends and stuff that hunt our property and stuff, and we're all monitoring the same camera, the pictures and stuff, and it's like they don't remember. And I know they love to deer hunt, right? But for some reason, they can't remember or place the deer. I'll be like, it's the deer. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, oh, which one is that again? Or, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You go like this.
Or it's like when people ask, like, how do you know that's the same deer year to year? And I'm like, what do you mean?
Look at them.
Like, look at like that. To me, that's
the
so
way it is.
foreign. It's just the way that it is. It's like, well, that's changed. I'm like, yeah, but that's the same deer. Like you just and there's like subconscious things that you're picking up on that some other people just don't, I guess, to be able to see it. And I think it takes that different type of person to be able to do that. But spring scouting for me is like learning the land, like you're saying, so that say you do find a deer you want to hunt, you're like, okay, he's come from this way. Why does he come from there? Oh, I know, because I was over there and there's this nice, there's a bunch of briars on the end of this clear cut, and he's probably, nibbling on that before he comes out into this open woods and heads down this creek bottom. And like you start to put all that stuff together and have that historical just view of things. And that's where, or just like, I plan a lot of access routes and stuff during the spring because like I can find good spots, and it's like, how am I going to get in here and actually hunt it? But by walking these areas, I'm like, oh, I remember that draw that went up through there. That wasn't too steep. I think I can get up through there. My thermal should all pull down. I can jump up and get into a tree. And like, I find so much value in, especially the areas that I hunt in the big woods, of doing that and walking that land and getting to know it. Like for me, I just need to see things to be able to really have that in my mind. I mean, for the last 10 years, I've had a goal of 200 miles every spring on the boots to be able to go do that. And I've done it every year.
That's a serious goal.
But now I don't put, and I think I was talking to you about it, or maybe it was on my podcast, I don't remember, but I don't put that number as much in my head anymore as much as the quality of the miles. And like I'll spend 30, 40 minutes at a spot that looks good and trying to understand why it looks good and figure out like, okay, if I'm going to hunt in a tree, how's that tree look? Okay, what if the wind's doing this? Okay, that doesn't work. What about this one over here? And like spending more time in those great areas, because before I just wanted to cover miles. I'd go like good spot, mark it in the phone, boom, I'm moving along. And I'm like, I don't even remember, was there a spot to even get into a tree there? Is it a spot worth hunting? Because I was just so fixated on covering ground. So now I put a little more quality emphasis on it. And not all that stuff translates to the next year, but even if 5% of it does, that's worth it to me to be able to do that.
I think the quality was what you're talking about, is after so many years of putting time in the woods, like as far as my northern PA areas, I'm sticking to the same areas, but I'm just going in and probing just certain little areas, just like to enhance my vision in my head of these areas. I know the whole general area, so I'm just doing the quality, you know, getting a better read on these areas. And like as far as new areas, yesterday I hiked maybe 3.5 miles in a new area, and it was kind of like Jared said, I just want to. I don't even know if I'm ever going to hunt there, you know, but I just kind of glazed over the area and did a huge loop and, you know, hit the like high notes of the area, the big ticket items, you know, like there was an old cut and some drains and stuff like that. Just blew through it and, you know, marked the areas on Spartan Forge and that. But I might never go there, but, you know, maybe I'll drop a camera. Maybe there's a creek crossing or something like in a fall or late summer. And now, if I get intel on a good deer, then I could go back into my intel I dropped when I was just glazing through the area, just hitting the high notes.
Well, that's it. So you covered it. You understood what was there, and it's like, dude, you know, some people will perceive it as arrogance, but it's like it's a confidence. It's like, dude, you can't lose if you understand that, if you know what's there, and if you can find a spot that's accessible, that you can capitalize on a movement pattern, and then match that up with like a weather pattern. It's like, dude, you're gonna kill them. And if you have, you know, that's where cover and ground comes is really handy. Is like you gotta have options too, because it's like there may only be, you know, 2, 3, 5 times per season where a certain area is like able to be taken advantage of. So you gotta have options. You gotta jump around, and that's where hunting multiple deer or a certain class as opposed to a specific deer opens up time for you, you know, because it's like, dude, there may only be 2 spots that you can kill that buck at. Like,
and then when you have all these options, the more scout, like that's why, like Beau said, he's using, you know, he finds himself in new areas because you're opening up more opportunities for options and higher success rates. So if you put oodles of time in the woods to new areas, and you might have more areas to where you're overwhelmed, but you can pull out of those areas, you know, like this year I'm thinking like first week of October, you know, and it's a mental thing. Like I can look at my map and I jot down notes, but it's like once it's like you said, like it's ingrained in me, these spots I hiked, and I could pull from these areas. Where's my best?
Isn't it wild? Dude, I can literally put myself, like I don't.
And then your odds increase.
There's no way to test it.
No,
but like I would bet that like there is no piece of deer woods that you could put me in that I don't remember.
And I look at it like we're
about.
Trying to learn this like the animals do. Like a deer doesn't have Spartan Forge. He doesn't have he don't have this in his pocket.
Right.
He knows the area way better than anybody. So like I want to go through the woods and learn the area like they do. Then when hunting season comes, like him, if you could interview him, where are you going to be? What scrapes you on hit? He's going to. Well, it's a no. What do you mean? Like I'm going to go here, here, and here, and here. They're like, well, you know, 1 square mile. How do you know you want to go to that area? Because like I know this area like the back of my hand, you know. And then you get to that spot.
And one thing. So when I'm looking at areas, and I've really broke it down to like I look at any spot as like a 3-year plan. So a 3-year strategy, because like the first time you go in there, you don't know what are the good spots. At least for me, like when I go in, you might find like a good scrape or whatever, but until you walk it all, you don't know that that's that good and be able to pull the pieces of the puzzle together. And I really learned this through other people when we were doing, so I put on a scouting camp every year, and Johnny's there, and like that's the number one question we'll get asked from these people that are there, like, how do you know when to stop? Is this a good sign? Like, I don't know until I walk it all. And then it's like, then it becomes good sign. And I'm speaking from my experience in areas of big woods. There's not a destination food source. You're not exactly sure. And like cover and bedding cover looks different in every area. So you got to see it all. So my first year going into a spot, it's very high level. It is quick. It's hit in place. I'm not spending that 40 minutes I'm saying at a spot, but I'll go through it, find it. Maybe I drop a few cameras. I'll let them soak all year, won't even go in there. And it's like, okay, now all of a sudden, oh, this spot was good. Why is this good? Well, I'm going to start spending more time in this smaller section versus this giant area that I covered. And then you start building based off of past experience, trail cameras, and now you start building that and you start putting those pieces of the puzzle together. And I feel like after 3 years, I can really know an area to a point where I'm like, okay, this is the deer travel through here in this particular area because of this.
Yeah. I love that conversation about knowing how far to go. like when to stop. I mean, that I don't know what the word for it is, but I mean it's instinct at the end of the day of like picking the tree basically. It's like reading sign to a point where it's like Johnny, what is the word? What's the word to know you're like, I've reached a point where I'm in killing range, but I can't go any further. This is it.
Your instincts tell you. I mean,
it's instinct.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, time in the wood and experience.
Because you don't just have instincts. Like instincts come from experience.
Which one of you said earlier? You said you were getting into like, hey, I'm finding all these rubs, and I had like this instinct. I found this big scrape. I was like, I better not go any further.
Yeah, because I've been in situations where I have pushed it and then blew them out. So like it comes from those mistakes and those experiences that create these instincts so that you can recognize it, because that was something I've struggled to put into words. But through the podcast, through putting on these camps, I was like, I need to think about it in a way that I can explain it to people in a way that like experience is built based off of mistakes. And that's honestly, there's not a real good answer on where to stop other than you do it enough times and you screw it up that you know.
Instinct.
You feel
experiences means to me that you've done things wrong enough to what to do right. Well,
so dude, that North Dakota buck that I killed this year, I think is a great example of, first of all, I was out of my element. I didn't, I've obviously deer hunted quite a bit in my life growing up, reading sign and stuff. I understand what deer sign looks like. There's a track, it's big, that's a mature buck. But I've never been in the part of North Dakota that I was before. And I didn't fully understand, even after a week of hunting, necessarily how they would use that and how to take advantage of it and all this and that. So fortunately I had, my buddy Lucas kind of alongside me, walking me through that. So basically what happened was we went, here was the full deal. I'll just share with you guys. We the whole week we'd been accessing spots from the river, right? So driving the boat, I don't know what we put on there, like 60, 80 miles on the river throughout the week. And, it was the very last hunt of a week-long trip that we accessed another piece of public through private permission that my buddy had. And so what we did was we drove down this road and we were like, hey, there's this big destination food source here. It's likely that they're ending up here at some point or coming through here. So we drive down this little road here, and sure enough, right off the road, here's a big scrape. Okay, so there's the first indication. Guys are like, some people might have set up right there. Here's the scrape. Let's set up right here. This was September 6th was the date. And even me, I was like, dude, I don't know how much further we want to go from here, right? Like, how far from their beds, is the scrape. It wasn't on the food source. It was on this little road here. So, and I'm following Lucas's lead, so we push into this little piece of woods that's next to it. Beds, here's beds here, a couple more scrapes in here. I'm like, dude, I realize we're not that far off the road, but we're in it here. This is what I would call sign. And he's like, well, let's just keep going here. And because he knew what we were looking for, and I didn't. So we pushed through this woodlot that's maybe 200 yards, thick. Basically, we push through this whole thing and get all the way out to it's a tributary or like a runoff, a deviation of like the Missouri River, basically. And there's a crossing. And so like we get to this area where all these deer are moving across this little land bridge. A lot of them are caused by deep beaver dams or just high areas on these crossings and stuff. Hey, here you go. Here's this giant track in the mud. I've got a picture of it on my phone here. So we put it together. Hey, this buck's coming off this island here. He's crossing right here. He's going up. He's probably hitting that scrape at some point. He's going out to that destination food source. We're 200 yards from this from the scrape at this point, and 250 from the food source. And so I'm like, how far do we push here? Yeah. Like we're just, it's the afternoon of our last evening hunt. I'm like, this is it. Like this is where we gotta kill tonight or it's done. And so we get to that point and we're looking at our maps basically and understanding that like there is nowhere else to go beyond this island. This island's a few acres or whatever. It's like that's it. It connects to something else on the other side there, but that's as far as you can go before you hit the Missouri River. So we back out and we go and we look at another spot, find some other sign, and we're trying to decide where do we go tonight. And he is, just being a good friend and a good guide essentially to be like, where do you want to? Which one do you want? They're both good spots. And I'm also like in the mindset of like, I don't want to be greedy, right? And but I'm also like, I'm weighing the options here, and I tell him like, I mean, dude, if I'm gonna kill tonight, I said today's the last day. If I'm gonna kill one tonight, I think that spot we went to first is the spot. And he's like, looks at me, he's like, that's the spot. Like he knew. He's just testing. He wants me to learn right as we're going, which I really appreciate. And so then from there, he's like, if that's what you're gonna do, you can't just set on that bridge and hope that he's going to come out there in daylight, which I very well might have done. I'd be like, I can't push into this island. That's the bedding area. He's like, you got to go in. You got to push in. I'm like, okay, how far? And he's like, you got to feel it. You know what I mean? You got to basically follow them tracks.
Yeah.
And just trust your gut to get in there far enough. And so that's what we did. That night I went and I pushed into that island, from the scrape 200 yards through the woods, across the land bridge into the island. Now we're uncharted territory. We hadn't been in there. I'm by myself scouting for the first time in a week, and I've hunted for a week now. I've assessed. I have some level of competency, but not much, right? For that area. And I think I ended up in there another 150 to 200 yards. I pushed in. I was passing rubs, passing trails starting to disappear kind of into the willows on either side. And I'm like, truthfully, there's an element of unknown. It's like, how far do I go? I'm going on very little at this point. And I don't know how to describe it other than instinct, to be like, I reached a point where I was like,
whoa, you almost get like chills. You almost get like chills in your body of like, I don't think
something told me I can't go any further. I was like, this is as far as I can go. I'd never walked past that. I didn't know what was beyond there. I just knew I couldn't go any further. And so I set up there, and sure enough, I killed that buck in the last 10 minutes of light on the last day. Yeah. Come right out of this bedding area. Had I set up on the scrape, the bridge, anything prior to that, I never would have seen that deer in daylight. And so there's just,
And there's times that in my past, as I was younger, I'd set up on scrapes and rubs in the same situation, and I've sat there so many times and didn't see him, and it was like that. So my instincts tell me, my experience say, this is after dark stuff. You need to go into where that transition is, that gray light area where he's going to feel comfortable.
Yep. It is that. It comes with experience too, just the understanding of like, because I don't blame anybody for looking at a field dead and saying, big scrape right here. Of course, he's coming to this. But to understand like how a big buck operates, and that like several deer are going to reach this point first, and that he's coming from an area where he's got.
And then if you look at hunting in general, how few mature deer are killed, like as hunters, we have tons of people in the same spectrum that are doing the same thing, and we can communicate with them, and they're not killing bucks on these scrapes and these rubs 300 yards from the bedding area. So it's like, hey, nobody else is doing this. Like, my experience tells me I need to go in. It's not like, I set up on this scrape right on this field edge, 400 yards from where he's bedded in October 10th. It's like, no, that's not happening. So it's just like, associating with people that are like-minded and doing the same type of hunting. You can draw from them, like, they're not doing it. So I need to get into where that gray light period is, into dark where he's leaving his bed, because...
And you got to be okay with, a lot of times you're going to screw that up and you're going to go too far.
Well, and I'll tell you, had that not been the very last day,
you probably wouldn't have went in that far, right?
I don't know for sure, but yeah.
I mean, there's a good possibility.
There's a good possibility. I would have said, well, let's set this land bridge.
Yep.
And so, speaking of bringing that back to whitetails like in the northeast here, it's like the consideration there is like, man, had I hunted that land bridge, he would have known that we were there. I wouldn't have seen him in daylight. I would have got down and got out, whether I bumped him or not. If I got out clean, he'd have smelled. He'd have known that we got to that point, and he's like, whoa. Hey, and I would have thrown a red flag for him. And
hey,
who
is
knows?
That Jared from Hunter?
He might have relocated. He's like, I've seen that freaking podcast. This dude's out to get me, And
he likes big bucks. I'm a big buck.
And
no, you're right. That you could have.
So that's what I'm saying. It's when you're considering that and instinct and experience, it's all coming together. It's like, how far do I go? And I think that's just a really fun moment to find yourself in there when you're reading a sign and you know that you're getting close, and you're like, it's high pressure.
So I'll give you a situation where I screwed up this year with that exact thing. Well, yeah, I did screw up, but it was October 22nd, somewhere around there, and I was finding hotter sign than I normally would because the weather was right, and I was moving in, and I didn't have any cameras in this spot, and I went up, and I was coming out. There was a transition of hemlocks to a newer clear cut and then an older clear cut that went across this point. There's 3 things that meet right there. I go out, there's a hemlock that's signpost rub, shredded, and then there's a scrape off the branch, and it just smelled like deer. I was like, and I could start to see towards the edge of the point. I'm like, I need to stop. And as soon as I said that, I hear, whew, and a deer jumps off. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, yep, that I got to the point, and I was like, whatever. So I moved along, and I was coming back, and then I found a giant scrape not that far away. I mean, just a massive scrape, just all ripped up. And I'm like, man, I need to sit here. And then I was like, well, I've already screwed it up. I've been in here, and I know the bump and dump thing, and I get that works. But I was a little bit away from it. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna throw a camera up here and go down off this side of the ridge where I haven't been yet. And I'm gonna sit there.
Oh, Rendell wouldn't like that.
I know. I talked to Rendell about this actually.
You better just sit.
So I know. And so I jump off. I only went like 60 yards, and I went down off this other side, and I just sat on the ground. I was with my bow, but I was like, it was getting close to dark. I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here. I sat there, and it just is getting a look at the legal shooting lights up, but you could still see a little bit. But I'm on the ground, so I was leaving. I start heading back up, and I'm 40 yards from that scrape, and I hear heavy hoofs, just no blowing, just heavy hoofs taking off. And I'm like, and I don't know, it didn't walk to the scrape at that point, so I don't know if it was the same deer or the buck, but I was like, probably was a buck that was doing that. If I would have just sat that sign, even though I was in there, it could have worked out. And I was just like, that really hit me at that point where I screwed up the feelingness of it. Like, I felt that sign too late at that point. Like I had that feeling too late. And
that happens a lot, though. I think a lot of people will call the hunt basically a wrap because they feel like they got busted or whatever. I can't tell you how many times truthfully, I don't love it, right? It still annoys me, but like when does are blowing now, I'm almost just like, don't matter. They're going to come. If he wants to come, he's going to come check it out. Just even that deer activity, like they're curious. He wants to know what they're blowing at. And so like, there's been many times where I thought the hunt was blown because those were blown at me. And it's just like, yeah, I can hear it a mile away. They're alerting everything. But then there you go. 10 minutes later, a sucker pops out of the woods and he just comes and walks right down the middle of this food plot or whatever. And it's like, yeah, there's, so you have to maintain some optimism and just the longer we hunt, the more we try to understand the deer dynamic and how they're communicating with each other and stuff. And it's just,
and I never, you never want a deer to blow at you, but during the rut, if does are blowing, dude, that's a fun call, man. Like, but we talked about that before. It was like, does are blowing, I'm ready. Like, you better clip onto that string. You don't know what's going to happen. And that might be a little bit exaggerated, but seriously, that's a way of a buck that's horny, knowing that there's a doe in that area because she's blowing.
They're not the same animal, right, that they were in September and even early October. Like when any notion of a doe or of like they're the king. They're the king, and they're going to come check it out. And they're just a different animal that time of year.
And Johnny, you brought this up, during the rut this past year. Remember you're hunting, and you were absolutely dialed early season. You were on some big bucks, and it come to the rut, and you felt a little bit lost, and you were like, man, I've been spending all this time focused on these bucks that I wasn't paying attention to where the does,
Yeah, we talked about focusing on your camera placement and scrapes and bucks, and I kind of lost sight of there's hunting bucks and not focusing on the doe groups
for that time of year. It's just it's different
because what it was in the past, I would walk these areas and just kind of base the doe groups on where I'm bumping does as I'm scouting through the year, and then so I kind of knew the area and I didn't do much scouting, and maybe things changed slightly, and I was just like probing in on little hot spots and dropping cameras, and I wasn't really sure where the does were living, and so I know with the buck to doe ratio being so good and these mature deer, into the 5-6 year old range, and with the hunting pressure into November, there's a lot of nocturnal activity, finding their does at night and not doing the traditional rut, running around with, like a chicken with his head's cut off and just running everywhere. I feel like these deer nowadays, it's kind of like I reference musical chairs, like as an analogy to where, you're walking around the chairs and then you just, when daylight comes, the music shuts off, you just get close to the closest chair, the closest doe, and you set it out till nighttime. She might be 2-3 days away, but I'm learning that these older deer, with all the hunting pressure and the buck to doe ratio, they're just dropping, getting a bed close to these does and wait until the next time the music starts playing again. They go on, because I know a lot of the guys that I talk to in these big wood settings, with so many guys hunting so many cameras out there, and the herd being managed really well, these older deer don't want to die, and they are just like doing a lot of nocturnal activities. And if you're out away from these doe areas, you could be just totally out of the game. They're in tight to these matriarchs and these doe groups, and just kind of waiting it out till either she's in heat or dark comes, and then they can go find that next one. But I'm finding these bucks now. I'm just speaking of the areas I'm hunting, but it's something to food for thought in your area. These does that you do find in heat, there's 5 bucks there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not, and you take an area with a lot more doe, when the scent is in the air, maybe more in the Midwest when you have a better doe population, it's crazy. And you can't, as a mature deer, you can't get away from the scent. So you're just running crazy.
Again, put yourself in the shoes of a mature buck, or, or the hoofs or whatever. But it's like, dude, if I could cover the ground that they can cover, and assimilate it to like right now, we go out and we walk around the woods, and it's like, okay, I get the lay for the land. I mean, dude, the suckers can cover ground. Like, if I was a mature buck, I'd be on. It would not take me long if I could smell as good as I could smell.
I'd get killed as a 2-year-old during the rut, 100%.
You're that horny?
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you only have 21 days essentially.
Well, most of them do, so it's about average. But
so I'm average.
But do you know what I'm saying? Like, they just, of course, there's 5 of them on there, because it's like, that's what they're after. They're after a hot doe. They know all that land, like the back of their hands, literally their bedroom. They're going to be
They're
on.
going to be in tight to them does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when there's not tons of doe in heat, then you're not going to see them running all over creation, because they're just, I know the area so well that she's in heat. There's one about a mile or 2 away, but I'll check her tomorrow. They're not running a risk of walking cross country 3 miles to check that one. But you're right. I mean, that's how it's weird when you find that one doe and there's 5 deer there, 5 bucks.
Well, in that conversation we had, it was during the rut, and you ended up shooting a deer this day that I'm talking about. But Johnny and I were talking about it, and I was like, man, I'm seeing these young deer in some of these travel areas, but I'm not seeing the old bucks, and the weather was right, everything was good. And finally I was hunting this deer in this area, and I was like, I remember from years ago a doe bedding group, and I hadn't even been in there in a while, in years, but in these blowdowns down along this creek bottom. And I was like, if I walk across the beaver pond, which I marked the crossing in the spring, so I knew how to get across there, climb up in this tree downwind of the doe bedding. Let me just try that, hunting a specific doe group versus everything else. And I got lucky that there was a doe in there that was hot during that time, and that's when I ended up getting a shot at a buck, and I ended up hitting him in the shoulder this past November. But it was, and you killed a buck that same day, I believe. Or you killed a buck that same day. But it was just like, I got tight to that area, and where it was at, when I was hunting these travel areas that I've previously had success, wasn't working out, and I had to find this doe group that was good. And And I think that can change, year to year, but it's just like being able to see that. And it is tough. Like when you get in areas with low deer density, it's normal to not see deer in these travel areas. When you spend enough time doing it and you're putting, I was 10 days into my hunt at that point, it was like, I need to change something. And going to this specific doe group and hunting it is what ended up tripping that off.
That's interesting. I can't say that I've ever... Well, and the reason is because a lot of times they overlap with like a complimentary travel feature or something like that. But I can't say that I've ever, because I could right now, I could point to areas on a map where I'm like, there's 6 does bedded right here and right here. And they don't really change. Like they're just very routine. I could go probably walk that every day and they would still come back, I think. But it's an interesting concept because, like, obviously they're after those does. But I don't know. I personally believe that those bucks are much more efficient at finding hot does than we maybe even give them credit for. Like, I think literally they know within a day or two.
They know before
when
like
a specific doe's gonna come.
Maybe
in
the
heat.
previous season or something.
So they'll go to them, and those does are, they're into it, right? They're ready. They're looking. They're open for that buck, right? So I don't know. I personally, maybe I'm overlooking that feature, like because there are areas where I could go and I could just hunt a doe group, but I don't.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the thing is, like, that was just what the situation was telling. Yeah, like in our normal year, I'd rather it be kind of in between them, but it was like, this is what the situation telling me. This isn't working, so I need to try something different. And there was been years where I knew a specific doe group that there was one doe that would come into heat on October 30th or somewhere around that time frame. So it's like, okay, that's when I would focus on that spot. But the thing is, you don't really know because they can get killed. And then also it's really hard to identify a specific doe versus a buck because they don't have these antlers hanging off of their head. But that was something that I was... that was where the situation told me that, like, I should try to focus on a specific doe group, and I got lucky that it happened to come into heat at that specific moment. But what you're talking about efficiency is funny because in West Virginia, and I'm hunting this open strip, reclaimed strip country, and you can actually see this stuff happening from the glass. I watched this buck in a matter of 30 minutes hit 3 different doe groups and check them, and they weren't ready, so just kept going off. He come in, he bump them around, they were kind of scattering out, boom, he go up to this spot, and I was trying to plan a stalk, and by the time I even thought about how to do it in my head, he was already on the 2nd and 3rd doe group. It was incredible.
Well, it's so funny because I feel foolish sometimes, like thinking like, oh, like I want to shrink the woods. Basically, I want to be like, oh, you behind this log, or and the reality is, like, dude, these freaking deer can cover so much ground efficiently and undetected, and in a way that they're not gonna, they can win things ahead of them and stuff.
And that right there, Jared, tells me, like, they don't need to be in these big wood settings. They're so efficient and they know where the doe groups are. They don't need to waste their time midday. There is that time frame, maybe 24-hour period for these, where in the areas we hunt, where these big deer are just dumb and going. But for the most part of the season, everybody I talk to, like the first week, second week in November, is not like the crazy right, because they're so efficient.
Super efficient.
They'll find them at night, or they'll say last year, these does were in heat, and he might position himself to where he's smelling them, and he doesn't have to go throughout the day. You get six years, and then you get does that are 6 years old. They could be set up.
Again, I keep going back to this. Put yourself in the shoes of a mature buck. It's like, dude, if I wasn't married, right? Like, you go to the gym. It's like, I know what machine they're on. Like, the ones, the ones I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Time master.
I was just gonna say, I don't have to go check the free weights, right? Like, I know, I'm gonna go to where they're at, and so it's like,
I mean, Rising,
same principle.
The Nautilus machines.
Ben Rising's of the opinion that especially those big mature bucks, that some of those does are coming
Gravitate to them. Yeah, for
like
sure.
they're, when it's time, like he's here, they're moving into that area to make it a lot more efficient.
I don't disagree with that. Like I said, the situation with the buck my dad killed a few years ago, that was, again, one example, but specifically where this buck didn't leave this specific area, and he never had to go searching for does. Whether they came to him or what. I don't know. I didn't physically see it, but
well, you have to think about it.
I mean I'd want to be all right. I was gonna sound super gay, so I'm gonna stop.
No, as long as you prefaced it with no homo, you were okay.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm curious. What were you gonna say?
I was one of these does. I'd want to be bred by that big buck.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure.
The stud that's walking through the woods.
Well, think about that
versus
big buck moving. Like, I mean, clearly during that time frame, when that deer is covering ground, that is his most vulnerable point. That is when he gets killed, right? When he's up and having to cover ground, that's when he gets killed. When he's tight to his bed and he doesn't have to move much, that's when he's the safest.
And they know it. That's why they don't do it most of the year. But when I mean, dude, do you know how you get a couple shots in you? We're going to strip club. Like you're going. You're just gonna go, and you're just like you're gonna stumble across the road, and you're like you're gonna get caught. The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Muddy.
Man, Jared, we probably have been using Muddy products for at least 10 years now.
It's a long time, dude.
It's been a long time, and I can remember when it was simply just safety harnesses and camera arms of all things, and that's evolved to where you and I both have a bunch of Muddy box blinds as well.
I would say a bunch, but yeah, they've come a long way, and certainly the box blinds are huge. Shot that buck over your shoulder out of a Muddy box blind a couple of years ago. The harness and all of the other safety accessories really are a major component of what Muddy offers for me. We've had some injuries in the past. Some tree stand accidents. This is all back before we were using, frankly, harnesses, the lineman's belt while we're hanging stuff, and the safe lines. I have those in every single one of our fixed tree stands now, and so we really have made safety a priority. That's a big deal for us, and Muddy has everything we need for that.
Yeah, and I think the cool thing about Muddy is anyone listening to the HUNTR Podcast can save 20% using the code HUNTR20. That's HUNTR20. Anything that you can see on the Muddy Outdoors store online, use that code, save yourself 20% for this hunting season.
Go Muddy.
How many daylight sightings do you see of like a 5-year-old or 6-year-old buck? Like, it's not many.
No, it's not. I call it that 12 to 24 hour period once in his life.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't know, it's in around November.
Now, he's getting up and he's moving around his bed, right, during daylight.
But in the safe area.
Exactly.
In around a pile of does where he knows he's going to breed them. Or like you said, these does, we talked about it on that podcast, how the does will come to them scrapes, and he's just downwind hanging out. And, and as older they get, they're not trying to breed every doe in the woods like, let's go down there and fuck them all. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not that. It's not that mentality. It's just.
Turn it off, I'm dry.
Yeah. Well, dude, it's like, it's frustrating because you want them to just come right through this pinch point or this or that. But like, dude, think about, they're slick, right? They're like, we know what we're doing here. I'm hang back and I'll, they're good at breeding does and surviving. And just
it's all efficiency. Like you said, it just comes down to not getting killed, not moving a lot. And I've looked at trail cam pictures of the mature deer in March, April, when they have like 2-3 foot of snow or whatever for an extended period. And they're the ones you can't see their ribs.
Exactly.
And you look at the 2-year-old into 3-year-olds.
They're
dead. Mm-hmm. So what'd he do? He was just efficient with his
missionary.
We're talking missionary.
Just efficient, man.
I would love to know just like the breeding ratio as far as like how many get bred by a mature buck, because I know for a fact 1.5, 2.5-year-old bucks are breeding plenty of does in our area where there are a lot of them. Frankly, we killed a lot of does this year, more than we ever have. We killed like 16 to 18 on about 1,000 acres. So I'm kind of curious to see.
They've done lots of research around that. I mean, it's pretty scattered out, know.
It's just like all of them.
Yeah, and I mean, it also is in tune with like where you're at. Like if you're in Kansas, I'm sure there are more mature bucks breeding because there's more mature bucks there.
Right.
But like here, if you've got 1 6-year-old and you've got a pile of deer at 1 and 2, there's a lot of 1 and 2-year-olds doing breeding.
Oh man, I'd do anything to put a GoPro on a mature buck and just like watch what he's doing.
Watch
what
him breed? That's kind of weird, Beau.
That's on Hornhub.
Let's put it backwards on a doe's head. She's just like,
It is wild. I mean, have you guys seen one in person breed? Where it's like a rocket ship out of there.
Right before I shot my buck in West Virginia, it's all on video. He bred her, and he was a 2-pump chump. He took care of her, and he gets out, and he's a
little wobbly.
He's got post nut clarity. He's walking around, and then he gets shot right through the lungs. Like so.
Wow.
That's the way to go
Well,
out.
there is no. I mean, I'm not a biologist, right? But there's not a pleasure element to deer breeding. I don't believe.
That sucks.
Right?
I don't know. I mean,
I think humans and monkeys.
I mean, I'm sure.
Monkeys?
I'm sure he's throwing what 3 to 4 nuts a year. Like it's got to be some kind of pleasure, right?
No, it's more than that.
No,
I bet
in
it's
these
not.
areas like Buck and Doe, like up in our area, that's it.
Well, he's
3 to 4.
Yeah,
well, he's
not
breeding
even.
her multiple times.
Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not many. So I mean, think of that. I mean, you're all bound up for
No,
11
no.
months a year, man.
Releasing that pressure's gotta feel good.
I bet in my part of Ohio, it's
That's what gets them
If it
killed.
gave him wobbly legs, you know it felt pretty good. Hey.
strictly procreation. Let's keep it PG here.
Strictly.
Dude, I bet in my part of
Weak in the
Ohio,
knees.
I bet them bucks are breeding 5 to 7 does.
different areas though.
Sure,
Well-
sure, and we're high
High
Yeah.
doe density.
density.
yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And you know, fortunately, you have good nutrition and stuff because they couldn't handle that. I mean, that would be the stuff like Johnny was saying, showing ribs and looking like dog shit at
They
this
look
time of
pretty
year.
rough, but dude, they're breeding through December
Yeah.
into January.
Well,
in
yeah,
a
when you
lot of
you
cases.
can't because then they can't hit all those does, so they obviously
well, when you talk about your deer shedding out, it's because their testosterone levels are falling because
They're done.
they're cleaned up.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not breeding does.
They get satisfied, I think, with immature deer up in our area. I'd say 3. If they breed 3, that's it. They're happy.
Because you got to figure they're with them for
That is
72
an
to
interesting
96 hours.
consideration.
Right.
Like what in a mature buck's brain tells them
Survival
we
comes
did it?
first.
In
his brain, he's like,
do you think that's the point they hit? They're like, if I keep breeding, I'll die.
I do believe it. They've been through them 2-year-old stints, 2-year-old, 3-year-old
I don't know.
when they
I
didn't
think-
make it through winter, and they're like, I almost died, and they look at what made them do that, and then maybe seeing more hunters in the woods. I do believe these mature deer, like, I can't be running around like an idiot, and I do see it in their patterns with these 2 to 3-year-old deer. What my camera tells, like them 2 to 3-year-old deer everywhere, and them other ones, they get into the core area, don't move as much, breed less, less visibility.
yeah, and less hunters in the woods mid-November, and then all of a sudden they're out zombie walking at that point. There's less going on. I've seen so much of the biggest of the big deer, and this is in Pennsylvania. This is specific where I run most of my cameras. That November 14th to like 18th window is
last couple of days of bow season.
where
usually.
if you're out there in the woods, you're probably not seeing much of anything for the most part. But I think if you want to shoot the biggest of the big, the oldest of the old, that is the time to be
That's
able
when
to.
he's out zombie walking.
That's when he's out zombie
all
walking.
the most of the breeding done, so he's looking for a little cleanup.
Good last-
May also
yep.
be looking to put a little feed bag on at that time
Yeah.
as well.
100%.
Since you guys mentioned moon, I gotta ask, or zombie walking. Sorry, I got my words mixed there. Moon, at all? Any consideration there?
I don't pay attention to it at all. My dad does a lot,
Yep.
and I actually found this out recently, which is kind of weird because you'd think my dad would tell me about that, but he's got like 15 years of data in a notebook about moon. He's pretty big on it.
He's been
but-
keeping it secret.
Oh, he
from
does.
you.
Yeah, yeah. Johnny knows.
I talked to Beau. Like through the years, so how many horns your dad find this year? I don't know. So what do you mean? He's your dad? Yeah, he don't tell me that stuff.
Yeah, and then at the end of the year, I'll look and I'll be like counting them. Like, you found 75 horns? Yeah.
Dude, I wouldn't tell my son either. It'd be
No.
he's gonna find his own way. The DeQuistas are a lot of fun to listen to.
Oh,
That way. We asked Cody, and he's like, my dad wouldn't show me shit because his dad
Yeah.
runs trail cameras and he doesn't.
Yeah.
And we're like, but if your dad finds something good, is he gonna show you? He's like, well, man, wouldn't show me shit. He wouldn't show me
No,
anything.
that's the way me and my dad are. Like he kicked me out of the nest when I was in college one time, and I screwed up one of his spots that they nicknamed Blood Hollow after me. So just put that into perspective.
Blood hollow.
But so he's like, "You're done. Like it's time for you.
That's
to,
it. Yeah,
time,
no
time
more.
for you to go.
Yeah,
you
you're
know?
off the teat.
What do
Yeah.
you mean he kicked you? In what
like
way?
of crossing
said I don't
over
love you
spots.
anymore?
We have started recently, crossing over spots a little bit more again. I'm starting to gain some trust back in him, but like
Your dad's pretty serious, right?
he's really serious.
I've heard
way more
rumors about your dad.
Yeah,
Never met him, but
way more serious than I am. Even I would put it.
who's a better deer hunter?
He is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
100%. Like I won't even
Yeah.
try to question that. My dad is out in the woods more than I would argue just about anybody.
Old man Martonik out there cleaning up.
Yeah.
You guys pretty similar as far as strategy, and I mean, I assume a lot of your comes from him, right?
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, I can't say that I've come up with everything on my own. We have different thoughts on things, but he's more mobile than I am, which is
more mobile.
How old's your dad?
56,
Yeah?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 57 maybe.
Yeah.
Might just turn 57, but yeah, he gets after it. Like I took him to Colorado elk hunting, and he ran me into the ground climbing the mountains. Like
Dude, there's something to be said
Damn.
for old man strength. Like
Yeah,
my
and-
dad doesn't train at all, and same thing. Took him on like a Colorado hunt.
He's got
packing
farms.
out the same thing I'm packing.
He's
I'm
got
like, dude,
farm strength.
I'm training year round for this. He's like,
Yeah, it's just farm
but
strength.
I learned things like I got to
mature
figure out
buck.
a way
He's got the testosterone.
to get his notebooks because he's been logging every hunt and every time he's out scouting for like 20 years, and I still haven't seen those notebooks.
It's like reading his diary.
Yeah.
Beau can't wait till the day he dies.
He's like, what
His
do we
hands
got
on
in
that
here? Huh?
notebook.
Your
Finally.
dad picked up 70 sheds in the Big Woods?
Yeah, he does almost every year.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's an accomplishment in
Yeah.
itself, dude.
That's nuts.
Yeah. No, he's very, very good at it. And I've
I
had
don't
him-
think he's gonna like you telling this.
Yeah. Yeah, probably
Wait till
not.
wait till I have a conversation with him.
You don't
You know
put
who's
him
gonna be
against
getting those notes when he dies?
Don't do
Uncle,
like,
Uncle
in my
Johnny.
will, he's like,
Uncle Johnny.
I leave my journals to Johnny.
That's probably true.
I'm gonna give him a call as soon as I leave here.
I will. It's
Bo
fun.
ratting out all your spots.
It's funny. One time, Johnny and I went out scouting in the summertime. We spent all day out, and then we had some beers after. We were hanging out, and I'm like, Johnny, like, hey, I'm not kicking you out. Like, stay here. You've had some drinks. You know, we can go to bed. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna go talk to your dad. My dad lives like 300 yards down the road from where I do, and he's like, I'm gonna go hang out with your dad. And next morning, my dad texts me. He's like, hey, if you want to come over for breakfast, we're making some breakfast. I'm like, all right, I'll come over. I come over, and Johnny's sitting at the kitchen table with my dad and my mom eating breakfast and drinking coffee.
Yeah. Your old bedroom says Johnny's room now. Like, yeah, we gave him your room. That's okay.
We kicked you out, but we brought Johnny
All
in.
your shit's in the driveway.
The bad part was
You're like, but Dad, I love you.
Johnny said he loved me more.
Yeah, well, we like Johnny better. So
the bad part
Johnny
was
brought
is
deer
like
sticks.
I was there all night listening to Joe and everything, all his hunting stories and this and that, and I drank too much to remember most of it. You know.
Oh yeah, he probably did that on purpose. He kept he kept just filling that up. Yeah, I'll tell you another one, Johnny. Just have another drink here.
You could go into my dad's basement, and he's got hundreds and hundreds of sheds in there, and you could pick up one of them and ask him, and he'll tell you he'll spend 20 minutes telling you a story about that deer, how he found it, the history of that deer. This is the third set he's picked off. Like, I mean,
Well, what's your dad's goal for a season then? Like, obviously, he knows a lot. He knows a lot of these deer. He knows a lot of the woods that they're running. Like, when he gets into a season, like, what's his goal?
like as far as like quality of deer?
Is he
or-
trying to kill a deer? Is he just trying to enjoy the whole hunting season? Like,
It depends. So like when that 170-inch deer they ended up killing, that was like all or nothing on that deer. But typically my dad, and I admire his mindset, is he goes, if a deer gets me extremely excited, I'm going to shoot him. And sometimes that might be a 3-year-old 8-point. Sometimes that might be a 7-year-old just mammoth of a deer.
Yep.
And he's like, I don't want to ruin that experience. And that's what I look for. So that's
does he
how-
run cameras?
Yeah, he runs a lot of cameras.
Interesting. Because, like, I know a lot of people, when they get to that age, and my dad was that way too, is like, he liked when I would show him pictures or talk about, but like he also, because he grew up during, and I did too, that like surprise generation, which was you read sign, you saw a big rub, you saw a big scrape, you had no idea what the hell was coming over that hill, which was awesome. You know, it could have been a 3-year-old 8-put, could have been a 7-year-old giant, right? And so you see a lot of people in that generation still kind of shy away from cameras a bit because of that. They don't want to know, they just want to think that they know.
Oh no, my dad wants to know.
He wants to know
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, he runs a lot of cameras and just he knows.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Damn, man. Yeah, I mean, that's the shed thing is like, and a lot of people who don't like, you know, I won't say like I'm a crazy shed guy. Like I go out, I like to scout more than I like to shed hunt. But like, you know, you find a good buck and it's cool to see it. But I mean,
you talk about big woods finding sheds. That is not an easy task.
No, it's not. And my dad's one of those guys that, like, since I started the podcast and stuff, like, he comes on and he talks and he shares way more than I ever thought he would have. Because, like, he's not a person that even at, family functions that you'll get the truth out of him on anything. But he's more willing. I think it's just to help me more than anything.
Sure.
Like, he doesn't care to do that, but I mean, he's got a separate vehicle that he hunts like with, so no one knows, that vehicle doesn't go anywhere else. It's just like,
damn.
Yeah, he's
straight undercover.
He's serious.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been lucky to have that as a teacher, up until a certain age when they kick me out of the nest. But at some point I might follow them around or something.
But you still live 300 yards up the road?
Yeah.
Have you guys seen
So
that?
and
With
the resource is there if you need.
And we talk every day. So yeah.
Have you guys seen that with your vehicles? Like, I know Jared and I were, especially when we had Whitetail Properties on the side, which we don't anymore. But like, I would be, when we were in Kansas, I had several people stop because they saw my truck. They knew who we were. You know, and I don't like that at all.
Well, I used to, when I first started, I had like the podcast sticker on the back window. That was dumb. I even had the website across the side of it. I had people, that would find, they found my, where I'd skinned out my elk at. People send me, like all this stuff. And I was like, I need to get away from that. But the problem is my truck now, even though I have no stickers on it, is extremely recognizable.
Still recognizable.
And but what I find is like people like sneakingly know that I'm hunting an area, or I'll like run into a guy or talk to him, be like, oh yeah, you were hunting here. You were here. You were there like almost all season, like probably a big buck in there, huh? I'm like, God dang.
Yeah, it's hard to hide anymore.
It's not.
I like your dad's style. I'll go out and buy a beater and just drive that around.
Yeah,
that's all I got. A beater, no hunting. I don't ever put hunting stickers or anything on it.
Yeah.
What do you think? You like my idea? Stash that in a storage.
Yeah,
unit?
I do.
Oh yeah.
We'll
have to talk on that.
Yeah. Well, it just gets me excited to go buy an old beater truck too. Which
there's nothing like that. Like
as soon as he said that, he's like, I'm thinking like $5,000 gonna be. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, man, there's a lot of cool trucks that you get for that.
We'll give a just a little bit of insight here. So and I told Beau last night we're considering selling our Illinois farm. It's an amazing farm, but we've got some good opportunities to go back to Kansas. So we're considering.
It's kind of it's sliced between. It's a better investment ultimately for us, at least, because we're not holding things long term. Most of it's short term, and then also the fact that we would project that Kansas is going to continue to get increasingly harder to hunt because of draw opportunities and stuff. And if we own land, you get basically a non-resident landowner tag per 80 acres that you own.
Yep. So it's essentially over the counter if we were to go back, and it's there's only so many places left in the United States that you can buy premium hunting ground for a reasonable. I say reasonable, but
it's reasonable,
fairly affordable. Dollar amount, and Kansas is one of the last frontiers there. So, dude, our Illinois farm is fire, and like it would kill me to give it up, frankly, because this coming year I think will be just dynamite. And there's timber.
We killed $3 over 5 years old on it last year.
There's timber potential on it. We killed
days.
mature bucks on it. There's a lot of potential. There's pushing $20,000 of CRP income. So I mean, it's
a lot of good future black walnut on there.
Banging income. So, but we're restless souls, right? We're always looking for the next thing, and we're looking. Yeah, dude, the idea of granted, so Kansas is much further. Our drive to the Illinois farm is 9.5 hours. To where we're looking in Kansas would be like 17.5, and so we'd have to fly for the most part, And so if we did that, we'd have to buy a cheap truck. If I have any say in it, it'll be a standard. Right.
Absolutely.
Stick shift, just beater. It's got to get us 2 hours outside of Wichita, basically. And so we're considering it. We could potentially double the size of our farm from like a 140 to a 300 plus. For the same dollar amount. And 1031 makes a lot of sense there. And we've got some close friends that we could capitalize on with that. So if anybody's interested in listening to this, We're not. It's not for sale, but we're considering. And
it's hard.
I'm also the agent that's selling the farm, so I get a slight commission.
So call Beau. Got to
call me. I'll negotiate with you. We'll get it ripped.
Yeah. So, and if you guys happen to end up buying it too, that'd be fine. So
all I need is your credit card number and social security number. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it takes. Yeah, it'd be a tough sell. Like I know Who was giving me shit? Skalma was giving me shit because he's like, man, it takes 5 years to understand a farm. I was like, bro, I'm not holding a farm for 5 years.
Well, he's not wrong. And that's the thing that is the most difficult is that there's so much potential there.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're going to have a new crop rotation this year. The CRP won't be cut. We'll have that house to use for our own in the next year. And so it just is what it is. You know, it's like, man, you just got kind of on to the next thing. And it's like we're not of the mindset or in the phase of life yet where we're like, okay, this is my life-long farm. You know, and I'm sure it could be for somebody, but, you know, hey.
YOLO.
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 Yeah.
YOLO.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's tough to, and I mean, we're giving up 2 buck tags a year, 2 archery buck tags a year.
Yeah, I know. Well, we haven't yet, so we're there for now. And
It's just the discussion.
we're just discussing it.
It came out in like right field pretty
It came
quickly,
out of
too.
nowhere, and freaking Skip Sly got in my head, and I got in Jeremy's head, and here we go. So
And then he said I could buy an old truck, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, you're like, I'm gonna risk all this dollar amount to get a $3,000 truck.
yeah. Well,
Yeah. Stick shift.
if you ever driven a stick shift on a dirt road and
Oh yeah,
middle of nowhere, Kansas, you know what that's worth.
I've
so.
never
With
done
or
that in
without road
Kansas.
sodas, possibly.
yeah. Beverages for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Out in North Dakota at Bill's place, he got that 40 and he's got that cabin he's working on it.
Where is Bill?
It's
You don't have
northeast.
to tell us exactly.
Northeast.
Okay.
So, but he has an old 99 or no, not my bad, 89.
Yeah.
Like boxed.
Yeah,
Box.
Ford.
Oh,
He
yeah.
calls him Hank, and I got the privilege when we were out there to drive it every.
Love that.
and I know exactly what you
Straight
mean.
bench seat.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yep. It reminds me
That'll
when I
get
was
you going, man.
when I was in high school. You know.
All
Like, that's
all
what
I
I drove.
wanted in high school was like a square body Chevy or GMC and just like, put a little lift on it.
I had a
stick shift
square
and-
body 4 Ranger, 4 on the floor and overdrive. It was
4
a
on the
beast,
floor.
man. I bought it from my
Sound
cousin
like a
for
Miranda Lambert song.
like $800 basically. Yeah, that thing was awesome. Ran that thing into the ground.
I had a Jeep Cherokee. That's what I had. That thing, you couldn't kill that thing, man. Oh, you had one too,
Oh
didn't
yeah,
you,
had a
John?
few of them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those things straight 6 on it.
Those were like the original ranch vehicle. The Jeep Cherokee.
Yeah, the
Grand Cherokee?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
just Cherokee, not Grand Cherokee, just Cherokee.
Oh yeah, I guess I realized
Square
the difference.
kind of.
Yep.
Yeah, bought. I mean, they rusted out like hell all the time.
Yeah.
So you were replacing rockers and floorboards and all that stuff, but then that engine wasn't gonna break, and you could take it through just about anything.
If it wasn't for gas mileage, I'd probably still have one. I've looked into them.
Yeah, I know. They want some premium dollar for those now, but
Most
they're
of that
sweet.
stuff is like pretty substantial anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
And all
feedback
this
on this sausage, Jeremy, is the casing's a little thick.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand why.
Kind of hard
either.
to get through.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Otherwise, the taste is on.
Taste is real good.
Yeah, I'm not
I only
sure
had
what
one
was-
piece, Jared, since you've been smashing it.
Yeah,
I only
he's
have
hungry.
5.
Yeah, I don't really know on that side. Like it's yeah, I mean it's just normal casing. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Is that Alley Cookbook?
Yeah.
Nick drew that, didn't
Yeah.
he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you say? Your favorite
Chodes.
chodes, Nick and Allie.
I'm excited to see them next week. That'll be fun.
That was when
Well,
Nick-
talk to those guys about North Dakota.
Yeah.
Man, I selfishly, part of me is like, oh, I don't want to miss an opportunity. We've been looking forward to this for a
Well,
long
you
time.
don't have to put in with us. We're men,
but
and women.
man, I'd love to go with you guys. So.
Mhm. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if we didn't draw this year. We've got Iowa, which is going to take up a shitload of time, for sure.
So do you.
Yeah. Well, hopefully.
We'll touch base after about where you're going, and
Yeah.
maybe we'll figure something out.
Yeah, I really don't even know what zone at this point. I haven't even started researching yet.
Oh, bro, you better get on that.
We'll send you
I'll
pictures
get
of
on
some sheds next week when we're out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the plan. That's the plan.
Old girthy some bee.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just going to,
You haven't even looked at it.
Nope.
wow.
It's time, dude.
Yeah.
You got
What-
to you got to figure out what zone.
He might not get drawn at 5 with.
What do you have out west next year?
5 points. He might.
You
not
got
even
Montana?
get drawn.
Montana elk most likely. It should draw a pretty good
How
tag.
many points you
there.
got?
In Iowa?
Montana.
7.
How many does it take?
Depends on where you're going, and I'm not going to give that exact number.
Yeah, but for a good zone,
you can get. Yeah.
But by the way, when does point deadline this year? Did I miss it?
I think it's April. No, points you can buy into October, I believe. Like July through either I can't remember if Montana's October 31st or end of September, but you can buy point only then. But if you want to apply for the draw this year,
missed it this year maybe.
Yeah, if you want to apply for actual tags, you got to apply by I think it's April 1st.
Do you have a plan for that once you draw?
I do, yeah. I know, that I know exactly where I want to go. I can tell you where I'm going to sit in glass at. Like, I have a good plan.
You going
for that.
with somebody or?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got 3 or 4 points.
It's not going to get you where you need to be.
it's not gonna.
That's
not
fine.
gonna do it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, because I don't have time to go yet anyway, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of just like, man, Montana's expensive. It's $1,200.
Yeah.
Every year.
If you're gonna
and then
get
you
a
get
combo
800 back
tag.
or whatever.
Well, if you're going to get a combo tag with deer and elk, which you might as well.
Yeah.
You know, elk it's on itself's almost 900. So
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well.
yeah.
All right. Well, lead the way.
We'll talk about it.
Lead the way.
You might want to follow East Meets West podcast
If
at
you
some
wanna-
point.
yeah.
To
If you want to learn more
information.
about Western hunting from an Eastern perspective, then you can follow the East Meets West Hunt podcast.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Dakota thing is, we drew 3 years in a row on 0.
We're getting it. We're going this year.
All right.
Are they not in a drought? Are we okay on that?
I think we're okay.
Because that was the backbreaker last time. Is like when it was droughty. I mean,
It's tough.
but when it was not, it was like they're everywhere.
I personally feel like we need to move a little bit north,
okay.
just a touch.
Okay.
Hey guys, I
gotta roll?
I got to roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We can.
Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up.
We've
You
been
wrap it
long.
up.
Lock it up.
Wrap it up.
We're done.
Episode 172.
That was a good one.
Is that right? Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys for being an.
We're out of beer. We're out of bourbon.
We're out of beer.
We got more bourbon. Probably not a good idea to get into it.
Yeah.
Well, we have.
That 1792 has been
we have-
dwindling.
we have
Whatever
whiskey
you guys
and
and
rum
Johnny
left.
do, that's up to you guys.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna wrap it. I got a vehicle inspection, anyways. I'm actually late for that, so hopefully they still take me.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I've went for like 2 years without an inspection.
Yeah, don't worry about it till you get pulled over.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm actually on my way to get that done right now, Ossifer.
I got a quick story about my vehicle inspection. So I had this Jeep Patriot I was using for my hunting vehicle, and after the season it was out. Like now, I guess it was out, and so I don't know what we were doing. I picked my buddy up. I don't know where we were going, but the local township cop, as he's coming the other way, like I slowed down, and my buddy was with me, and I pointed out the window, like I saw a deer or something. And my buddy, we slowed down, and the cop slowed down. My buddy's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm trying to get the cop's focus away from my sticker." So I just look over there. I see it's a deer, and everybody's looking. I'm like,
That'll do it.
Worked.
"Oh yeah, I'm still driving with it." No, that's.
I was kind of oblivious to mine until I think Emily was in it.
They give you a warning.
She's like, "Does that say 2022?" I'm like, "I think so."
You're like, it's cool. I'm from Fayette County.
Yeah,
You're
tell her
like,
about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't even have emissions here. It's not a big deal. Well, Beau and Johnny, we appreciate you guys coming in the studio. I'm glad we got to make the round table happen. We've been talking about enough, and we'll have to make sure that we do another one. Maybe live from North Dakota next
Ooh,
time.
yeah, that'd be cool.
It could happen. Those tend to go over pretty well.
That's good. That's good shit right there.
Yeah. So, but no, we appreciate you guys coming in, and I guess I'll leave it with this. Beau, where's everybody finding East Meets West at?
East Meets West Hunt Podcast, eastmeetswesthunt.com, and YouTube, just my name, Beau Martonik. Any of the social media platforms, either my name or East Meets West, you'll find it.
Perfect.
So.
Johnny, what about the hunts and stuff from this year?
Oh yeah, we're gonna start getting into that, editing it here this spring, and
I saw
some
one
out
of those
through the
was
summer.
on Pornhub or something.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of views there.
It's the Johnny Stewart on
The
Pornhub.
Johnny, Stiff Johnny.
Capital THE.
Big Dick Johnny.
Big
Ain't
Johnny.
funny, Beau. That's serious shit right there.
I hear you.
Laughing it off. So, yeah, we're gonna I don't know when we're going to put it out, maybe summer, but yeah, just follow me on Instagram, Johnny Stewart. You know, I'm sure I'll drop some hints on when we're going to put something out. So yeah.
There we go.
It, man.
Cool.
Simple and clean. Cool. Well, we appreciate everyone listening to episode 172 of the HUNTR Podcast, and we'll catch y'all next week.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Later.
Take me